Hello. All right, we are live, and we're good. And hello, everybody. My name is Moriarty, and today we're going to be doing some random stuff. So let's just get the introductions out of the way immediately. We'll start on the left. I've got Gray. Say hello, Gray.
Hello. I was here 2 weeks ago, but welcome back. I like to tell myself I do YouTube, and I like Dr. Pepper.
Okay. And then next up we have somebody new nobody's seen before. And I've been told that I'm going to pronounce the name incorrectly, but I believe it's Kataniiago.
Nope.
I was
not it.
terribly wrong then. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Not far off. Hello, my name's Kataniiago, aka Kate. I don't really do YouTube per se. I didn't know I was supposed to do an introduction. I stream on Twitch instead. And hello.
Hello. And then next up is myself. And then we've got Brody, who was here 6 weeks ago.
I was here for the pilot. I got in on the ground floor.
Yes.
Yeah, you're why we got greenlit, actually. Thank you for that.
All right. Then, of course, we've got my wonderful co-host, Ryden, who...
Yeah, let's just keep moving. Keep moving.
We'll just move past that. And then, of course, we've got Veager.
Did you really just call me Veager? I'm just joking. It is Veager. Hi, everybody. Nice to see you.
Wait, have I been pronouncing your name wrong this entire time?
So, here's the great thing about me. You can literally call me Villager like M always does. I do not care one bit. You can say Veager, Villager, another word that's used in medical usage. But no, it doesn't matter to me.
Every time he joins into the chat, I always call him Villager. So please feel free to call him Villager as well.
Your best friend calls me something else, and I'm just like, why?
Best friend?
You know Crypto.
Oh, you...
I call him your best friend because you always have him in that little best friend slot, you know.
All right. I guess, sure. He's never, ever best friend, but all right.
I'll give him a call right now, you know?
Yeah. No, I believe you. And yeah. So I did see that you were talking about... Before we went live, you guys were talking about something in Spyro 3?
Yeah, well, we're talking about a specific character, right?
I think the character. I mean, I don't know the character specifically that you were referring to. He was asking which of them had the character that was the furry, and I couldn't answer because like all of them do. So there's really no. But you were probably talking about Alora, who was introduced in Spyro 2, but you could have been talking about Bianca, who was introduced in Spyro 3, or you could have been talking about Hunter, who was introduced in Spyro 2.
Okay, wait, there's more characters in Spyro than just Spyro?
You worry me, sir, for knowing so much. But no, I don't know the names of all the characters except for Spyro, because Spyro. But I just remember she's a female character. She looks like a cheetah, and like everyone loves her a little too much.
The one that's the cheetah is Hunter, who's a dude.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I remember that guy.
Why does she look like a cheetah? And you even knew which one I meant.
Well, I mean, unless you confused Alora or Bianca for being a cheetah, that
Like
could have happened.
he teaches you how to skateboard.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm so confused.
That's good. So you were thinking of the male skateboarder Tiger as the female furry.
I don't think so. You know, I'll try and look it up while we're like getting this conversation rolling. But I honestly remember it just like there's like this meme of it on YouTube right now where like everyone is simping for her, and like it's very interesting. I just see like a lot of furry kind of like fandom over her, and I'm just like, where does this come from? Who makes this? Who has the time? It's something scary, man.
Yeah. I think everyone has the time right now.
I thought the main skateboarding dude was a hawk.
Wait,
I'm so confused.
There's a hawk in Spyro now? Wait,
no, I don't remember
the hawk.
There's no hawk.
Are you thinking of Smash Bros. Like Fox and like Star Fox? Falcon? Whatever his name is?
No, the main skateboarding dude is a hawk.
There is. Are you
Like
just
Tony Hawk?
Yeah, I was
Is that
literally
Tony
gonna say,
Hawk?
are you just thinking
Tony
of
Hawk? I've met him. He's super nice. Oh my god.
Dude, the Tony Hawk stories are some of my favorite things to read, though. Like, where he goes to the airport, and they're like, oh, Hawk?
Oh, hey, you kind of look like Tony Hawk. Yeah.
He's legit a really nice guy, though. Like, for real. Like, if you ever meet him, he'll shake your hand. He'll give you, like, an autograph. He'll sign your skateboard if you have one.
Yeah.
He's super cool.
Dude's made like hundreds of millions of dollars and given away millions and millions of dollars to charity. I think it says something that every Christmas he goes to his local skate park and gives away thousands of dollars of skateboards.
That's so epic. Oh, man.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He cares about his art.
So if I ever become that rich, I would love to make a game company and actually just make a game that I can give out for free. And I'm probably going to do like some, like, if you want this skin, you have to pay for it. But like, that's all I would do. I would want it to be a fun game, and I'd give it out for everyone because.
And then charge for skins? That's
that's
not even remotely
just free to play.
Hey,
That's just Fortnite.
It is basically Fortnite, but the thing is, Fortnite made a lot of money, and then they donated a lot of proceeds to rebuilding. Is it the Amazon? The rainforest, I believe. I think it is one of the rainforests somewhere. But I just love to see stuff like that. You laugh your ass off, but hey, it's something I would do. You don't have to agree.
Sure. You know what?
Oh.
Boy, man, you are one interesting cat. That's for sure.
Hey, I'm not a cat. I'm a human.
Oh my god, did you see the GameStop guy? The very first thing he said during his congressional hearing was, "I am not a cat."
Really?
He says this in Congress, right? While being grilled about his role in the GameStop, stock thing. So it's Keith Gill. He was the YouTuber and he's also DFV on Reddit. And he sat down and said, "Let me tell you what I'm not. I'm not a cat. I'm also not an investor in blah blah."
That's not how you started.
It was so good.
Okay, but he is a YouTuber and also the cause of one of the biggest memes of 2021.
Yeah, and in the middle of it, he was like, "I like the stock," which is the meme, So it's just so good.
Dude, I'd be disappointed if he didn't meme during that.
Oh, it was so good.
That's fantastic.
I really enjoyed that a lot. So yeah, I'm not a cat. That's a thing now. Not only from the lawyer.
Definitely was so good too.
I just want to tell chat I am not a cat. Thank you very much.
I am not a cat. That's how you should start everything.
I will neither confirm nor deny the being there of a cat.
Oh.
By the way, I do know which character I was thinking of.
Have you finished Googling it now?
I did Google it, and it's Elora.
Yeah, I figured. The deer. Not the cheetah.
So, out of a deer.
Yes, a deer.
I mean, she the low graphics. You cannot tell. Like
she is a fawn. Excuse me. She's the fawn. She's a mythical character.
Fawn?
How
She's
a deer? She's a deer.
Fawn, you dork. Which is a quote from the game. Don't
get
mad at me. Yeah.
Oh
okay.
Well, yeah. In like one of the first cutscenes in Spyro 2, Spyro goes, "What are you, some kind of goat?" And she goes, "I'm a fawn, you dork." And that's the line that everyone knows.
Okay, so this is just Bull undercover, right?
It's what?
You're just Bull undercover, right? The Golden Bolt.
That went over
I like to think of myself as some sort of halfway point between Kevin and Chris. Just I know Sonic, I know Ratchet, but not to the extent that either of them do.
No joke.
I will say I really despised one character in there, and it was the bear. And I don't remember his name, but I did not like, and I still don't, and I don't know why.
Oh well, you're not supposed to like Moneybags. You're supposed to hate his guts.
Why
which
is
is
that?
also why I love him.
So you love the character I despise.
Well, like,
and I don't even remember why.
Oh wait,
I like
Moneybags, the
characters.
guys who's like, oh, give me money and you can unlock this thing.
That is
that is what I would expect a character named Moneybags to do.
I forgot. That's what he does. Oh god, I got him laughing.
Oh my god. What even is this? Oh, you people.
This is what happens when you invite me. I get to go on tangents and talk to people.
You know, fun fact, this whole show is just, it's all about tangents. It's the whole point of this, is to just go off on random tangents.
It's a
That is
tangent.
very fair.
It is.
It's
It is.
it's a
Speaking of
tangerine.
tangents, hey, we got a video here. We got a trailer. So this past week, there have been a stupid amount of trailers that have dropped because two big events happened, right? So BlizzCon happened, and at BlizzCon, nothing happened. It was just the most boring Blizzard thing I've ever seen. But they did release two things, and we'll take a look at that. And then earlier in the week was a surprise Nintendo Direct. And
Oh yeah, that was the thing.
they announced quite a few things, but most of it's like kind of boring. Ports or, hey, we've got Fall Guys, that game that people played for a week back in 2020. That's going to be on the Switch now. And, cool.
Was that not on the Switch?
No.
It was only PS4
That,
music.
that feels like the perfect Switch game. Like, wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those.
Oh, you said the words.
Do you know what was not announced in the Nintendo Direct though?
Nintendo Pro.
Smash?
A new Pikachu game.
There was no new Pikachu.
No!
Yes. And they also
That was
didn't do
not-
the Switch XL, which I really expected. Like, I super expected for them to do the Switch Pro. And
I feel like sorry,
they
you go.
didn't. It's sad. Because they need to fix some problems in the Switch, and they have not.
Joy-Con drift.
Beyond just Joy-Con drift, there's so many problems with it as just like a platform. And they didn't address any of them yet. If anything, the Switch Lite has the same problems, but now you can't replace anything.
That's true.
So just throw out your whole console.
Oh gosh.
For me, the Switch feels like a formality. Like, if I could forgo it, if Nintendo could pull a Sega and just start making their IPs for everything else, that would just make me real happy. Because I don't think, since I've got my Pro Controller, I do not think I've undocked the thing.
Yeah, but I don't see why you would, right? Like, you can just use the Pro Controller. It fixes most of the problems. Let's face it, the Joy-Cons aren't good controllers. Even if you take out the fact that they have drift, they're just not very good, you know? Who wants to hold this tiny, like, 1.5 inch long thing in you can't play like that. You just
I
can't.
do like, because I used to play Wii games with like the Wiimote and the nunchuck just kind of at my sides casually, and I do like that the Joy-Cons allow me to do something like that if I'm feeling real lazy. But yeah,
So you were the guy who would hold it all the way down on the... I remember when I would play bowling, I found that you could get a perfect strike almost every time, right?
oh yeah.
While sitting
Yeah.
down and with only
Oh, yeah.
just like 1/2 inch of movement in your wrist.
Yeah.
No, it was
Yeah.
terrible.
I would always do the full motion for bowling just because I found it fun, and I got it down, like I knew my exact motion to get a strike every time. But with like baseball and golf, I would literally just sit on the couch and go boop, like swing my hand, barely move my wrist.
Yes. So you do that with the Switch.
Well, yeah, like if I'm playing Mario Galaxy or something, I'll just have it set up where the Wiimote is just like barely looking at the thing so I can grab star bits, but everything I'm not even pointing at the thing basically.
Excellent.
Like I hands at my sides, the laziest possible gaming you could imagine.
Now I have to imagine that you don't like the Switch very much because you can't play Spyro on it.
Well, you can play Spyro on it. It's just I don't recommend you do that. I recommend you get it on PC because it's better there.
That doesn't make any sense coming from you.
I mean, the PC port is the best way to play it. I can't deny that.
Wow.
Maybe if they do a PS5 upgrade at some point. Although, even if they did a PS5 upgrade, it wouldn't have like the mods that you can have to like remove the purple filter and all that garbage. I'm talking about Reignited, obviously, not the original.
Right, yeah, because there's too much purple and it's the wrong color, right?
Well, everything is because they put like this Instagram purple vignette filter over the entire game, and it just makes everything look really gross. You can mod it out on PC, and the game looks so much better without it.
You know, I think. Hold on, I'm pretty sure I still have the image that we did for you. You were talking about your issues with Spyro.
I've only played the Reignited one.
Yep, here it is.
I mean, I still think it's I still think it's a good game. I just prefer.
So this is
God, I love
image.
that. I love that so much.
This is the image where you were complaining that there weren't any spires there, and how they changed the bellows into a scissor lift, and there weren't any clouds. This city wasn't in the clouds, so. Like
it's a level called Cloud Spires, not Rock Pillars. And Moneybags charges you to turn on the bellows, not the scissor lifts. They still say bellows in Reignited, despite the fact that they are very obviously not bellows. Why did they do this?
Yes, and there aren't any clouds. This isn't a cloud city. It's a smoke or a gas or a steam city. Right.
Well, like you see, you can see all the rocks, right? That are holding up all the buildings. Those in the original were clouds. It was a city built on top of clouds. But now it's like a mountain, and it's like a bunch of just like cobblestone rocks.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gone from cloud spires to rock pillars.
Right, and they're pillars, not spires.
Yes, exactly.
Because they're.
I'm asking for a refund. This game sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. So I still have that, by the way, on my desktop still, just in case I ever need to pull it up.
Well, looks like you did end up needing it.
All right, let's go ahead and watch this thing. This is, I guess, Blizzard's arcade collection, which people are controversial about. There is 50% saying yay and 50% saying I can't believe you're doing this.
The stage is set. The green flag drops. Let the carnage begin. Holy Toledo!
All right, how much do you think this is going to cost, by the way? Looking at these games.
$60.
$60 because Blizzard.
Yeah, I caught this trailer and I was like, 3 games? That's it.
Their arcade collection. The big collection. And
like,
the games
I'm gonna be honest,
in it.
I have never heard of any of these games. I would probably guess, like, I would pay probably $5 for it. Like, I'm assuming that's way off.
I'd play it
I
would play it for free with the purchase of another game.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It does give that vibe.
If they came in like a series. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, what was that? You guys all cut each other off, and then
I would pay the cost of a Cheerios box to play that.
So you want it to be like a Chex Mix, kind of like Chex Quest free throw in your cereal?
Yeah,
buy a Pop-Tart, get our games for free.
I mean, like,
code on the back.
I definitely got some like Pajama Sam or Old Humongous games that way, and those games look like the Pajama Sam games look way better than any of these.
So good.
Look,
I love those games.
All I'm saying is, looking at this right now, I'm expecting there to be 5 versions of this to collect across 5 Kellogg cereal brands. And they all have different games.
I feel like Sega did that recently, didn't they? Where they introduced like their arcade, and then they would throw DLC into it to buy the games again. I feel like that was Sega that did that.
Yeah, they sort of had like a lobby. It was basically like the lobby was free, and then you could buy games off of it, and it was sort of like a virtual collection thing. And I think it had like all like the old like the features that like NSO has, where you can have like the rewind and stuff, so it makes all those games like playable.
Yeah,
I know. I think there's a thing like that in the Xbox Live Arcade as well.
I know the NES and SNES stores for the Switch do have a rewind.
So we've got.
But they're also old collections.
We've got the Lost Vikings, which was like Blizzard's first big game back in the 90s. You play all 3 of the Vikings and you go back and forth between them. It was like the first game to do that, where you'd switch between the characters to do the puzzles. Sort of like, I can't think of what it's called, but there's a couple of games sort of like that now.
Spyro 3.
Oh, no. Back to Spyro.
It's not even my fault at this point.
But the other 2 games I've never heard of. Blackthorn? I've never heard of that. Rock and Roll Racing? Oh, man.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I don't know.
this has to be $29, right? It's $30, $10 a pop. It's Blizzard. It has to be.
What a collection!
What a collection!
Yeah. What?
Amazing!
I'm not gonna lie, I've seen the Lost Vikings in Blizzard's Overwatch game when I'm just like in the menu. Like there's like this little arcade machine and they pay homage to the Lost Vikings. But I would never play this game. It's too old school. And it looks so bad.
Definitely looks like something that could maybe benefit from like a Wonder Boy style remake.
Yeah, like really bad.
It could
Like
definitely use an upgrade. Yeah, you could say even like a reignition, maybe.
Oh,
God damn it.
I mean, they could make it 3D.
They could make it 3D. Yeah, that'd be fun.
It needs a purple filter too.
Yeah,
Oh no!
Replace all of the clouds with rocks.
So before we play the trailer, I do want to know: was Spyro just a bunch of triangles, or were they hexagons, or what were they?
What does that mean?
No, like the way they created the characters, they either used triangles or they used hexagon shapes to create the characters.
Most likely triangles.
It tries.
Okay.
Definitely tries. I don't know why you would. I like the one rule of like 3D is do not use n-gons, like quads at most.
Oh,
Yeah.
so many game companies messed up back in the day with that.
N-gons are the enemy of anything
Texturing,
3D.
yeah, like everything.
That makes sense. But yeah, the Lost Vikings. Can we watch this trailer? I want to feel even worse about not wanting to buy this game. I'm sorry, I just don't like it.
Oh my god, man. Oh. Oh wow. That is just not an appealing trailer so far.
They look like games that a YouTuber in 2011 would make videos about.
Like I find it
That's so accurate.
I find it interesting doing this, like picture-in-picture thing would like just show the bigger. I don't know, man.
Yeah, why would you this is a weird format to show the game in the first place. Obviously it's 3x4 and you're going to throw it on there, but you'd think they'd make it full screen instead of taking up at least half of the screen with the logo.
Yeah.
That's how it's going to display in the actual collection.
Oh god, could you imagine?
No.
That would be terrible.
It'd be truly terrible. That'd be the worst.
I could see them doing it though, for sure. Like
It's Blizzard, of course. Yeah.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh no, that's how it's going to display in the actual collection.
So do they have the different versions of it? So they have three games.
That's actually kind of cool, to be honest. Like,
I mean,
if I'd heard of these games before, I think that would be interesting.
If you're a huge fan of Blackthorn. I don't know. Do they have more than... Like that?
When you play an old game and you just want the game to be even older.
all new features.
When you just want it to be
Frame
even
to stop
older.
on.
Oh, look, they have your filters, Rack! They have it, Brody. Look, they've got your filters. I bet one's
What is
purple.
that? Oh, jeez.
I can't with this voice.
Is that Gilbert Gottfried?
I can't.
Hold on, look.
What
One
a
of the
play!
3 games that they have, one of the 3, so just straight up 33% not included with the save file. You see that at the bottom?
Wait.
Except Rock and Roll Racing Definitive Edition. So you can save in any game you want as long as it's the Vikings or Blackthorn.
Wow.
That's so weird. You think like they would at least be able to do save states?
But wait, there are multiple editions. Is edition Rock and Roll Racing? That's not the definitive edition that you can save.
Yeah. You can only save in the one that sucks the most.
Wow, look at this design on the right too. Like that's clearly Overwatch, right?
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
100%.
Overwatch.
That's 100% Overwatch.
That's what Overwatch looked like before they put filters on it.
Oh god, they have. Did you see? They have like an LCD feature,
It's so purple.
monitor filter, and LCD filter. Why would you want this?
The LCD one,
I guess
I understand.
You're trying to recreate your personal brand of nostalgia. Like, what were you playing on when you were 4 years old?
Right?
Playing Black Wake.
Black Wake. It's Blackthorn, man. Come on.
Oh, what? It's the same thing. Whatever. I don't know.
Black Wake's that new pirate game that's coming out.
Oh, Thieves of Seas?
Yes. That's the
Excuse
one.
me?
My favorite.
I was trying to remember the one that isn't Sea of Thieves, but is...
I don't remember because
Introducing Ship.
there is a new one. I can't remember. We watched the trailer for it, and it
With a One Piece.
looks fine. It's called. It's clearly. It's like TOS or something of Seas, Prince of Seas or King of Seas. That's what it was.
The King of Seas?
King of Seas, which is clearly meant to sound like
It was
Sea of Thieves.
Oh, it was King. Okay. It is King of Thieves. It's
I remembered
I can't
something.
say it. I can't say it. King of Seas.
Yes.
All I know is that Skull and Bones is never coming out.
That's never coming out. That's just not gonna happen. Like, no. And besides, that's the Ubisoft one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just
That-
Assassin's Creed 4, but you didn't run around.
Yeah, they're like, let's take the ship combat and make it multiplayer and like give it like I don't know. It didn't look fun. Like I love the ship combat in AC4, but Skull and Bones gave me vibes where I was like, you're gonna ruin this, aren't you?
I think they probably did, since it's just not coming out.
Yeah.
Well, they've had bad luck with stuff like that, and like
Ubisoft, they've had a lot of bad luck lately. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Looking at it holistically, yeah.
And they've had a lot of bad luck. Introducing Ship.
Volume!
Oh my god, the voice.
Oh, it's in different languages. It's in different languages, so they're doing level mapping now.
In Blackthorn only.
In Lost Vikings, they have. Oh, there we go. So they. Oh, God, missing it. So
What does that mean? Original combat content combined?
So we've got.
So
Wow, I don't know.
original content combined in Lost Vikings only. Then if you go into the next part, it has a star that says it's rock and roll racing only.
And before this one, it was
Let's see.
Blackthorn only.
Okay, so only Rock and Roll Racing can do 16:9 instead of 4:3.
Why are these bundled together if they're so separate?
Yeah,
Like,
there's so many caveats. Like,
why is there only 3 of these games? I'm so confused.
I don't know.
Fundamentally,
And they weren't able to
shady.
optimize any of them.
Right?
There's only 3 games because Blizzard didn't want to think of more exclusive features for each game.
They've got to be running it through an emulator, right? And they just didn't want to change anything. Maybe they lost the source code? Like, these got to be 30-year-old games. So maybe they just don't have the source code anymore. And they were like...
I was just like, could you even run 16:9 on games that like? Because I know with 3D games that makes sense, but with like pixelate games, it seems weird how you can just emulate that without having the code to actually modify it.
I don't know. Maybe this is the one they did have the code for.
Yeah, maybe.
Super weird.
Whoa! Oh my god.
I need that for a beat sound.
Right? Whoa!
together for the first time. Like,
Yeah.
why do they belong together? Is like, why is that like a big thing? They're all
California
like
raisins?
black, whatever it was, and Viking. I'm not going to name any of them. Never mind. Straight up thought, just done.
Oh man, that I can see why some people are not so happy with this announcement. I was expecting it to be, like, oh, I can't believe they put in that game and not this game, but wow.
I can't believe they put in any game.
Right? Oh my goodness, that is...
I wouldn't say I'm upset by it.
No,
it's definitely just question mark over my head.
Yeah, like
Did
it's
say how
definitely
much it costs?
That's the main thing. For the right price, I think this is fine. But
I think I would at max pay $20 for this.
We got 5 more seconds. I don't think they're going to say a price. No price. Yeah, so no idea, but I bet you it's $30. So Ricardo Lewis says that it depends on the console. Some consoles have a scroll buffer that's filled beyond the screen, and emulators can take advantage of that to extend the screen.
Yeah, I know. I think that happened with Sunshine. I think like there's like a thing to increase the ratio on that one.
I mean, you can do it in Dolphin, but like although some it's like if you go past 4x3, the games are just designed to despawn assets past that point, so it just looks really bad. But yeah, in Sunshine you can do it.
All right, so the Blizzard Arcade Collection, you can buy it as part of the 30-year celebration collection, or as a standalone purchase of $19.99.
Wow, the absolute max I would consider paying.
God, I don't even know if I'd do that.
Oh, I'm not.
I think that is like the line where I would say like I would never buy it, but that's like anything over that would be like egregious. But I'd be like $20, like okay, you're allowed to charge that.
$20 I would buy honestly.
Something I like to do with my friends is like I ask them, "Would you pay this price?" And like, "Would you want to go out and buy this right now?" And that's kind of how I ask. Like, so for example, Gray, would you want to play these for $5? Like all of them for $5. Like right now.
Each or just the collection?
For the collection, for all of them.
Right now, no, but I'd probably buy it if it was $5. But I can't guarantee I'd play it.
So exactly, that's kind of how I'm viewing it. I don't think it's worth $20. I honestly don't even know if I think it's worth $5. And I'm not trying to be mean to Blizzard at all. I just
feel free to be mean to Blizzard.
No, I like Overwatch.
We're trying to
maintain
a working relationship with Blizzard, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I have no worries about being on a working relationship with Blizzard. What are they going to do? Give me Overwatch 2 keys? Like, I'm not worried about it.
There's some exclusive skins. We're still hoping they send us.
Right? They're going to give me a transmog skin for Diablo. Jeez. And
Diablo's coming up too. Damn.
Diablo's coming up too. I have so many things to say about Overwatch and Blizzard in general. I'm just gonna eventually put them all into a video because Overwatch is like the perfect example of how to fuck up your entire thing. Like they had a competitively viable thing going on there, and they just managed to fuck it up entirely because they wanted it to be Call of Duty so badly. And so
Ubisoft almost did the same thing with Siege.
With Siege, yeah, I mean, totally.
Yeah,
totally.
Siege has surprised me because it's kept like at least half of its player base since launch, which for 5-6 years is really impressive.
It's very impressive, yeah. But they also do sales for like $1. You get the starter pack all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not surprising, I think. What was that? You're mumbling in the background.
Oh, I just said I'm glad CSGO is not a bad game.
CSGO? No, it's a good game. How dare you?
I said it's not a bad game.
Why are you keep calling it
a
bad
it's all right. It's like lamer Siege.
Yeah, all right.
But in all reality, I do love Rainbow Six Siege. I play all the time on my PS4. I've been considering repurchasing it on PC just because I love it. But I do know the community is very toxic. Ubisoft is running through problem after problem, issue after issue, and I really, really don't want them to do what Overwatch did. But I do think Siege has a potential to move past what Overwatch did. So Em and I have talked about this. They should make technically they should make the base game free.
They really
should. You should pay for skins and pay for like just gun skins.
The monetization is weird.
Yeah, and
the fact that they give you like 4 or 5 different ways to buy the game in these different, it reminds me of Evolve. Do you remember Evolve, where it came out with like 30 different packs? And it's like, oh, what do I even buy?
But then it went downhill. Yeah.
Like when it comes to Siege, especially with like, because the community is weird, because it's like if you go into a game, the people you're going to be playing with are going to be the worst. But if you go online and look at like just look at like niche Siege memes or stuff, it's like the greatest. It's like
Lord Tachanka.
Yeah, like I have not had as good a sense of community as when I just look at like the most specific niche Rainbow Six Siege memes that like you would only understand if you've played for like a certain like a long enough that you know the context for. And the only time I think I've ever felt that same sense of community is when I was playing like Death Stranding.
So I've thrown up a quick poll to see how much everybody would pay for the Blizzard Arcade. Your options are $5, $10, or $20. Just let me know. I'm kind of curious there. So let's see. No free option, Acorn. There has to be, at least I would pay something.
Hey, is there a no pay option?
There is
like,
no.
I
just said it.
No. Where's Veager's payment model? Like we definitely need.
What I'm saying is no pay, no play.
I see. So you would not play it. Hello, Aaron Animates. I am noticing you.
Yeah, we just need to add different colored skins for the Vikings and then just charge them for those, like Veager's business model. Give away the game for free. Charge them on the 16:9. Charge them on the map editor.
You know what?
That reminds me
Blizzard,
of
if you're listening, give me the game.
What was that indie game? Was it DLC Quest? Where you did that? You had to pay for different features? Like you had to go and kill monsters to pay for the ability to jump. I think that was DLC Quest.
Wait,
yeah, well, I think
Yeah,
it was like a game. I think he charged $1 for it. Like it was 99 cents, and it was just a gag game that was just making fun of microtransactions and expansions, all that. And like you had to collect coins to buy more features of the game.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it. Yeah, I don't know if it was that game specifically or if he made another gag game after that was also like 99 cents. But I'm pretty sure it was the guy who like made it that and then made the game under 2 hours long so that you could refund it after you were done.
Oh no, you're talking about Loot Box Simulator. That one at the
was that not the same guy?
I don't know if it's the same guy or not, but I do know that at the 90-minute mark when you're playing that game, a pop-up pops up that says it's been 90 minutes. Just so you know, you only have 30 minutes to refund the game. And I was like, wow, that's fantastic.
That was what I was thinking of. I'm not sure if it's the same guy or not.
I don't know if it's the same guy, but yeah, it's super cool. Like, what a neat idea, right? If you're going to make this thing and you're going to be, I don't know, user-friendly, Loot Box Quest and DLC Quest are the same, according to Rico. So, yes, there we go.
Okay.
Cool. Super friendly, user-friendly, pops up, hey, do you want to return or refund this? It's been, 90 minutes. Super cool. All right, let's get to this next trailer. This is Diablo 2 because they're remaking that.
Oh boy,
Diablo 2 reignited.
Oh boy. No, I have opinions relating to that with regards to this.
Go ahead. Let's hear your opinions.
Well, it's okay. It's not much. It's just like I'm happy that this exists for the people that like Diablo 2 that want to go back. I'm not really the only Blizzard game that I really am into at all would have to be Overwatch if I had to pick one. But like, so Diablo 2 exists. This remake exists because Activision took Vicarious Visions and basically melded them into Blizzard.
Yes,
so now, Vicarious Visions. I mean, it's kind of selfish anyway, because I'd be like, but I want them to work on Crash and Spyro and the Tony Hawk. But also, it's just like, at least when they were like their own company, they had like some of their own agency. Now they're like absorbed into Blizzard, and now they're just going to be making Blizzard remakes for like forever and not getting to do what like I feel like they probably want to do. So it's just like, this game is one big symbol of like, fuck you, Activision, from me.
I kind of don't think Blizzard should remake games anymore. Speedy Acorn in the chat says it too. I don't think they should be remaking games, because look at what they did with Warcraft 3. Right?
Well, that was in-house. I mean, I guess technically Vicarious Visions would be
they are in-house now. Yeah.
Yeah, but like at least with Vicarious Visions, like, they're a talented company at the very least. But
like they actually try.
Yeah.
I feel the same way, but about Bungie basically and 343. I'm a big Halo fan, and I love Bungie, and I'm not that big of a fan for Blizzard. So I agree with you. Blizzard should never do any more remakes. Like, they're not good. You want to make new games, you want to make new content. But with Overwatch, you don't want an Overwatch 2. Why would you do that? Sorry, I'm just still salty about that.
I feel like Overwatch 2, they probably could have, if instead of making it Overwatch 2, if they just did not have the multiplayer portion and it was only a single player like game, like a spin-off of
like
Overwatch
campaign.
Which it effectively is that, but like they've tacked on the multiplayer with it. So I guess if you frame it that way, it's not so bad.
It shouldn't have been called Overwatch 2, because it's really not. Like,
it's literally just a reskin. It's a reskin.
Like Uncharted did this, or like Naughty Dog did this interesting thing with Uncharted 4 and Uncharted Lost Legacy, where you can access Uncharted multiplayer from either one. So, like, the multiplayer itself is kind of independent of both of those games, and both of those games are sort of like it's the single player content, and then both of them give you access to the multiplayer.
Which ODST did the same thing.
Yeah.
And although Rico brings it up, Modern Warfare and Cold War actually are doing that now too with what's it called?
With Warzone, yeah.
With Warzone. They're maintaining Warzone as their central hub for everything.
Yeah, they are. And
which is even more genius because it's free to play as well, so you can just play Warzone. Like, I think it's a genius like model.
Well, I mean, it's not free. It requires 250 gigs. So, like,
well, yeah, it requires like a significant hardware investment of like buying 2 or 3 extra drives and then like plugging them in like back to back with cables so that they like rig off of each other to overflow your memory.
Yeah,
but then once you do that, it's totally free.
It's good at that point.
Yeah. One of my buddies suggested that they should just make a COD console at this point.
Like, not on PC, like, at all.
Yeah, no, like literally console. Just like you buy the console and it has COD on it.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Because it's just so big at this point.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Veager.
No, I get it. I was just like, just on console, and it was like, what?
You know, because
I always kind of half buy into the conspiracy theory that the reason they don't optimize, the reason they make it so big,
is so that you can only keep that.
Yes, exactly. So they want you to just keep playing that.
100%.
So if you have it, that's like all you can play.
Yeah, 100%.
See, I think Activision is doing so much work on Warzone, and I do think they're like a little afraid to venture out, because right now they're listening to the fans, and what's going to be like going on in a few days. I think it's on the 25th. They're going to be releasing a new update for the map, and there's going to be a zombie mode, which everyone and their mother knows what Nazi zombies is. And Call of Duty, that's like one of their staple points. Zombies. Like, it's so cool. And bringing that into Warzone, a massive multiplayer like team deathmatch kind of scenario where it's you versus all the other teams, free for all. It's beautiful. Like, that.
They had something similar in Blackout, which was basically proto Warzone in Black Ops 4. In one of the areas in Black Ops 4, it was basically based on, because all the areas were based on like old maps,
previous maps and stuff.
Yeah, and I guess one of them was based on a zombies map, and so literally, if you went to that area, there were NPC zombies that would attack you.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, Blackout. I'm not a big Call of Duty guy, but like I like the Treyarch ones. So Blackout is my preferred COD battle royale.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I love Warzone just because I'm good at it on console, and that's why I'm kind of passionate about it. I'm always up for the updates. I always like to see what they're doing. I just hate the cheaters. That's the one thing that I dislike so much about it. And they leaked their source code, and that's ooh, that was a bad move on their part. But that's all I have to say about
it. All right.
Are these the demons from? Don't do it! It seems good. I'm not acceptable. Look what they've done to me. Arise, Diablo.
I can't understand a word they're saying.
Sorry?
I can't understand a word the narrator is saying. It's so muffled.
The demons really need to enunciate better.
I guess they don't really need to say. They don't need to make sense when you just show the big flaming 2. Everyone's just going to focus on that anyway.
Right?
Well, I don't think it was meant to be
please.
A narration. I think it was just like
Sounds.
Demons just kind of mumbling, and they're like, "Oh, it's spooky! It's hell in here."
I feel like it's probably just lines that they took from Diablo 2, right? Like it's just spoken lines from the quests
almost
and stuff.
certainly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care to go back and find out and prove myself right here at all. But I'm pretty sure I'm right.
There's a lot
You wouldn't
riding
be able
on
to
you being right
understand it on
about
the
this.
second time around anyway.
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch it again. Has it been 20 years?
That's actually surprising to me. I didn't realize it was that old.
Right? That's crazy.
Oh yeah.
You're really old there, Brody. Jeez.
I was like 5.
Liar.
That's like well, I guess 6 if it's 2021.
See, it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up. Every
Now
time
it's,
you say
now it's 7. Oh
Right.
wait, no, it's 8.
Next thing you know, well, it was 15 years ago. Okay, 16.
Yet be your greatest moment.
Reignite it. So I'm assuming they just took the Diablo 3 stuff then.
I mean, it looks like Divinity, Original Sin, almost. Honestly, I mean, I know it's isometric 3D game, but there's like a vibe to it that feels very Divinity.
Is that Kratos in the middle?
Yes.
Looks like
Just-
Kratos before he
No
became
ashes.
Kratos.
Great.
Yeah,
this
just
is
no
human
ashes.
Kratos. This is what he was like on Earth.
Humatos.
Tomatoes.
Why is that so funny?
I don't know. It's really funny sounding.
His weapon is a tomato, though.
Kratos.
He chucks it at the enemy.
You say Humatos, I say Humato.
No, you say humatos, I say tomatoes.
Mm.
He even has the axe.
On PC.
Cross progression. That's actually a pretty
I mean,
nice.
this is a neat idea, but Minecraft Dungeons already did it last year. So like,
Right? We
Thing
already
is,
have
I'd
an
play
ARPG
this.
that does this. We don't need another one.
I feel like I would play this though, but like I don't know if it's that great. Like it just seems like like you said, like Minecraft Dungeons. It's just older.
It's an ARPG, man.
Yeah,
It's
like
Diablo
I don't
3.
know. For
I mean,
me,
I
I don't know if it's like remastered enough. Like it still looks really old.
Well,
you know,
I
like-
think what they've said is it's literally they've painted. I think they used the word paint, but I think that they said they've painted over the assets with 3D models. So I guess it's like 1-to-1.
Hmm.
Oh.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So I guess it's like jank and all is going to be there. which I mean I respect to a certain extent, but it's also like it's Vicarious Visions, so they did something similar with the Insane Trilogy. I'm not sure if they did the same thing with Tony Hawk, but yeah.
All them glitches.
That means they probably didn't change the desert town in Act 2, which means it's still gonna suck.
Maybe. I mean, they did make some quality of life updates with Crash. Like they gave you the ability to save your game in the first game at any time, which wasn't a thing originally, and some other stuff. So there might be some changes.
It is a remaster, Seatown. This is not a remake, or...
Well, I mean...
It depends on what your definition is.
At this point, I ask people what their definitions of all of the terms are, and then I tell them what it is based on that, because it's way too confusing otherwise.
Mm-hmm. I would classify this as a remaster.
See, I would probably say remake, because like for me, it's like the asset, like rebuilding assets is typically what I associate with it. And then like anything beyond that, like major changes, I usually say reimagining. But like,
I mean, it's the same game though, right?
Yeah.
It's just like they just reskinned it.
So his definition of a remaster is that it doesn't change gameplay and it's just a graphical update. And from what we've seen, yes.
Okay, so I do think it is a remaster, but
by that definition, I think so.
Yeah.
Because they haven't shown that they've changed anything other than made it fresh coat of paint.
Yeah. What I think of when I think of remaster is like your classic like HD port, you know, like barely changed anything, like just upscaled the resolution kind of thing.
So this is their big announcement of the year, by the way. This is the biggest announcement because earlier this, I don't know, summer, I guess, they came out and they talked to Jeff Keighley and they said that they will not be launching Overwatch 2 or Diablo 4 in this year, in this fiscal year, which for them ends in like January of 2022. So we're not going to get Overwatch 2 and we're not going to get Diablo 4 at all in 2021. This is their big launch. This is their big product of the year. It's the core thing that they built BlizzCon around this year. Somebody, I think it was Kotaku, but it might have been Polygon and it might have been, I don't know, somebody. But they said this year's BlizzCon could have been an email. And
that was I think that was Kotaku.
That's so awful.
Yeah. Well, because I think this got like majorly leaked a long time ago.
Doesn't it remind you of like Doom but shittier? Like the last like Return to Hell 2021. I feel like we're all in hell right now. 2021's been hell. We don't want it. No.
Return
to 2020.
Return to 2020. No.
Right.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Do not pass go.
Yeah, so that's a thing, man. That's their big thing, and I don't know. I think they could have just not done this.
I mean, I feel like they're definitely trying to get. I feel like they're still trying to recover any semblance of goodwill.
Well, you have phones, right?
Diablo Immortal, huh? Sorry.
You have a phone, right? Like you have a phone, so you don't need to be mad about that anymore.
I mean, now I do.
But you have a phone.
I had my old phone for 8 years, you know.
But now you have a phone, so you don't need to worry about it.
Now I have it. That's true. I do.
There you go. See, problem solved. What about you guys? You all have phones. Veager, do you have a phone? Ryden, you have a phone?
No, I have a phone.
I do have a phone.
I do indeed have a phone.
Kate has a phone. Gray probably has a phone. He used to work for a phone company. So, like, you guys all have phones. I don't know what you're so mad about.
I prefer to call it a portable gaming console.
There you go. There you go.
I did just download that Crash mobile game that just came out, out of morbid curiosity. So I guess technically,
I play a lot of mobile games, like a shocking number of mobile games. I often find myself with like 5 minutes where I want to like just wait, but I don't want to just wait.
I did actually. Yeah, I used to play the Deus Ex Go on the bus when I was commuting because my commute was like 2.5 hours.
That's
so
a
it's
long
like,
commute.
Well, that's one way. So
Wow.
Yeah.
Man, Canada, you guys. Wow.
Yeah, we need to figure some things out.
That's terrible. Who does that?
Blame the Go trade. Well, Go bus, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So I got
What's the last?
couple more trailers, and we are not moving through these very quickly.
I mean, compared to the last time I was here, we were moving through them at lightning speed.
Well, okay, so that one Star Wars one took us an hour and a half to get through, just because there was so much to talk about, so much to unpack. You know? How long was it? 35 seconds? There was a lot to unpack there.
It was very deep.
This one looks kind of interesting, though, and I'm like kind of excited for it. There are 2 trailers in this list that I'm actually kind of excited for, and 4 that look terrible. Yes, that's 6 total, so we've gotten through 2. You know how long this has taken so far.
Did we get through any of the exciting ones yet?
Did we get through what?
Any of the exciting ones yet?
No, this is one of the exciting ones.
Oh, well then shut me up.
So now he wants us to be a little hush hush.
It looks like it might, actually be good.
I love Avalanche.
No.
I actually sent my resume to them before. My favorite Swedish company.
Well, so there you go, Avalanche. If you're watching this, he could use a job. Please pay attention. You know his name.
Actually, I might be working for them in the future. So.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first. If you need any complaints to go to Avalanche, send them to him.
No, please don't.
Locked and loaded.
I'm curious. I feel like Raiden is the one person who might have actually done this. Have you ever looked into the physics of a drop pod?
Like
ODST.
What do you mean by that?
Like
the physics of a drop pod? Like it would just drop down to terminal velocity. You mean the landing of like the thrusters?
Like would you survive kind of thing?
Picture a one-person pod like this, right? Which you've seen maybe got a foot on each side and a foot down below and a foot above, right? Falling from space, and you survive on that.
No, so you would die because it would stop instantly. Like it would need like enough rubber to like when it hits the ground compress slow enough that you're not feeling that instant impact, which wouldn't happen with like from terminal velocity, or it would need some kind of thruster going the opposite direction, or like a parachute to lower. Like if it was a bigger surface area, it would lower the terminal velocity.
You could do it like the Mars lander in that one movie. What was it? Where it puffed out the balloons.
Yeah, so that was actually a perfect example because it did it in multiple stages, and that actually had the balloon was the last stage where but that wasn't from terminal velocity. That was it went through multiple stages of thrusters before it went.
Yeah, they had thrusters, then they had the parachute, and then they had the balloons that popped out. What the hell was that movie? Man, that was a cool movie too. And then the bugs ate them all, right? Oh. Forget what
it is. Starship Trooper? No,
it's a Mars.
This could be any sci-fi movie.
It's a Mars film. I want to say it's Red Planet with Val Kilmer.
Maybe.
I think
that was a film I've seen is The Martian with Matt Damon.
Oh yeah, Andy Weir's book turned into a movie. Really, you know what's fascinating about that is that was originally a book that was given away for free, just completely for free, and there were so many people that wanted to pay him that he put it up for paid, and it became a bestseller same day. You could go get it for free, and people were paying for it. That's how good the book was.
I don't know why he didn't just charge for cosmetics.
There you go.
Yeah, would you like a cover? You can have different kinds of covers. And if you buy them all, we'll give you a little bit of a sparkle on each page.
Glitter.
Right? Glitter.
Pinging the area.
So it's a like horde shooter against dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
I love Risk of Rain too.
Right? But it's like it doesn't look bad.
Like, I love dinosaurs. I don't know. I'm just a sucker for them.
Do you want to shoot dinosaurs in the face?
No, I want to protect them.
But
I want to love them. No, I mean I want to shot some of them. So some of them are assholes. Like the Dilophosaurus with his like neck.
Okay, but do you only dislike that because of what he did to Newman in Jurassic Park?
No, Newman totally deserved that one.
I see. Then why is he an asshole?
Because he like spits venom and it gets in your eyes and like.
But that is just from the movie.
Yeah, but was scary. Like, what if that's me? What if I were stealing? What if I a more moral person was trying to steal dinosaur eggs, not to sell to the military, but to sell to PETA to protect the eggs? Then
PETA would kill.
You know,
PETA would immediately crush all the eggs for one. Like they would immediately do that.
Well, you know what?
I'm sorry, I have to ask. I guess none of you are like super PETA fans, right? Like you're not going to get mad at me for saying PETA's bad people because they kill dogs.
Yeah, no, fuck PETA.
Fuck PETA. All of a sudden, Veager disconnects.
No, I know PETA's like horrible. Like I don't like them at all. But I do think that they had a good idea. It's just they really went the wrong way, man.
Oh, Veager, I love you, man.
PETA, fantastic.
Fudge, Gray. Why? No.
PETA's done nothing wrong.
Really?
That's what tears the stream apart.
I don't think you can say that out loud. I don't think you.
I feel like people will attack you now.
That will get you canceled. PETA did nothing wrong. Like I feel bad saying that because somebody might use it in a clip. You know, like
I feel bad hearing that.
Yeah.
Man, I hope someone takes that out of context. So bad.
No, please don't.
I think, by the way, I've known about Second Extinction for a little bit of time, but I think Simon's the guy that's working on this, and he's super cool. I'm very adamant about
to Simon.
Avalanche Studios.
You're super cool.
Yeah, Simon, you're super awesome. You'll probably see me on Twitter, but no, like I've actually seriously talked to Avalanche Studios, and I love their company. They make great games. The graphics are phenomenal every time. Their director's perfect.
So can I ask? There's
this isn't the job interview.
No, it's not. I just love them. Like I visited them in Sweden, and they're super great. Like they're going to be the next like Naughty Dog. They're going to be the next Naughty Dog. Like that's just how it is.
There's like 3 different studios named Avalanche, but I have no idea which one this is.
This is Avalanche Studios. That's from Sweden.
Like,
and
what have they done before?
So, technically, they've worked on Homefront, Star Citizen, and Hunter Call of the Wild.
Okay, so
I heard those games.
I've heard of them. I always get confused because there's like Avalanche Game Studios. There's like there's the one that they do it with Eidos on like Just Cuz.
Yeah,
and then there's like
another one. It's Just Cause.
Just Cuz.
It's Just Cuz.
No, I've had the same argument with Raiden 100 times.
Going to stick now.
It's not Just Cuz. It's not Just Cuz.
No, but it's a double entendre because it's
no, it's not. It's that bad. You're just bad at pronouncing things.
That's the joke. It's like you have a Just Cause, but you're also playing the game Just Cause. It's literally
you've both made this argument. Both of you Canadians made the same argument.
Do you think it should be Just Cause? Just because?
I mean, it doesn't
see.
No, Kate. No, let's hear. Is it Just Cause or Just Cause?
They say Just Cause, which is completely different to both.
Wait, this isn't a trailer for Just Cause.
But the sentiment when you say it that way is that like a just like a good cause or is or is it like I'm just doing it just cause, you know, why not, just because that's what it is. That's what I'm saying. It's a double entendre. You get both meanings, and then you can say it either way.
I didn't get both meanings. I didn't realize what it actually meant until like
So
like I had already like beaten the second game until I realized like just cause. I'm like,
the second is the best.
I get it. I think because the very ending they do that like the bullshit thing where Rico. I guess this really was a just cause after all, and then I'm like, oh, that's why it's called that. Like it actually like that was the one time when them like over exaggerating the title like made me get it.
Yes. I mean, I can't say that any one of those games is my favorite because like 3 introduces the wingsuit, which I feel like I love 2. I think 2 is probably the one I got the most fun out of. But like 3 has the wingsuit, and I can't really go back to 2 because it doesn't have the wing. But then like 3 doesn't have as much of a diverse biome. 4 has like everything you could want and more. It's just also a terrible game.
Yeah, I agree.
They should have just done the chaos system from 2 and put that into 4 and then not made it look like hot trash, and then 4 would have been the best one bar none. Although 3 also has David Tennant as a radio announcer, which 4 doesn't have. So pros and cons.
I personally enjoyed 3 the most. I thought 3 was just fantastic. It was super
3
good.
was really good.
And
4... I feel like it's one of those games where like I beat 2 and then I played 3 and I'm just like, oh, it's the same game but it's different. I've already done this, and I just like left.
That's how I felt with 4. Yeah, it felt like it was just 3 but with not as cool stuff. I don't know.
I think everyone felt that.
It introduces like a lot of mechanics into the grapple hook that I like. Because 3 experimented with it with how you can do 2 things and bring them together, and then 4 was like, all right, we got balloons from Breath of the Wild, we got thrusters now, we got like all this stuff, and it's like, it's like, oh, this is so cool. I love using all of this. But you've crafted it in a world with a mission system that does not complement any of these features. Mm-hmm. Whereas, like, just because 2 just has the chaos system, which works perfectly because that's how you should just play the game, not giving a shit about the story, just going around destroying stuff.
Mm. Yes.
Yeah.
Just because. Right.
No, not just.
Aim for the weak point.
What is the weak point on a dinosaur?
The glowing orange fin on its back.
It seems like if a weak part was like glowing in orange, that would be evolutionarily like disadvantageous.
I mean,
like they deserve to go extinct at this point. If that's what's going on.
No. That's where it is. It's the glowing orange part on its back.
What's the Left 4 Dead spin-off?
Back 4 Blood.
Back 4 Blood. This game reminds me of Back 4 Blood, but it's better. Just like graphics
Back 4 Blood's pretty goddamn good, to be fair. Okay,
no,
I had a blast with that. I invited Raiden. I got a bunch of free keys. I invited Raiden. You know what he says to me? I'd love to, but and then that was it. That was the end of the but.
But I'm posting a video every single day leading up to Christmas. Is what I said.
Yes, which worked out for you, right?
Yes, sure.
Congrats.
Speaking of which, we need to figure out what we're going to do with your fantastic video that you produced.
Yes.
We found that Raiden sounds very much like the Watch Mojo guy.
I got found out that I am the Watch Mojo guy. I think what you mean to say.
He's got the voice. Do it, and let them hear you.
Hello, it's me. From Watch Mojo, you know me from Watch Mojo, and these are the 10 reasons why I kind of sound similar to the guy from Watch Mojo.
Yes.
Number 1, I guess inflection of voice. No, number 10, sorry.
You can't start at number 1.
You start at 10.
And so he made a Watch Mojo video. It's really funny.
I bet it took off.
I just went through my archives, and I'm like, what's an old video that I forgot to post? And I'm like, oh, there's one.
Yeah. And he went and made one for his channel now, and we're trying to figure out what to do with it. He says we should watch it here on the stream, but it's like 7 minutes long, and that's a long time to watch a video. I don't know if you've noticed, but we can't get through like 4 minutes of video. So watching a 7 minute long video, I'd have to tear you apart, right? Like you have to. I'd have to.
I don't think you could. I think that my points are solid.
So you should let us know if you want to watch that on the stream.
I dare you to try.
And
maybe
we'll put it live on his channel after or before. I don't know. We'll figure it out. if you have an idea, just tell us.
This is where the fun begins. Fences up. Laser time.
Tell me that doesn't look cool.
That does look cool.
It does look pretty cool.
It looks super cool. I told you, this game looks super neat. It's one of two of the cool looking trailers. It looks super neat. I want to do an orbital strike on dinosaurs.
I'm just gonna say, Avalanche Studios, they always present, and they do well with it.
Yes. Watch this not even be the Avalanche you think it is.
It is the Avalanche, I think. I know it is.
Watch that be. Oh, actually, turns out that wasn't the Avalanche. Oh my god, look, they really do have glowing weak points.
Nice.
I'm getting like Gears of War vibes or something.
Yeah, what do they mean by the players win battles, communities win wars?
I think there is a games as a service type of thing going on here. Where they've got, the community winning whatever, think Splatoon maybe?
Oh.
I think like Deep Rock Galactic.
Or Deep Rock maybe? Yeah, there's a couple of different
that.
core, Oh, hey, apparently this game just came out. All right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's out now in early access. Available today. Excellent. So you can go pick that up.
This was actually all a paid promotion.
Right? It was a paid promotion. No, not actually. Please don't. All right. Well, so that looks cool. I think that looks cool.
That did look
I
neat.
do too.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Here's another one. This one people have some things to say about. So obviously at this point, if you're a super fan, you go, oh my god, that's one of the squids from Splatoon.
I'm going to be completely honest. I saw the title for this, and I completely forgot there was a second one.
Yeah.
So I was really confused for about 5 seconds.
Yeah. Fun fact, the only thing that I care about Splatoon 2 for is the fact that their lobby system was so broken for so long.
Just the worst.
I actually used Splatoon 2 as an example for why the Nintendo Switch as an entire system kind of sucks.
Splatoon 2 is just, it's made with multiplayer design decisions that you would be surprised to see in a 2007 game, let alone a 2017 game. Like it is baffling. I have not been as baffled at a game as Splatoon 2 as I have, I've not been as baffled at a game since Splatoon 2 until like Destruction All Stars, which also has just baffling multiplayer design decisions. Like it's so. I just hope that Splatoon 3, if it exists, it exists.
What do you mean if it exists?
No,
we're watching the trailer for it.
No, I mean, sorry, I meant when it exists.
If it ever exists,
when it comes out, I just hope that it has better multiplayer design decision, because like the core mechanic, the moment to moment is very fun, but everything else about Splatoon 2 absolutely destroys that game.
So let me give you an example. For those of you who don't know, one of the things that feels really, really stupid about Splatoon 2 specifically, you have these like paintbrushes and stuff. They're kind of your classes, your kits, right? If you want to change that while you're in a lobby with your friends, you have to leave the lobby, and so do your friends, or else you have to leave and go change it and hope you can get back in to the same lobby, because otherwise you can't play with your friends. So if you're like, oh, I'm using the giant roller and I want to switch to the gun, well, you're going to leave the game to do that. It's really dumb.
Terrible.
It's really
don't
dumb.
forget to even get into the lobby in the first place. You had to join a friend's game that was already in progress, wait till the end of the game, and then hope that someone else left so that you would get in for the next one. Because there was no actual proper lobby system.
Yeah.
And of course, that's only for the one game mode. There are 4 multiplayer game modes, and only one of them can be played in a casual lobby. The rest have to be played ranked, which you cannot play with friends. It is I hate it. I hate Splatoon 2. It's the worst.
Yes. Once again,
Isn't Splatoon 2 one of Bolt's favorite games?
you can't. But did you hear that, Gray? You
What?
can't play ranked with friends.
Yeah, no, that's upsetting.
And 3 of the game modes are exclusive to ranked. Why?
That'd be like
You're making his voice
only
crack.
being able to play
You hear me,
ranked
Splatoon?
Why?
Why?
And you can only play co-op at certain times. Why?
Oh yeah, that
Doesn't
one.
make sense.
That one's really
So-
good. Yeah.
Can I give you guys a little experience of what I went through with Platoon 2?
Please do.
I actually really enjoyed it in the very beginning.
Go
And
on.
I thought it was great. But it was also the first Switch game I gave up. Like, I gave it to a friend afterwards. I was just like, nah, I'm not going to play it anymore. It was fun for like the first 30 hours.
30 hours.
And yeah, 30 hours. I like how your voice is getting deeper. But
well, I mean, you said you
I'm-
wanted to, like, can I tell you something? So I wanted to make this a little bit more intimate for you.
wanted to be more I can't do that voice. Goddamn. Either way, thank you. But I do think it got super overly sexualized.
Overly
I don't even know
sexualized.
how. Yeah.
Splatoon.
It just like
You think that
Yeah.
the Splatoon...
The internet finds a way. It doesn't really.
and no, you don't understand. When I played, like I was in like maybe 12 hours into the game, people were posting things in the game.
Oh yeah, you
that
can do
were
like a
super
drawing.
sexual.
You can do like a
Yeah.
drawing at the end. I remember that. You could draw
Yeah,
a
and
little,
I
like
was-
like a card or whatever, right?
I don't even know what it was. I can't even remember, but it was I was seeing squid people with boobs and asses all over, and it was so scary because I was like, "This is a
It was
kid's game."
scary.
I thought that wasn't
dude, you do not understand. Like literally, you go to one corner of the map, and all of a sudden you just see boobs and butts, and then like super lewd faces, and it's like, why?
See, this is why they should have never shut down Miiverse, because Splatoon 1,
I heard they're
all of
bringing it
those
back.
were filtered through Miiverse.
I heard. I think during the Nintendo Direct, they said they're bringing it back for Switch.
Wait, did I?
I'm like
Did they?
99%.
Or something?
Sorry, what was
I
that?
feel
game?
like
It's like Miitopia or something, right?
the game. Yeah. No, Miiverse was the like Facebook they had on Wii U.
I feel like
the social media.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and they're bringing it back.
I thought
No,
so.
they're it's Miitopia.
Is it
it's a
Miitopia?
yeah, it's a
okay.
game starring Mii's, not the social network. What they should have been bringing back was Tomodachi Life, which is also a game starring Mii's, but it's the best one.
It sounds like Persona. Why? Like just the name reminds me of Persona. I don't know why.
It's because you're a gamer. It's all gamers have
You're
always
a
make the
gamer,
connection to
bro.
Persona.
Gamer.
You're a
No,
gamer,
Persona
bro.
the game. Like Persona?
I don't.
Wait, is it like Persona? Or are you saying it's like a Persona?
Well, all RPGs are like Persona. That's the first RPG.
Oh,
So they're all Persona clones. Don't you know that?
wow. No, I didn't know that. Wow. You just taught me something new today. Thank
I
you.
can't find the information
No,
on this.
I
I don't
did.
know which Mii game I was talking. One of them. They're all the same, anyways. So like, I don't feel like I need to, you know.
Like
Slowcuber
everyone.
says it was
Yeah.
Miitopia. I will trust him over everybody else.
I can't tell if I've genuinely gaslit at this point.
Yes, you have. 100%.
I feel bad.
Yeah, you should feel bad, but like, we're gonna move on. We're not gonna explain this.
Just cause.
Just cause.
Oh yeah, they added like 3 more hairstyles. Woo!
Is like customizing a character so important that it's already taking up like a third of this trailer?
A third?
Customizing
Oh
this
my god,
guy
it
is
has
very
actually taken up
important.
a third of this trailer. There's so little to react to here that I don't even feel a need to pause it.
Turns out they make it open world. Oh, it's open world linear.
I mean, you can't do that. There's not a single player game.
There is a campaign. At least.
Is that okay? I have a feeling this is where the action starts.
Alright, I'm curious. Can anybody read that?
It doesn't look like it's English.
It's not, but is it?
No, it's
Is there
just
a way I
symbols.
can enlarge it?
I think it's not any language. For
No,
a second I thought it might be
No, it's
Japanese.
squid language. They
Yeah,
actually do have that.
not any language.
How much you want to bet that there is a squid, like, deciphering thing out there?
100%.
Probably.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dear God.
Oh.
How do you feel about the fish?
I mean, it's a pretty accurate portrayal of a subway ride.
I'm more curious about that fish's background story than the main characters.
So
Why
we
does
got
he look dead?
The train's already better than the Go Rail.
we got a jellyfish. Why are they both wearing A shirts? You see that? Both the fish and the jellyfish are both wearing an A shirt, like an undershirt.
What is an age?
Yeah.
You know, an undershirt. I don't know, an A shirt, man.
A tank top.
A tank top. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
both wearing one. This is a pretty low class train route here, huh?
Oh,
There's,
yeah.
There's some
There's
graffiti in the
graffiti.
background.
I mean, this is just.
I think graffiti is just like an integral part of their culture. Like, is that
That's
even
true.
looked down upon?
That's
I
true.
believe.
You know,
I
that's a
think
good
it is.
question. Since they do like paint and ink all over everything, is it inappropriate to graffiti something?
No, it's like the anti-Maria Sunshine.
Right? If it's clean, it's disgusting to them. You can tell the poorer a place is by the shinier it is.
This is literally the same as Splatoon 2 in my eyes.
It
I'm
looks
not
a
even
lot like
joking.
a Splatoon 2 trailer.
Neither of them are here, so I get to steal the joke. Look, it's Kamurocho from Yakuza.
Ha!
Ha!
Ha! That's a bad game too. That's right. I call the Yakuza a bad game.
Oh, it's Rust?
So it looks
Nice.
like... could you always do that? Could you always choose where you're going to...
No.
So they took that from PUBG or Fortnite, maybe?
Some battle royale.
You take the battle train into the...
They took the teleport in function from Worms Revolution on the PS3.
I seem to have annoyed some of the people when I said I don't like Yakuza. I just don't like beat-em-ups. I'm just not a fan, man. Like, I don't like Yakuza. I don't want to spend 120 hours per game punching dudes. Like, that just...
I was doing one mission where I had to like ask a bunch of homeless people for a question for something, and there's like 6 or 7 of them, and they're like, okay, like we'll tell you what you need if you get all of us alcohol. And like one guy's just like, oh, I need a strawberry daiquiri, and the other guy's just like, oh, give me... Did I already tell the story? I feel like I already told the story.
No.
But yeah, like the other guy's just like, give me a beer, and the other guy's like, I want, rye whiskey, but not any of that like bourbon shit. Like, I need only the good stuff. And I literally had to go like across this like map, and it doesn't tell you where you can find it, so you literally have to just go to every single convenience store. And after I went to like 3 or 4 or 5 of them, I'm like, what is this mission? What's happening?
This
Yakuza's
is making
just
me
like Sleeping Dogs, man. the same almost.
Just the same as Sleeping
wonder
Dogs?
if
No.
Soliana from Sonic 06 is based off Yakuza overworld mechanics.
Could be.
Sleeping Dogs and Yakuza are completely different, though.
Yeah,
they have a lot of differences, but they have like this similar not presence. What am I trying to say? It's like they're similar. They're similar.
So
like types of missions in there, and like similar kind of like sing along songs. Like there's also you can date this person if you get a high enough score with them, and then you beat the shit out of someone in the back of an alleyway, and like that's the game.
Right.
I'm seeing people reply to me here that like, oh, it's not that bad. It's only okay. It's 3 different stores. I'm not exaggerating that. It's you literally have to go to 3 different stores, which is like, sure, that's not that bad, but it's a fetch quest. Like you have to go there. You have to talk to them. They tell you fetch me this thing. You don't just fetch the one thing. You have to go to 3 different stores to fetch, and you also have to memorize the items because it doesn't tell you in the logs. You have to remember exactly what to buy. You have to go to 3 different stores to buy all of them. Then you go back and then you get the information that you needed. It's just I don't know why it couldn't have just been one thing, or if they all wanted beer, you know? But like, to make it that like extra level of yes, sir. How are you doing?
I want to shake your hand and say I understand. I understand your pain.
Seatown says, truly the Dark Souls of buying stuff.
It is the Dark Souls of going to a grocery store.
Oh, wow.
Going to the grocery store. My God, wait. Did you just relate Yakuza to going to a grocery store and it's Dark Souls? How does that even...
Memorizing the items makes it not a fetch quest. How do you respond?
All right, it was a puzzle. I'm sorry. I had to go to 3 different stores to solve the puzzle.
I mean, you're still fetching something.
Yeah, well, it was just like... Yeah.
You seem stumped.
I don't think it's a level of gameplay that's like exciting or riveting. Like it just makes the level more like extra level of frustration. Because it's like, I'm at the store, like, which specific type of, like, schnapps did he want? Did he want potato schnapps? Did he want sweet potato schnapps?
How did we even get into Yakuza? We were talking about Splatoon!
Here's the funny part to me, right? Is that first they were like, oh, well, fuck you, M, for not liking this game. And then you came in. And you were like, hold my beer on this one. Let me tell you about the time I had to go to 3 different places.
Just that one mission was so ridiculous. Like, it obviously is an indictment of the overall game. There's a lot of like love in the side quests. There's this other one where you basically go from like important to important person who like each person has consecutively been stealing, like basically a little kid is in a line for a midnight release of a game and then somebody steals it from him, so then you go beat that guy up and he's like, oh, I don't have it, somebody else stole it, and you do that 5 times to like get the game back, and then like you give it to the kid, and then like some like mob boss shows up, or no, final bot guy you beat up is a mob boss, and then you give it to the kid and he's just like, oh hey, my son, I stole this game for you, and it was just like the most awkward, like it was just like ridiculous storytelling, but like it's really
did it make you feel good?
I mean, that's the same storytelling as Mario 1. I don't see what the problem is.
No, there was no problem. That was the example of like a really funny, like it was like like it had a lot of heart to it, and like there's no reason that like that needed to be as engaging as it was, but just the story was so ridiculous, but also like heartwarming at the same time.
Yeah, I get you, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just very different, very like different style of game.
I hope you know that, right on. I love your tangents more than anyone else's. Like,
wow.
They are just epic.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
No, I'm serious. Like, he actually has like these really good tangents about like things that I can recall, because like when I played Yakuza, I had a bitch of a time getting through missions, but it was so much fun because like you're just making me remember these things, and I love it. So thank you for that.
You said remember like it was the subtitle of a remade game.
I mean, how many Yakuzas are there?
That boy.
Oh my god, you're right. Raiden, remember.
Oh no! I see it, right? You're just like right on with the katana, and you come out like, I must remember.
Oh my god. Oh, all right. Let's get back to Squid G over here.
Squid G.
Back into the
ink.
Oh no!
I have absolutely nothing to say about that. It just looks like fucking Splatoon.
I like the music. I'll say that.
I guess I'm confused. Like, it doesn't seem like they revealed anything about the game. Like,
I think
it seemed
the
like they really
crab
just
was
showed
a
off
big
one
reveal.
map.
Big reveal in the fact that there was a crab there.
It was a
was
mecha
a
crab.
crab?
Are they
Wait,
at the
wait.
level of technology in the Splatoon universe? Who knows?
Does anybody here remember Bethesda's reveal for Elder Scrolls 6?
Where it was
Yo,
just
oh,
the
yeah.
outside.
It was nothing.
I feel like that revealed more than this did.
C-Town says they showed some new weapons. I didn't play enough. Like, I'm not a big enough Splatoon fan to have recognized the weapons, but you're probably right. I imagine if you're a big fan, you would say, oh, hey, because it did look like that's what they were doing here-ish. Where they were, like this. Clearly, that's a new weapon.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
So
It looked like a paint laser, paint cannon. Yeah.
I mean, I like the Guy Fieri flame.
All right, let's see. We got
Divers,
Star Wars
drive-ins
Hunters.
and dies.
This video is very short and it doesn't really show a whole lot, but let's see if we can't glean something. This is a player versus player shooter, arena shooter on the Switch.
Oh.
So I'm assuming that what they're showing here are the classes, characters, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's the whole trailer.
So wait, is that the arena
Star
from the
Wars-
prequels?
Star Wars
Oh
gets
yeah,
away
yeah.
with this
That's the
way
arena
too
from
much.
what's it called with the Genoa?
The Clone Wars?
Gino. What the fuck is it called?
Geonova, or I know which one you're talking about. The one with the clones and the droids.
It's in Attack of the Clones.
Geonosians.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be talking out my ass. That might not be that arena, but
It super looks like it. 100% looks like it.
Yeah.
Like the doors look like it and everything. Yeah. But this is it. This is all they show us coming sometime this year from Lucasfilms Games, which we talked about a few weeks ago. Geonosis. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about that a few weeks ago, where EA no longer has the license to Star Wars. Big news.
yes. Which is really
Man,
cool.
best news
That's
that has
actually
ever
really-
happened.
And nothing else
good
comes
to
out of
know.
that. And one more. This one I'm super excited for. But I'll let us talk about the last one first. If there was anything. Did you have anything else to say? Did you?
Fuck EA.
It sure is Star Wars.
It sure is Star Wars. And they didn't show anything.
All about that Star Wars. Did they show only Siths in those 4 little guys, though?
I don't know. I've already removed it. So
Okay.
I'm not going to go back.
Cool.
S-Lo Keeper says here, there's a Star Wars something coming to the Switch. There might be multiplayer. Do you want to see gameplay? Screw you. That's super how it felt. There's nothing there. They show you nothing. But it's Star
Everyone
Wars,
just
so
loved
people are
it.
going to be excited, and they're going to be tearing that apart for weeks. Every frame. Yeah.
I mean, when I saw the little blue things, it just reminded me of the create a character part in the Lego Star Wars games, which was always
And
really
honestly,
cool.
that's probably what that is. It probably was just them showing off the base classes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a couple of classes that you get to play as. On a Switch, though, can you imagine an arena shooter on a Switch. Like, I
think
guess
you get
Doom.
like Quake running on there.
Well, yeah. I mean, these games have shown that you can at least play a shooter on Switch, but man, I don't know.
Shooters are not great on the Switch, honestly. Especially if you have Joy-Con drift. So
Yes.
I think it being a Switch exclusive is kind of terrible, but we'll see.
One of the things that always confused me, which I guess would have been better in the Splatoon thing, is in Splatoon 2 you can have the motion control, like sort of like the Zelda when you're aiming the arrow, you can like use motion control to like not fully aim it, but like just adjust like a little bit for pinpoint combined with the sticks, which is nice. But in Splatoon 2, you can only do it on the Y-axis. You can't do it on the X-axis. So it's like, why have you done this? So it's like I think you can do shooter stuff on the Switch if you include that, but like it's very finicky, I think, to get working.
You know, I just turn off all motion controls on my Switch.
Do you all have a Switch?
I do. I've had a Switch since launch. Like, I pre-ordered mine.
So, Kate, have you played any shooters on your Switch?
Absolutely not.
Would you play a shooter on your Switch?
I don't know why.
I played 3 games.
Gray, are you Kate? God damn it!
I'm sorry. I'm back.
I don't know why I would choose the Switch over anything else.
You don't know why you would use the Switch over anything?
For a shooter over PC or console, to be honest, like PS4 or Xbox.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Gray. So, you were interrupting. Let's hear you now.
My apologies. I played 3 games of Fortnite on my Switch, and they've all been terrible.
Fortnite?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is that that's cross-platform too, though? So then that's even worse. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like there's absolutely no reason.
It's already bad enough playing console versus PC, right? Imagine playing Switch versus PC.
No,
or mobile.
It's a terrible experience.
There's like mobile Fortnite, right? In there?
Yeah, but they're on a separate thing entirely. Like you're not playing.
I thought they could cross-platform. If they're completely separate, then that makes a lot more sense.
I think PUBG had the cross-platform mobile and computer. But I don't think Fortnite did. I could be getting that mixed up. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think PUBG Mobile did. That sounds familiar.
I feel like PUBG Mobile let you play with people on computer for a little while, and then they were like, "This is bad." Could you imagine? Like you're on a phone, and you're trying to go up against somebody who's like, using a mouse.
Well, you can use mouse and keyboard on your phone.
Oh, you could be that guy. You could be that guy.
Or a controller, even.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my brother tried to hook up a mouse and keyboard to his PS4 to play Siege, and I'm like, I think you can do that, but it's so fucked up that you can't.
Yeah, I don't like people that do that. No offense to your brother. I just
no offense to your brother.
Buy the controller with the built-in keyboard on it.
The purpose.
I should specify. He tried to do it and then did not do it.
That's better. But no, I've played in ranked games where people do that, and you could definitely tell in game, and it's just like,
it's just weird that they even let you do it. I mean, it's kind of cool from like an accessibility standpoint.
Yeah.
But like, I just hope that when Apex comes to Switch, I can finally start winning games on PS5.
Oh, Apex, man! Wow. I forget people.
I haven't heard that
name
name in a minute.
Right? Like that died hard on the PC. That died real hard.
Me and my buddies have gotten into it in the past like month because we were like, "Oh, Destruction All Stars is gonna be cool," and then it wasn't. And we're like, "Okay, I guess we'll do Apex."
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the what do you call it? Like the stories of the characters. Like they bring it in every season.
I don't pay attention to any of that.
It's really well done.
Yeah, they're really well done. Like someone could literally make a movie from those.
They could make a movie. They can make a TV show out of Apex.
A TV show would be amazing. Honestly, it's just that's the one thing I like about it. When I played the game, it felt super fast paced, like a little above average, and I wasn't that great at it. I won maybe 3 matches out of like 100, but it's it's a game that like it goes to a unique audience, and I'm not a computer player, so I'm not very good on computer, I should say.
Well,
I'm just happy that it keeps Titanfall alive, to be honest.
Play on PS5.
Sorry, what?
I tried playing Titanfall 2, and it was okay, but it was very busy. I think I wasn't a fan of how they like integrated the NPC portion of it or whatever. And I feel like Titanfall 3, like I feel like if they return to it, they could really do a lot of good things. I'm a little remiss that Apex doesn't have wall running and I've seen them talk about why it doesn't, and it makes sense. Their reasoning, I guess, makes a little bit of sense. But like, I'm someone like my favorite COD is Black Ops 3. I love the double jump. I love the wall run. So it's like
Dolphin dive.
Every other COD that like doesn't have jetpacks and wall running, I'm like, oh man. So I am the opposite of like the average COD fan, I guess. I'm like, no. If I hear boots on the ground, I'm like, well, okay.
See,
I really like Titanfall 2 though.
Titanfall 2's story was fantastic. The campaign was incredible. It was super good. It's one of the few campaigns I can think of in the past long time where it had unique and memorable additions to the single player campaign. The time jumping thing where you're going back and forth in time, super cool mission. One of the coolest missions. Just incredibly neat. I felt that they took your mech away too many times because it was clear that they felt that you were overpowered as a mech. But I appreciated the fact that you were overpowered as a mech. You know, it was great. It was great. It was super good. It's like the only EA game that has any redeeming qualities for me right now.
I'm weirdly into a game that came out last year and then
Anthem?
No one played. No, Rocket Arena, which I think came out like June last year, but then it came out it came out free for PlayStation Plus. I want to say in December, and like on the PS4, PS5, and my buddies and I got into it, and we're like, oh my god, this is like it's like Quake meets Mario Kart meets Smash Brothers in a really weird way, and I don't know. We got really into it for that month, and now we're on to Apex. But like, I would definitely go back to that.
Yeah, I saw they were pushing Rocket Arena stuff on Twitch for a while there.
Yeah, it's like I think it died immediately, like after launch, but it's actually like really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like $5.
Rico says the COD Infinite Warfare campaign was great, but he hasn't played it yet. I agree. I think, and it's funny because Brody said that he is the opposite of the average COD fan. I think I'm even further because I think Infinite Warfare is the best COD by far. Like, by far the best one. It has the best campaign out of all of them, and I think that's because it goes so against the traditional COD. It is not a COD game. If it had any other name, it would be like the best science fiction game you've played. But because it's a COD game, Infinite Warfare, it's stupidly good. So stupidly good. But because it's Call of Duty, the Call of Duty fans didn't like it because it wasn't Call of Duty, and the people who don't like Call of Duty never gave it a shot. But it's easily the best science fiction shooter maybe in the past 10 years. I mean, it's really, really good.
I did like the story, but I will say it lost a lot because people have an expectation for games, and Call of Duty fans definitely had that expectation with it. But I honestly think the ending could have been better, if I'm being honest. I loved how, like, do you care if I spoil this for anyone?
I don't know. How old is this game?
I mean, it's like, what, 6 years maybe?
I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little tangent here. I've never felt that it is my responsibility to save you from a spoiler. If you are a viewer and somebody says, you know what, I don't think it's my responsibility.
Spoiler alert.
To keep you away from a spoiler. But since we weren't talking about Infinite Warfare for much, for a huge amount of time, I think it's totally fair to say, by the way, I'm going to spoil this game.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So spoiler warning for anyone who doesn't know, So right on, if you don't want to know about the ending, close your Pokemon ears.
What kind of ears do you think a Raiden has? Do you think they're like big puffy? I've never seen. What is a Raiden? Is it a cat?
It's right there on the profile
giant,
picture.
like stone creature.
Definitely elf ears.
Yeah,
definitely elf ears. Yeah, but
you can flop it closed. Like I can just kind of fold it over.
You think you could fold them over? I don't know.
Do I? Yeah, I'm going to.
All of a sudden, you hear like.
Go ahead. The doctor. Oh no, they didn't fold.
Let's get your spoiler out of the way.
They broke. But back to the game. The ending was actually beautiful for what it was, and you actually have to either sacrifice yourself or sacrifice. Well, basically, you do have to sacrifice yourself, and you have to sacrifice a lot of people in that game. One of those people is a robot, and for the people that have played this, they will understand that you fall in love with that robot. Like you actually give human emotions to that robot, and it makes it so hard to watch it die. And I loved it, and that was like the pinnacle moment for me. Like losing a part of your squad, that was like the hardest bit. But the very end, when you have to sacrifice yourself, I didn't get that feeling. Same when you kill the main bad dude, didn't get that feeling. But it's still a great game, and they do make you go through emotions, which Call of Duty's really good at doing usually.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anyone else has 2 cents on that subject.
Well, I haven't played that campaign specifically. I was one of the people, honestly, who was more like it was. I don't know. Like I agree that it wasn't given a chance because I think there's just fatigue of like Modern Warfare to Advanced Warfare to Ghost to Infinite Warfare. I mean, like I was definitely hoping more to see of the World War I, World War II. Like I liked that kind of game.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I basically am the same way, but I do want them to expand.
After that. Like they
no,
gave
exactly.
World War One, you know.
Those were the games that I was into. Like I looked at what they were doing with those games, and I'm like, I don't think these CODs are for me.
Which is fair.
I got back into the Modern Warfare Remastered. I was really excited about.
That sacrificing thing sounded like when I had to give up my companion cube.
Oh no!
Portal.
Trust me, it's not alive. It has no feelings.
No,
it's a beating heart on the inside.
You would say that.
So, last trailer we're going to watch for the evening is Stubbs the Zombie. And if you don't know what Stubbs the Zombie is, oh my god, is this one of the coolest games from so long ago. It's one of very few games where you get to be the zombie. I love these kind of games where you play the villain, right? I think it's super cathartic to be the villain. And there's just not a whole lot of these games where you get to be, you know, a zombie. There's like 2 or 3 that I can think of that aren't Stubbs the Zombie, and they tend to be kind of bleh. But Stubbs, super unique, super neat game, came from a little developer that went under. I don't remember their name. But now you got Stubbs the Zombie 2. So I'm very excited. And it's a short little thing.
Is that what this is?
Yes, this is it. It's Stubbs the Zombie 2.
I thought it was like a port.
I think they're like moving through these subtitles pretty quickly.
Are you having trouble reading them? Would you like for me to read them to you?
Oh, I would love you for yes, do that to me.
I would love you for reading.
We're going to start over. I will read them to you.
Before we start that,
we're going to get ready.
This looks really familiar, but I've never played it.
Mm-hmm. So, apparently Aspire has completely blown their marketing budget on lollipops and overpriced electric cars. Now they're turning to the only person with a shred of sales experience to help. Me! So I'm here to announce Stubbs the Zombie is back from the undead. So what are you waiting for? Pre-order the game and I'll eat your... Oh my god, did you see that one?
You missed it.
Did you see that one? Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
I can't even get... There we go. Disclaimer, legally I'm not allowed to indicate that in any way that I, Stubbs, a zombie, will actually eat your brains if you don't buy this game. I'm told that in no way will I Spire or any of its affiliates consume the brains of the individuals who do not buy this game. That being said, if you do claim to have the brains of any kind in your thick, knot, and dull skull, you will buy Stubbs, a zombie because it's like really good. But gut grenades, lethal farts, what's not to like? I mean, what else are you going to do with your money? Open a savings account, get an overpriced iced coffee from a corporate overlord, buy tacos? Okay, tacos are a solid option. Point taken. Anyway, bottom line, if you have brains, you'll purchase Stubbs, a zombie on March 16th, or else. What's that? I can't say or else. Really? Geez, legal is so sensitive. Kiss your brains, Stubbs.
Not safe for work.
So
okay, I'm excited.
How cool is that, right?
Is it like a destroy all humans kind of deal?
I don't really know. They haven't said. This is literally it, right? And it's coming to Switch. So it's supposed to be a Stubbs 2, right? But we'll have to see.
Because I mean, maybe maybe I'm prejudiced against the way it looks, but I feel like it looks to me like a port, right? Like, right?
I have a feeling that it is a
like that, yeah.
Something.
I mean, they said same old zombie, which makes me think that, like, yeah, it's.
And it's coming out for the Switch. It's supposed to be Stubbs 2-y. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And if nothing else, I'm super hoping that it sells really well on the Switch, and all of the Nintendo people get to subsidize a sequel if it's not a sequel, because that would be great.
But so what I meant when I said, is it like a Destroy All Humans thing? Wasn't even referring to the Destroy All Humans remake. I was like, is that like the idea of the game? Is you just like this really overpowered god character? Just
no. So you start as a single zombie, right? And you have to take over the world and spread the zombie virus.
So it's Pikmin.
Yeah.
If that studio's pronounced Aspire, that's some like Moriarty level spell in there.
Yes, that's Aspire. Yes. I don't remember the side scroller either, Speedy Acorn, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I want to say that it was called like Dead something. I don't know. But I remember playing it. It's okay. It's all right. It's a fun enough game. It's a little puzzle game. It's kind of like Lemmings more than anything. You have to control which zombies you'll turn things into and have some of them blow up and whatever. It's okay. So there you go. That's our intro. We're done with the introduction in only 2 hours.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That was quick.
That is pretty good. Now, since we're going to get into this other thing, and I think, Kate, you needed to leave, right?
I got maybe another hour in me. It's 2 a.m, so like,
nice.
It's late, but I got like another maybe hour in me.
Cool. All right. Well, then we're gonna look at this. Guys, you're gonna love this video.
I'm terrified. I'm a little scared.
You're gonna love this video. It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, it's really, really good. So we're gonna watch this. And
should I pull up the bingo card for this one? I haven't finished it, but I still need to make it.
Are you working on? Yeah. So I think we're gonna come across some more bingo card type stuff. We've looked at a couple of videos now on the streams where there are people telling us why you should never play video games, and they've been good. They've been really good, and they almost always. What do you have on your bingo card so far?
Oh, hold on, it's just opening up right now.
You didn't have it ready? You weren't prepared?
Wow.
Oh, I'm actually completely prepared. I'm not at all stalling right now by extending for time.
So
it's a normal bingo card, 5x5, 25 squares, obviously. Mm-hmm, and so the second so if you're looking at it from the top, right? So the first square would be the top. And then the second square, I'm going to say, is the one to the right. So we're going to go to the right, then down first, okay?
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Square 2 is dopamine is bad.
Right, so we start with dopamine is bad.
Yes.
Dopamine is bad been in a lot of these video games are bad things, where they start off just being like, if you play video games, you'll get dopamine.
Dopamine's bad.
That just worries me.
I don't know
People
what I was
feel-
expecting to be on this bingo card, but dopamine is bad is not the one I thought was gonna like. We've already gone off the rails.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
Yeah. Let me just breeze through them, actually. So I'll just say that we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 topics. So it's, dopamine is bad. Video games are always bad.
Mm-hmm.
You are already addicted to video games. This is you remember this was a good one. You become a socio-awkward weirdo.
Yeah, I like that one. That was good.
And then video games are equivalent to alcohol.
Always. They always do the video games are the same as alcohol thing. That one is
we
like
need,
Good.
Playing video games is the single worst thing you could ever do.
Yeah. One of them we watched and it was just straight up like, no, there's nothing you could do worse in your life than play a video game. Period. Nothing. You could do heroin and that would be better than this.
Yeah.
So we're going to watch another one of those and hopefully we get a few more things we can throw onto the bingo cards. But there you go. There's our 5 things that we have so far. And let's see if we can't, hit a couple of them. It's so good. I love these videos. And I promise you guys, you will start laughing the moment you see it. I didn't make it 5 seconds. I didn't make it 5 seconds before I was like, what is this? So here we go. Here's video games waste life.
It's Quality today from the Fortress channel.
Oh my god.
My slogan is Body, Soul, Spirit. I've been posting a lot of videos on the body.
Let's start that over again because it came at you a little fast. Here's your introduction to this guy's video games video. All right, and I'm gonna be silent and just let you listen to the first 5 seconds again.
All my friends, it's Quality today from the Fortress channel. My slogan is Body, Soul, Spirit. I've been posting a lot of videos on the body.
Here you go. This is the guy we're gonna listen talk to us about video games. And I mean, look, I will give it to him. It is very impressive that he is able to do a pull-up like that. He's able to hold himself flat and straight. Whatever, like planking himself underneath it. Super, super impressive. But also, boy, what an introduction.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, that's an artistic choice at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I mean, I appreciate the depth of field. That's nice.
Yeah, very pretty. He's got a nice camera. Nice camera.
How much do you want to bet that
You've chosen a very flattering still.
I feel like he wasn't allowed to play video games as a child.
Oh my god, yeah.
And
I'm
like,
sorry, but
all
look
he
at
could ever do
how
was
neat
look
the
up.
part in his hair is. He's never played a video game. Never.
I don't think he's allowed to play video games now.
I try not to pick on somebody because of their physical looks when we're doing these. But this guy just makes it so
Easy.
he makes it so easy.
Yeah,
I really try not to do that because I don't want to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Because I have a lot of stuff that I feel like I could say, but I'm like, it's too mean.
It's too mean. I'm trying not to be mean about his physical stuff, but I'm gonna be mean when he says something stupid.
I feel like he just deserves a good video game.
Yeah, I mean, you're right.
Well, remember, his slogan is body, soul, and spirit. So, dude, okay, we're gonna watch this.
I thought it was body solves spirit. That makes more sense.
Body
that
solves spirit. Wow, that's like almost deep there.
Almost.
Almost body solves spirit. That would be like a good tagline for a gym. Like, no joke. You could definitely pull that off. If you're watching this, I've already trademarked it.
Why did you trademark it?
I trademarked it.
You need to pay me $1,500 for that.
Yeah, right. Like, it's already been trademarked.
I mean, just make a psychic shop and reverse it. Spirit solves body.
Oh, there
Spirit
you go.
solves body. See, we can do it, and I've trademarked that too. I call dibs. This is how it works.
You sound like Tim the Tap Man, I think his name is, or whatever it is. The
Me?
streamer. Yeah, he does that now again. He basically says, "I trademarked it. You guys can't steal that from me. That's mine now." And he does that all the time.
It's like my brother and me bit. That's what Justin does every time I think of something. He just goes trademark, copyright, TM.
Oh,
it's so funny because they actually expect it sometimes.
Glad to see that you're just like comparing me to other people all the time. I can't stand on my own 2 feet here.
He's very famous, man. Come on.
Wait,
can we go raid Tim the Tatman right now, guys? Let's go raid him.
Yeah,
Let's go raid him.
End the stream.
Right. What was that, Gray?
Oh, I said, don't you mean you can't stand on your 4 feet because you're a cat?
Why did you change your icon in the middle of all of this? Now you're a lizard. What? Why do you do this?
It would have been better if you changed to chameleon, because then it's like I changed my colors.
I super don't have an explanation.
You felt like now during the stream while we're recording this. Now's the time that you're going to change. I'm going to have to, like, here's the thing. I have to eventually make a thumbnail for this on the archive channel. And I have to find a thumbnail where, like, how am I going to do this? Am I going to, I don't even know how I'm going to show this. How do I show that you suddenly change into a lizard?
It's an Easter egg.
It's an Easter egg.
It's an Easter egg?
Exactly.
It's an Easter egg. That's all it is.
It happens so far into the stream that anyone that makes it discovers the Easter egg.
It's right after the intro. Immediately after the intro.
No, it's not.
It is. It's immediately after the introduction.
The 2-hour mark.
Yeah, the 2-hour mark. That was the intro.
That's a terribly long intro.
That's what we do here, man.
No, but you're a cat, so you have to stand on your 4 feet.
What?
I thought he specifically wasn't a cat.
We said this at the beginning of the stream. I am not a cat.
No, I don't. I'm trying to get him to slip up.
No, I am not a cat.
But he will slip up one of these.
I will never. I am not a cat.
Petition to put M in Bowser's Fury so that he becomes a cat.
Super Mario like meme that's out right now where Mario's a cat.
It's not a meme. That's a game.
The classic Mario meme.
But no. They made a meme recently because of what Nintendo said.
Who is they?
Yeah, who is this eponymous they?
Let's go find out.
Eponymous. That's a fun word.
I haven't heard it in a while.
Nintendo. While you do your thing, we're going to go ahead and watch this guy talk about why we shouldn't play video games.
Haven't been posting enough on the site.
Now you'll notice I'm going to be pausing this immediately 1 second later because I just want you to hear how he recorded this whole thing while a plane was going overhead.
Maybe he added it in post.
Mind, will, and emotions. That's who you are as a human being.
It's a one-take shot. Oh no, you got it. Never mind. Immediately cut it.
Okay,
that's his introduction.
Somebody in the chat asked earlier, if he skipped leg day, move X mint. I think he definitely does now.
You think he skips it? Okay, but
look at that.
How could he?
Did you see that was his intro? It was just 15 seconds long. He left in the part where the plane comes over. Okay, and you can't hear a word he says. Like, I don't want to rewind this film too much, but we're just going to watch the first 16 seconds again, and I want you to really pull in his intro here, because it sets it all up.
Is this a public
today from the Fortress channel? My slogan is body, soul, spirit. I've been posting a lot of videos on the body. Haven't been posting enough on the soul. The soul is mind, will, and emotions. That's who you are as a human being.
And that's it. That's the intro. Like, it felt like there was more there, right? You don't just go, well, you know, the mind, the body is the mind, soul, and
is there a dead rat on the ground?
Is there a dead?
I was wondering.
Oh God, it does kind of look like it, doesn't it?
It does kind of. I don't think that is.
It's not a dead rat.
But
but it does look like it.
It does. It looks like a dead rat. It's clearly not.
It's definitely a stick.
It's definitely a stick or a dead rat.
It's a lizard.
Well, like this looks like a jungle gym at a children's playground, right? Like
that's what I was about to ask. Is that what they put these bars up for? Is it for this guy to come around and start like doing pull-ups?
I mean,
I didn't realize.
I feel like I've seen at a lot of parks there are like adult workout areas.
Really?
I have never seen that.
Well, you guys are Canadian, so
haven't.
maybe, they just don't have this up there.
Wait, you don't think we're strong in Canada? You don't think we lift up here?
No.
We don't lift. Come on now.
I feel like your moose overlords would not allow you to do that. They run their prison country in such a way that they don't want you getting stronger, because then you might eventually team up with the bears to escape, and you can't have that.
Well, we just get naturally strong from churning the butter.
What?
What are we like?
What?
That's like Eastern Canada. That's like Maritimes.
No, you guys aren't known for churning butter. That's the Amish. What the fuck are you talking
You put butter on pancakes.
Wait,
I don't know.
What
man.
does that even mean?
The Mennonites.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, see,
Hey,
as
did you ask
Seatown
what
says, he
churning
sees
butter
this stuff
is?
everywhere. This stuff, I'm telling you, these workout areas are everywhere, man. They're everywhere.
Not here in Michigan.
Okay, but you're almost in Canada, so it makes sense.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I
So
sent
it's a
you
southern thing.
southern thing. I did send you the meme, and it's weird. It's very weird. I'll just say that.
The meme.
Wait, the Mario Cat meme?
The
That's
Mario.
not the
Yeah.
meme. Okay, share this into the one chat so I can save it.
I just deleted it.
Okay. Well, I can't
Here,
easily share
I'll
this
do
on
it.
stream
I'll
if you
do
don't.
it. No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
And I'll show it to you, and you'll all see that all it is just a screenshot of the game.
Sure.
Quickly now. You're wasting our very, very precious time.
Hey, I have slow internet.
Can we see some like pull-ups while we wait?
You want? Here we go. Look at that.
Oh,
this
nice.
is his meme. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up onto. Gotta figure out how.
Bro, what did I just read?
Yeah, you
So-
read it. It's bad.
I'm
well,
pulling this up for you guys. Hold on.
Nintendo of America wrote that.
You make this. I gotta figure out Discord better. Okay, like that's really what needs to happen here. Is I gotta figure out Discord better. I'm bad at Discord.
is this implying
bad
that
at it.
Mario skinned a cat to get his cat suit?
And I thought they smelled bad on the
There we go.
outside.
Okay, I figured it out. I'm terrible at Discord, but I figured it out. I'm the world's best streamer. Meow meow. Nothing is better than the inside of a cat.
Nothing feels better.
This is the meme that whatever. The thing is, this is not a meme. This was just Nintendo tweeting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I was trying to talk about. Like, Nintendo America tweeted this, and it got a lot of likes and votes. And Ross actually started talking about this, and when Ross found out and like texted them back, it was like a big controversy, and they took it down right away. But so many people screenshotted it that it became like this online meme now, and people are like talking about it a lot more.
Who is
and
Ross?
Nintendo's trying to forget about it, but they won't let it.
And who is Ross?
Ross from Ross Games, also a celebrity for what is it? Aaron and Dan games. What are they?
Get the
Game Grumps. Game Grumps. Sorry.
Rubber Ross, like Rubber Ninja.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot his name.
Yeah,
several
Ross
times.
O'Donovan. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but
so you're saying that he saw this and made fun of it?
More like warned Nintendo.
Warned Nintendo.
What?
Yeah, like there's actually a video of him talking about this somewhere on the internet. You can find it. But like, I think it's so funny that literally the community was like, "You messed up," and we're gonna make fun of that for the rest of our days. But I have no idea what that game's from. I have never seen it. I just know everyone's on that hype train right now.
I see.
I mean, it's like when someone showed Miyamoto a picture of Mario and Luigi kissing, and he was like, "Don't do that," and then everyone started doing that.
Oh no! He's probably so upset.
Don't do that. That's a great response too. Just don't do that.
My God.
Yes, so nothing feels better than the inside of a cat is a terrible headline.
I agree with that.
No matter how you say it, it comes.
There's only two directions that goes, and they're both bad.
Yeah, there's really no good way to take that.
There's no publicity. That's bad publicity.
I think there's some bad publicity there.
The one where you imply Mario skinned a cat and wore its flesh is pretty bad.
The other way is even worse.
Yeah, I think the other way was worse.
The other way's even worse.
Aren't you glad that I brought this up now?
Yes, thank you. I super appreciate this. All right, let's see.
Yeah, don't leave him hanging there.
Oh no!
Oh, let's see, because he's got some really good things to say. You're really gonna like him a lot.
My video today is on video games. Picky subject, huh? Touchy one for you guys.
Wait, what?
His video today is on video games. It's a picky subject today.
Picky subject.
I'm sorry. I mean, I stumble on my words, but pick your tubsjicks.
Well, I think that's just like that's my favorite part because it chose to show that he prioritized getting the right pull up over getting the right words. Like the most important thing was he's like, okay, I did the right workout, so whatever that I stumbled in, I don't need to do it again. I got the pull up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, like I thought it was going to be just like he really did do it in one, but I like your explanation better, where it's like he did like 12 takes, but all of them were bad pull-ups.
Mm-hmm.
That one was the one that he got it.
So I do actually like this video so far because it's funny to me, but it's also kind of like it's real. Does that make sense? It's not like super fake. Like you can definitely tell that he didn't put too much effort into this. But like, sorry. God, that sounds so bad. I just stumbled into it.
You can tell he didn't put a whole lot of effort into it. That's why I like it.
No, I feel so bad.
You know what? I hope you tell this guy how you like the fact that his videos don't feel like they have a lot of effort put into them.
I honestly feel so bad right now.
Oh, it's funny.
I didn't mean it to be that.
Especially considering PewDiePie, most subscribed channel. All right, here we go.
Wait,
what?
What did he say?
Apparently, he thinks that. Okay, so he said today's my video. We're going to be talking about video games, a pretty touching subject or something like that. Especially considering PewDiePie, most subscribed channel.
Yeah, but
I mean, I make weird connections, but like that's a weird connect. Like
yeah. I mean, he doesn't even do video games really anymore. Like, but wait, how
not
old
even
is
the
this
point.
video?
This is 4 years. Sorry, almost 5 years old. Came out in 2016.
Okay, so even then, like, even how he compares it, it's just like, yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
It's weird, right? It's a weird connection to make.
I think it makes sense because he's talking about like PewDiePie's like the biggest channel on YouTube and it's a gaming channel, like kind of. So he's basically being like, especially since people on YouTube presumably like gaming channels, I guess is the point he's trying to make.
No, I get it. It's just the way that he kind of like tries to assimilate PewDiePie into just gaming. Like,
I mean, gotta get that SEO.
Oh God, you're right. You're right. He did manage to say PewDiePie in the first 30 seconds. You know what? I'm going to do that in my next thing, too. I'm going to say PewDiePie in my next video in the first 30 seconds. I'm going to find a way to just weasel that word right in there.
Listen to my words all the way to the end before you start judging and commenting.
Oh shit! Oh
damn it!
We have definitely not done that.
Wait. Did he cut it, or was that like cut just because of like the video? Did anyone else notice that?
Yeah, he keeps cutting to different. Like he's doing his exercise, and then once he gets his pull up, he cut like he's not going to just stand there awkwardly continuing to talk. Like he's going to cut to his next exercise.
It's all about the exercise.
His next good pull up.
No. Could we rewind to 30 seconds and watch at 32? Because I don't know if it was like my internet or if he actually cut it right then and there.
Sure.
So
let's find out.
All right, here we go. Listen to my words all the way to the end before you start judging and commenting. All right. I want to tell you.
Okay, so it was probably my internet, but I literally just saw like a cut, and I was like, "What? I just missed something." But I don't really like how he keeps on cutting to just different exercises, and he goes on like tangents. But it's like, we get it. You're fit, and you don't like video games.
Like this guy,
we don't actually know that yet. He hasn't said anything. He just said it's about video games. Like we don't actually know what.
He told us not to judge until we hear all of it. So
yes, we have to see.
That's true. And even in his title, "Video Games Waste Life." Yeah, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's dressed like he's about to catch a train ride in Splatoon.
Yeah.
God damn it.
That's true. That's really true.
I feel like he missed the train though.
About this guy named
He intentionally missed the train and runs next to it.
Yeah, he's gonna run it. Like
he's like trying to beat it.
Spider-Man.
He missed the train, and that's why video games are bad.
The audio on this is really, really terrible. I feel like I have to struggle to hear what he's saying.
All right. I want to tell you about this guy named Paul that I knew in middle school.
Okay.
Jake Paul?
He wants to tell us about this guy named Paul that he knew in middle school.
Yeah.
All right.
He was really addicted to video games.
Wow.
Why?
I get it. So I just have.
Go on. Dying.
Yes.
No words.
I'm gonna go on a limb and say you can add to the bingo card. Just does exercises in some way. Oh, trying to explain it.
Honestly, I feel like you could describe this exercise and just be hyper specific about it.
Right? Does what do they call this? A flagpole or something?
Yeah, it's flagpole. Yeah.
So does a flagpole while explaining it.
All right, let's go it on there. Let's see how often that comes up in the future.
I honestly want it to be does exercises.
That's on our bingo card from now on.
I mean, I feel like does a pull-up is a pretty safe one.
Yeah, but does a flagpole is pretty funny.
Yeah.
I love that he's like, let me tell you about this, and then immediately does a flagpole.
And he's like, the strain in his voice and trying to...
The guys want to some
and you said he doesn't put effort into his video.
I take it back. He puts all the effort in. Oh no!
But then he quit and he started a YouTube channel on fitness. Anyway, here's what happened.
What was that story? Holy shit! Did he say something that we missed?
Did he say?
Like,
I have no idea.
Sorry, what was that, Kate?
To video games and then quit and then got fit. I think that's what he said.
Okay, so I knew this guy in middle school. He was addicted to video games. He started a YouTube channel and now he's fit. I think that's the story, according to Kate. Let's see.
He started a YouTube channel about being fit.
Let's find out.
He was really addicted to video games. But then he quit and he started a YouTube channel on fitness. Anyway, here's what happened.
What kind of a story is that?
I have no idea what that had to do with anything.
This is Paul, isn't it?
Oh, is he Paul? Oh
This
my
is
god.
Paul.
That is deep.
Wow.
It's a-
That
oh,
that kid that kid was me.
Yeah.
Can I just say who he reminds me of, and it's bad?
Sure.
Jake Paul.
You think he reminds you of Jake Paul?
I mean, that's not as bad as what I was going to say earlier, which was Ansel
What were you going to
Elgort.
say?
Ansel Elgort, which is not a good person to be compared
Yeah,
to.
he's the baby driver. Who, did he choke someone, or no? That's the Flash who choked somebody. What did he do?
He's
bad things.
Wow.
Yeah,
all
let's
of
just say
them are
bad things. Yeah.
Yeah.
A less insulting comparison would be the dude from Kingsman. I can't remember his name though.
He did something? I didn't know he
No,
was...
No. The dude from Kingsman's fine. That's why it's a less insulting comparison.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, what?
Yeah, no, the kid from Kingsman and Ansel Elgort kind of look similar to each other, and they both look like this guy.
Mm-hmm. I
Turns
mean,
out
I
they're
guess
related.
that's better than being compared to, like, Armie Hammer, right?
Yeah.
Because doesn't he eat people?
I don't know, but
Really?
I can't think of that name without thinking of like the baking soda brand Arm & Hammer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There you
I'm
go.
pretty sure Armie Hammer eats people. Like, I think he's, you know, kind of
Nom
into
nom.
cannibalism.
Well, that's not great.
I mean, you know, what are you gonna do?
Some points for that.
He's like 6'5" too. So like, what are you gonna do? You can't run away from him,
How do you think he got that big?
right? Eating people. That's how you do it.
The Aztecs were right.
No, it's all.
Eat
See, that's
people.
the thing, Seatown. According to his lawyer, it's all voluntary and therefore not illegal. It's not illegal to eat somebody if they let you eat them.
That can't be true.
That's what I. Yeah.
There was a.
And you know, it's funny because
Is that just in America?
That's a dark
I guess that I can't argue with that. Like,
No, I can argue for that because like that's not okay. Like, does anyone remember the case that was in Germany? Like, I think it was like 7-8 years ago, and this guy was basically actually. Let's not go into that. It's just basically people were letting themselves be eaten by this one dude in Germany, and it was bad. I do not think people should be eating people unless it's like starvation kind of survival technique, you know? Like,
he's not killing them. He's not murdering these people. He's just eating them.
Then what is he doing?
Because I know, like, I think it's freaking weird, but I know, I think it's isn't it a kind of like known about thing that like people freeze like placenta or whatever from like giving birth?
I mean, I don't know. You got to remember, the dude is the grandson of Armand Hammer. He's a very, very wealthy person. He grew up in extreme wealth. His family owns OP. Like, they're gas barons. They have billions and potentially trillions of dollars in the family legacy. Like, there's a lot of money there. If he wants to eat people, he can eat people, you know? Like, regardless of how against the law it is, I'm sure he can find someplace.
So the dude is living life as a horror movie villain.
Yeah. And I mean, he's stupidly wealthy. He always has been, you know?
Horrifying. Legitimately horrifying.
Yeah.
The top 1%, man.
He's, like 1% of 1%. Yeah. Super, super wealthy.
Okay.
His whole family's been wealthy. He's oil wealth, you know? So.
Yeah.
Back to this guy.
One day he was playing RuneScape. He used to also play a bunch of strategy games such as StarCraft.
One day he was playing RuneScape and a bunch of strategy games such as StarCraft. Let me go ahead and begin doing push-ups.
Yeah.
I like the motivation he has. You know what? He keeps on working out. He just keeps going.
I'm hoping he says something real good here.
And Age of Empires and a bunch of other ones. One day he was playing RuneScape and he came to this conclusion. He's like, wait a second, I'm level 72 in here, but the moment my screen turns off, what am I? You know, I can
What is that? What is that argument? What?
Well,
his argument is that so when you're working out of the gym, when you close the gym door, you're still fucking ripped. But when you close the RuneScape, you're not level 72 in real life. You're level 0 in real life. You know.
So there. I think this is something that you can add onto your bingo board here.
Nice.
Right. Every one of these videos we've seen has this belief, the core belief, that nothing you can possibly learn that isn't real, right, is worth learning. That there is no value to be gained whatsoever from learning something in a video game or networking or making friends or hand-eye coordination or whatever. None of that is valuable. That is a core belief in every one of these videos.
You go, Brad.
I feel like... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just somebody go. Jeez.
They basically just come to this huge epiphany of that. Just all of a sudden, boom, that's there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's a very reductive take on art as a concept, which is what makes me upset, I guess. It's just like,
I think I love the argument because it's like everybody knows that, but they're just like surprised, you know?
Yeah.
Like I just realized that RuneScape isn't real life.
Like I think
like,
there is some very small argument to be made about like multiplayer games and addiction, but beyond that, nothing really. I think.
So Speedy says we should add that to the bingo. So his is level 79 in game, but not in real life. He thinks something like that is a light for the bingo.
Makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it, because it needs to be short enough and catchy.
Makes
level up in real life.
Level
up in real life versus.
There you go. Level up in real life. That's a good. Yeah, that's a good bingo line. But again, there's just this core conceit that nothing digital matters. That nothing you can possibly do on a computer matters. That nothing that you can do in I don't know, I guess fake space, right? Like none of that can possibly matter because you're not outside bettering yourself.
Then does that mean his YouTube channel doesn't matter?
Apparently.
There you go.
Because, it's not outdoors, right? Except I think he'd make the argument that actually I'm outdoors, but it's you people who are making me better. You know?
But what about?
Well, I think it's fair because the video is the product. So like, if it would be the equivalent of, I guess, never publishing a video, or like, because when you're working on video games, like the thing that you are improving is your skill, but you don't have like a physical thing unless like your Minecraft world or whatever like that you're proud of. But it is a little bit rarer for you to have like accomplishments you can look back on in video games.
Well, I mean, I think games can teach you lessons the same way any art can.
Yeah, I mean, that's what video games do, and like that's what we're kind of, I guess, discussing right now. Like video games, like I will admit, video games changed my life. Growing up, I was severely bullied. I was hurt a lot, and sometimes I would just come home and play Halo, and it honestly probably saved me because like I lived in a very horrible part of town, and I didn't have an escape, and people wouldn't like want to be friends with me because some people saw me differently. But I do think video games teach us something. And this guy for saying video games don't do anything for us, that's horrible. Because like you cannot say video games don't help people, because there are thousands of millions even of people that I think it would help. And this guy is probably just trying to gain clout on the internet, like I honestly believe he probably still plays video games, even if it's a phone game. He still probably plays it.
Probably, because I mean, at a certain point, it's like, what is the difference between playing like a video game and a board game at that point? You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
I mean, like the video games are so diverse, where it's to a point where it's like some are multiplayer, some are single player co-op, and it is probably the most diverse form of media just because it incorporates the most forms of media.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I mean, I think you're right, and like you get to meet people from all over the world. Like when I play chess, sometimes I play chess with airplane pilots when they have time to play, and like I'll just chat with them for a little bit, just saying like, "How are you doing?" and like stuff like that, and they'll tell me like, "I'm doing good. Gonna be catching a flight in like 5 minutes, so quick game," and I'm just like, "Okay, sweet." And it's literally like you can meet and experience life through games, and you can learn things, you can play things, you can. Sorry, what do you want to do?
I just wanted to jump on that pilot part just to throw out there that like a lot of training exercises for like aircraft and stuff like that is literally like just a video game.
That's true. I mean, in the military, and even in the police forces, like that's what they have. VR even, like it trains us. It makes us understand certain situations. It's so beautiful, honestly.
So what I would say is that I owe probably my entire I owe like at least half of the people I know, like half of my friends, and probably my entire profession to Little Big Planet, because that game. I mean, the first game in and of itself was great. I met a lot of lifelong friends that I still talk to today, and I've met more friends from them that I still talk to. So that alone. But then when you get into Little Big Planet 2 and you start introducing like the microchips, and you actually have like you literally learn like node based coding or node based workflows in Little Big Planet 2. And as an effects artist, when I use programs like Houdini, it's all node based, which is essentially it's like it's visual programming. It just makes it easier. I think node based programming it's procedural, so you can change things. But it also just makes it easier for I guess visual, because people learn in different ways. But for visual learners, because I could never understand coding. We got to like arrays, which is like the most basic shit, and I was like, nope, I'm out, can't do it. But I go into Little Big Planet, and I try to just use a controlinator, use a microchip, make some kind of machine, and I'm having fun the entire time I'm doing it. I'm learning, and I'm testing all these different things out, and I didn't, and that, that was like 2010, 2011. I'm just playing. And then, fast forward 5-6 years, I'm in college for visual effects. I open up Houdini for the first time. Everyone else in the class is kind of like struggling a little bit with understanding node-based workflows, and I'm just there like, oh wait, it's like Little Big Planet, and I'm like, my head start didn't last very long, but it did give me a little bit of a head start, and I'm like, that's really cool.
See, that's something that I kind of relate with. I'm a storyboard writer, and I write for other people. I write for myself too.
Oh, did you cut out there?
Building upon characters, and that kind of development, the same kind of development you got from video games, helped you gain success. And like when I went to college, I wasn't expected to like be there for very long, and people didn't expect me to, because for anyone who wonders, I come from a reservation. Reservation kids don't usually get to.
Wow, so bad he had to censor himself.
Right? You keep dropping out on me there, Veager.
Veager?
I think he's dead.
He's still out, yeah.
Pretty sure he died now.
He was saying a lot of really interesting stuff too, like the worst time to cut out.
It was very deep. This was his moment. Like he was about to shine. He was about to make everybody, like this was his redemption arc, right? And now, now he's just dead. Yeah.
Well, I always think a huge aspect of video games that also just like gets completely ignored is just that social aspect, and that fact of like there are a lot of people out there who at school, maybe are bullied or don't have too many friends, and you can go onto a lobby and you can interact with people and you can practice those social skills and stuff like that. Yeah. And you can work on your emotional management, and you can work on your being a team and working together, and you can have fun and hang out in these ways that like nobody would blink an eye. Back in my day, kids used to play tag out on the lawn until the streetlights came on, and then they'd all have to go home. And it's like, well, they're doing the same thing. They're just playing like in Fortnite or wherever it is. but like it's still that same social aspect. Like they're still developing relationships that exist outside of the game. They go to school and they talk about it, or you go like you're playing with your friends. Like it's a relationship that you have with that person that is being developed. Like not playing video games within a certain crowd who plays them can actually exclude you from certain discussions and being able to like be part of that group. So it is a very like.
Oh, welcome back, Veager.
Oh, hello. Are you? Can we hear you now?
Nope. He's still dead.
No, he's still gone.
He's still dead.
No.
Well,
with regards to the school, it's always interesting because I always hear people tell stories about school, and oh my god,
Sorry.
okay. I always I hear people say like, oh yeah, I was isolated and went to video games. It's like to a certain extent I relate to that because everyone else had an Xbox 360 while I had a PS3, but and I would go home and play Ratchet and Clank alone and just be sad. Everyone else was playing COD or Halo.
I was playing COD. Yeah, I was playing COD without you.
Yeah. And so they would always have these stories of like, oh, playing COD. This guy said something so funny, and I'd just be there with Ratchet and Clank. Like I really like Ratchet and Clank. It's a lot of fun. But then something started happening where everyone started getting PS3s instead, and so I started playing games more and more with that same group of people. Just on PS3, and it just became that same thing of like basically like elementary school almost on like the schoolyard. But what was interesting to me is that like no one, and I don't know how unique this was to my own school experience, but like video games were never ever like taboo. Like they were never like nerd shit, like it was always like everyone fucking plays video games. Fucking bring your Tamagotchis, bring your DSs, bring your Game Boys to school. Fuck it. We all do it. Let's play fucking Yu-Gi-Oh on DS on the playground. Like everyone was into it. So it really became more of like, oh, you have a PS3, you have an Xbox, as opposed to like you play video games, you don't. It's always interesting to me. Because like other people tell me stories about like, yeah, I got like thrown in the dumpster by like a group of bullies. I'm like, how does that happen? I don't know how that you sound like you went to school in an 80s movie.
I have a fun story about a friend of mine who was I don't know how old we were, maybe 9 or 10, and we were sitting outside on these wooden things that were, I don't know, they weren't like seats, they were just kind of platforms outside of the school. And I do remember that like 3 kids came up and they were like, we're gonna throw you in the trash can, to my friend. And he was like, no, I'll get in myself. And then he got in the trash can and closed the top. And I have this picture in my head. It's a very vivid picture of him lift. It was one of those trash cans where, like it has the flipper in front, Yeah. And you push it and then it like falls back and flips back into a location. And I have this very vivid memory of him opening that up from the inside and looking out and being like, is this okay?
I mean, that's the attitude you got to take if that happens, because you just completely disarm the situation.
I mean, you still got in the trash can. I don't know if that's disarmed.
Well, I just mean like it could have, like you did it on your own.
Like if somebody's pointing a gun at you, you take his gun and you shoot yourself. You didn't disarm the situation.
Yeah, but their goal was not to actually get him in the trash can. Their goal was to humiliate him, and he was like, "No, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to do it myself."
Damn.
Hey, you're back. Welcome back, Veager.
Hi. Sorry about the internet.
We all said that what you were saying sounded like it might have been interesting, but then you disappeared, and none of us remember where you were at.
I know where I was. It's just, I don't know if you want me to go into that. Do you want me to?
If you'd like to talk, go for it.
Let's hear it. You were very adamant about that. It's like ripping off a bandage. You're like,
you do you, bro.
Video games in a way got me into writing, and they also got me 3 degrees. So I do equate myself to learning from video games, and I've even struck up conversations with directors, other storyboard writers, graphic design artists, companies, like literally just telling them that I love their work. I wanted to see more of it. I wanted to ask how they got into it. And that's how I met people. And I'm one of those guys that I'm very extroverted. So I actually do what I want. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to message this person, see if they follow me back or even talk to me. And that's how I actually met some really awesome people. I'm currently talking to, what's his name? The guy that did the music for Hades. I'm going to look him up real quick. And he's super, super cool.
Mm-hmm.
That was a damn good soundtrack too.
Darren Korb, if you've ever heard of him. Very, very talented man.
I'm glad that gaming has brought you so many opportunities.
Yeah.
Well, it's like even, especially, I mean, I think this is about all media in the modern age where everything is so, you have so much of an influx of media that everything feels niche because there's no like, with the exception of like certain blockbusters, there's no zeitgeist show that like takes over the entirety of a sphere, like with the exception of probably like
Breaking
Marvel
Bad,
stuff.
Game of Thrones.
Well, I mean that
like
was
it comes
that,
out
like,
once in a while.
Sometimes
Quentin
like
Tarantino movies.
Yeah, like I still haven't watched Game of Thrones. I don't really have any intention of doing so. It took me a long time to watch Breaking Bad. But like what I mean is like I had this when I went to college, my first day of college, I was like really nervous because I was like 17 and I was like, oh dear God, I'm on my own for the first time. What do I? And I strike up this conversation with a guy in an elevator who just happens to be in the class that I'm walking to for my first class of college ever, and we're talking about it. And I don't even remember how it comes up, but like Infamous, like the game Infamous comes up. He's like, "Oh yeah, I love Infamous," and we're just talking about that. And now he's one of my best friends. Like he's one of my best friends, and I've gotten like so many nepotistic job opportunities basically just from knowing the guy, and it's great. Like it's just like there's a level of nicheness now, I think, with all media where it's like it's not like super niche where it's like everything is underground or whatever, but it's enough that like if you have that kind of media connection with someone, it feels a little more special than just like, oh, you both like Star Wars, because it's like, of course you both like Star Wars, it's Star Wars, it's everyone knows Star Wars,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
There's just a hint of like speciality there.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone else have like stories like that?
I'm sure. Does anybody else have some stories like that?
Well, no, I think like I do agree with the concept of like how niching is happening. Like, because yeah, I like blockbuster movies. I think movies are the very obvious one that are not niche down and they're always served to a general audience just because of how much they cost. But yeah, like video games are definitely like the worst video games are the ones that are like meant for a general audience generally. Because like they just don't have that like level of
detail and design.
And I think,
I guess I'm not sure what the word I'm looking for is, but just like an interesting mechanic. Like it's got to be easy to pick up. It's got to have like there's a certain philosophy going into it of we're following the market data, which means we're not going to do anything hugely revolutionary. And like I think risks really are like the most interesting part of the game. I would rather a game that is deeply flawed but is doing something original than a game that's perfect but just cookie cutter,
Yeah, like kind of like all the
Sonic Adventure
Fortnite
2.
and PUBG kind of.
So, okay, Sonic Adventure 2 is one of my favorite games of all time.
Yeah,
really?
I love that game.
I love that game.
My favorite Sonic game. I fucking love SA2.
Like like the way the Chow worked with like just going into replaying these levels and like how they're just, like deeper and harder level. It was genius.
Absolutely
so good.
Brilliant.
See, we just had that elevator moment right here. You two are now best friends.
Well, I mean, Rydon and I had that last time when we just started talking about the zone on TV.
Where you got? Was it you who was also talking about the PSP?
I hope so.
I mean, maybe, probably.
I don't remember when that was, but somebody just mentioned.
Oh yeah, you're a hater for no reason. I ever forgot about that.
Somebody mentioned in the chat, and I just remember not understanding anything that you people were saying.
What do you mean, you people?
I mean, you people.
Sounds that sounds like my MO. So
yeah, I had no clue. You were just off on like some weird freaking tangent, man.
You can kill a bunch of people in the
that's
wilderness.
Why we're here.
Yeah, well, why we're here is to watch this guy do push-ups.
Why?
He hasn't done one of them.
You know, I can kill a bunch
That's
of people
true.
in the wilderness.
You
What am I
failed.
when the screen turns?
You failed
Wait,
me, whatever your name is.
What?
Who?
If you're gonna
This
talk, you
guy.
gotta pause it. This is how it works. This is the. You're gonna talk. You pause it.
Did this guy just say he killed a bunch of
I
people?
don't know.
No. He's talking about
gonna
RuneScape. I'm
find out.
following along. I got this. He used to, remember little Paul? How Paul used to play RuneScape. So Paul could go kill a bunch of people in the wilderness, or he could go to the different wilderness in real life and start
and kill
lifting.
Well, we're gonna find out. And if you have something to say, you pause it. You play. Do you see underneath? There's this wonderful bar. There's a play button. If you click that, it pauses it, and then you say these things that are coming through your brain.
Is it playing right now or no?
No.
Okay.
I just never want to step on anyone's toes.
Just pause it if you got something to say. Don't make me go, wait, what did he say? Oh, God. Okay, do I need to pause it here? Just pause it.
You know, I can kill a bunch of people in the wilderness. What am I when the screen turns?
What are you saying? Like immediately, we just had this conversation. If you have something to say, just pause it. Why would you? As soon as I started, what do? You start mumbling in the background. Why would you choose to do that to me?
I didn't know it was playing.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna listen to this guy talk about how he killed people again. Okay, and if you have something to say, you can pause it.
I can kill a bunch of people in the wilderness. What am I when the screen turns off? I'm a nobody. I've achieved nothing in life.
Now we finally understand what he's saying. He could kill a bunch of people in the wilderness.
So
what
he's
happens
sad
when he
that he
turns
hasn't killed a bunch of people in the wilderness in real life.
Apparently.
You know.
Apparently, he's
I could
just
kill
sad.
people in the wilderness, turn off my screen. What am I? A murderer.
I had to refresh it just so you know, I didn't realize that you were actually playing it.
Well, that's understandable. You do work at Blizzard.
Ha.
Yeah, just
Did you
hopping
say
his way through all the snow-based video game companies.
I came to this realization that playing video games is an illusion. It's make-believe. You achieve a bunch of stuff that isn't real. The medal you achieved doesn't exist. The building you built doesn't exist. The world you built doesn't exist. The army you put together and took over the other people doesn't exist.
It took him like a while to realize that.
Right?
Like that's something you realize on the first day of playing
he
video
thought
games.
he
And
thought
then-
the moment he put it down, he sat down at the computer and he was like, "Man, I'm going to play this game and it's all going to be real."
It's like, I mean, to an extent, I probably do blame video games for my half belief that reality is perception. Therefore, video games in some form are valid in that sense. But
I don't think they're invalid. Like I've never this guy's it is so Psych 101 bullshit, right? Like this is the kind of stuff that you can go and clearly this is a motivational speaker, right? That's what he's trying to do, is to motivate you. But you can go to any motivational speaker and they're going to do the exact same shit. It's all an illusion. You got to realize that what's real out there. Like, come on. This is such a it's absolute 101 bullshit. What is this? A flat earthers debunking video? No, we don't. We are plain truthers here, okay? We believe. We know.
We got to red pill you on video games.
Right?
It's all fake.
God,
Paul even tried
I
to
feel
justify.
bad even saying that.
No, there is a quote of you saying that now.
Oh no.
You said that in public. That's something people will be able to use against you.
Oh god.
Forever. You have no options here.
While he played it and said, "This is developing my abilities. This is developing my mind to hand coordination or something like that. But then he was like, "This is just a bunch of BS." I'm not.
So
mind to hand coordination.
Apparently, that's not real. Is that what he's saying?
I mean, I think what he's trying to say is that, like, when you try to say some of this stuff to someone, they'll come at you with like hand-eye coordination, which it's like, yeah, I think that rationalization of it is a bit old hat at this point, but like, there's so many other reasons anyway, it doesn't even matter.
Even in that case, that is still a legitimate thing that you do learn from video games.
Does it really though?
Teach you hand-eye coordination? Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
like in what sense? Like how? But you're not moving your hand to like grab it. Like maybe for the Wii, but like I'm just holding a controller. Like I'm moving my thumbs. I'm not really like I wouldn't catch a baseball easier because I played video games.
Hand-eye coordination is a little bit of a misnomer, I think, because for me, I think it applies where I'm not looking at my hands.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. If you're able to move your mouse to a point on the screen, right, that is still hand-eye coordination.
Okay, yeah, a mouse totally. I guess I wasn't thinking. I was thinking of just like holding a controller, but yeah, I guess that's the point.
Even if it's just your thumb.
The same thing. Like if I'm looking at the screen, I'm not like I'll play games sometimes with like my controller, my hands on my controller under my blanket. I'm not even looking at the controller itself, and I can still I'm still fully able to do it, which I feel like, I don't know, is that hand-eye coordination, or is that like literally the opposite of whatever hand-eye coordination is?
No, I think
yeah, I guess it's like finger, like it's just fine motor skills. I think like it's like writing with a pencil. It's not like catching a like. I don't think that would give you a real-world benefit that like
having fine motor
catching
skills?
A ball would.
No, well, so it's different certainly, but it's not.
Yeah,
it's not nothing. Being able to
no, it's not nothing. It's not nothing. Obviously,
being able to do fine motor control with your hands because you play video games, right? Like, if you were to say, oh, all of a sudden, because of video games, I'm able to use my fingers to do very fine motions, right? That means that now you can be an artist or a chiseler or...
I don't think it carries over in that way. That, like, I think...
Of course it's not 100%. Like, there's never going to be a 100% simulacrum of it. No, but if you're saying that it can't improve those skills, of course it could.
Oh yeah, everything's connected. Like every time you learn anything, I think it connects to everything else you've already learned and like brings you up. Yeah, like I don't think there's any like non-valuable skill or hobby that you could learn out there that's giving you nothing. I think anytime you're learning, even if it's not like something that's hard, like you're still learning the process of learning new information.
So okay, has anyone ever tried...
I don't understand, which side are you falling on this? Because it seems like you said, well, I don't agree that hand-eye coordination is real. I think potatoes are mushrooms and things like that.
I think hand-eye coordination is real, and I think that if you practice, like you get better at it. I just don't think that using a controller is practicing hand-eye coordination. I think it can give you movements, but I don't see a way that then I don't see being good at a controller that I could then apply to a different skill. Like I'm just not making that association of a similar movement.
I get where you're going with that, but have you ever seen or used the eyesight test / hearing test, where you basically put your hand on a button and they tell you to press the button when you see the dot, or you press the button when you hear a certain sound?
Sure. So reaction time would increase.
Yes.
For sure.
So
I mean,
that's part of it. So your reaction times do actually increase with video games, and it also helps strengthen your eyesight to a degree. There's a bunch of science that you can just like search up on the internet right now and figure out like what video games can improve for you. I get where you're going with the controller thing because you're not really using your arms that much. Thing is, you're still using that reaction time. You're still
I don't argue with that at all. Like you're improving something. I don't think that it's the thing he's saying is improving is
what I would say is even if you took it to mean that like playing with a controller does not even if it did not translate to anything beyond that, it still does translate to being better at using a controller. Because
yes,
I have given a controller to my parents. I've tried to like watch them play video games. It is painful how much they can, because there's a literacy and a motor skill that just is not developed in them. There's a literacy for the game itself, and then the motor skill for the controller itself that is just not developed, and in a way that like it makes them have a worse time in games because they are not used to it. So I would say, like, even if you disregard the things that can help outside of the controller itself, it does still make you better at playing games themselves, which, if we take games as things that can do things like give you lessons, then does become a worthwhile skill to improve.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean, that's equivalent to how saying, like, learning English doesn't give you any tangible benefits until the point where you start using that to, like, to read other information, right? Like, the process of learning that skill is not in itself very useful. It's how you use that you can then, like, open up other doors to, you can now use games as a learning medium now that you've learned that.
I think we all kind of, like, get the gist of, like, where we're going. I'm sorry, I just want to move on, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't have much time.
So Slow Cuber sent me this image here. It is the face of a man who could kill in the wilderness.
Okay,
so true.
Make this an emo on the Discord.
There you go. The face of a man who could kill in the wilderness. All right.
I'm gonna do this.
I can just imagine meeting this guy in RuneScape, like, back in middle school. He's like, please follow me. I'm level 72, or, like, following, like, through the wilderness. It's like level 30, level 40, level 50. Keep following me. Oh, that's right. It's Paul. My bad.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Paul.
And he quit playing video games. And you're gonna say, wait a second, I play video games not because I'm achieving something, I'm just relaxing, right? It's a very relaxing thing I do. Well,
Shut up,
Doesn't
dude.
look like you.
Stop.
He's going for another one too.
Oh my
Gonna
god!
do it.
Like, it's just so good because every time he goes to say something, he immediately decides, "I'm gonna do a workout exercise." Like, it's so good. It's so good.
let me give you a little opener. If you started playing a video game and you just keep failing, let's say you try to build a house in Minecraft, and the game keeps glitching, or you can't build it because, you know, some creeper keeps getting at you. Or
How do you fail building a Minecraft house?
Yeah,
So-
that's what I wanted to say.
The game keeps glitching.
I
Those
want to
damn creepers.
I want to make a point that he knows a lot about literally all these different games. So I feel like, in some sense, he is a gamer.
He does. I think he does,
But like,
okay,
it's like
he's name dropped World of Warcraft. Or no, never mind. Sorry, he's name dropped StarCraft. He's name dropped and he's name dropped Age of Empires, and he's name dropped Minecraft so far. Like,
he's actually in the choices of games he's chosen to name drop. He is actually building up an image of the kind of gamer that he is. It is actually really interesting. Because, like, you can tell he's like a PC kind of guy, like an old, maybe a bit old school.
The thing is, though, they're all like A-class games, basically. Like,
but he's only demonstrated knowledge in. So the extent of knowledge he has on RuneScape is that the wilderness exists, and the extent of his knowledge on Minecraft is that you're going to build a house. Like, I don't think he's really shown that he knows a lot about games.
Oh, you know what?
But
it's not that he knows a lot; it's that he wants to know a lot. He wants to play video games.
I think he wants to have been addicted to video games in the past for this that like have bigger weight. You know, like
he's Gary, so he already has been. Or whatever his name was, Paul.
It was Paul. Yeah, I was gonna say like Gary. He's Gary.
I was like, Gary? Are you talking about the Fallout dude? Gary.
They're all the same person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
doing something, you're playing Street Fighter, and
I
you
want
keep losing.
to just edit a creeper into the background of this video, like slowly getting closer to him.
There you go.
Street Fighter.
I like it. Just getting closer and closer. Yes. Until this moment when he says creeper, then it would have to leave. You'd have to do it that way.
Well, that's when it would blow up.
Right? That's when it blows up in the... Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna get even more frustrated than you were before, and the only thing that it relaxes you or makes you feel better is that false sense of achievement. Okay,
so I want to... His argument here is that video games are bad because they give you a false sense of achievement that you could have used to do something else in the real world. And you're not going to learn mind-eye coordination because he doesn't explain, he just says you won't. And then, it won't relax you because what if your game glitches?
Actually, his current argument is like much simpler. I think it was that if you try to have fun and relax in Minecraft, you will completely fail to build a house. Like, you're going to fail building your house. You won't be able to relax, and you'll be less relaxed afterwards. There's no success in Minecraft. There's only failure.
Only failure.
I have a problem with his central assumption, which is that because there's a central assumption here that games must or should be relaxing, and that a game invoking an emotion in you other than a positive...
huge Dark Souls fan, so like this is like a problem for you.
I don't even mean like that necessarily, but I just mean like it is really interesting to me that games can evoke emotions that aren't just positive ones. Like, that's super cool. Like if a game makes you sad, if a game makes you frustrated, if a game makes you angry, then that is the power of art, and it's affecting you, and that's really awesome.
No, I super agree. I think emotional games and the impact of emotional games, those are the ones that I personally tend to remember more often than not. You look at, and I know that certainly this is a game that is controversial, blah, blah, blah. But you look at something like, Life is Strange, right? And it definitely evoked certain emotions in me that I look at and I go, I've never felt a kinship with a 18, 19-year-old girl before. You know what I mean? Like, I've never been able to identify like that. And the game managed to do that is something that's pretty fantastic. To have an emotional impact, you look at like the ending of The Walking Dead season 1, right? With Lee and Clementine. That is arguably as powerful as any other piece of art, emotionally, if you ask me.
I mean, that's what art does. It inspires emotions.
Yeah, like, and don't get me wrong, I am someone who prefers to end on like some kind of happy ending, or at the very least bittersweet. Like, I feel like storytellers who don't end on happy endings are kind of like pessimistic cowards to a certain extent. But at the same time, like, if I look at Walking Dead season 1, I think that's a really good ending. But if I look at Walking Dead season 2, when I played that game, I sided with Kenny I put all of my faith in Kenny, and I got the ending to that game that I thought was like, I looked up the rest of the endings to that game after I did it. And I'm like, I got the best ending. Like, I got the ending that I would want to get if I had to pick out of these. And I did that without looking it up beforehand. I just put my faith in Kenny, and they gave me the best ending because I just had faith in this character that I trusted from the first game. And that was really awesome. I didn't play season 3 or 4 though, because I'm not a masochist.
I love that you picked Kenny, because that was me. Like, I picked Kenny, and no joke, The Walking Dead, like the video game, the Telltale Games series, it was just so good. And I honestly felt so much emotions just for that single character. Clementine, like, I felt bad for her in the first one, but like, when you start to play as her, you don't feel bad. You just don't have those emotions. And the moment when I
think that's because you're not, like, things aren't acting on her. With the first game, at least, things are acting upon her, and you are able to stop, shield her from having these things acted upon her. But when you are her, you're choosing to act on things. So it's a difference of viewpoint there, right? Things aren't happening to Clementine. Clementine is doing things.
Yeah, and you kind of put yourself in the character's shoes, and like, you are the one making decisions now. You're not just trying to make this person survive. But I do actually have to get going, and I'm very grateful for everyone here, and thank you for having me, Em. It's been great.
So where can people find you, Veager?
So you can technically find me on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. You can find me on Castbox even. and all you have to look up is Veager Victory. I'm on Twitter somewhere and Reddit, but all you have to look up is Veager Victory. I basically do podcasts every Sunday.
Okay,
but
what link do you want me to post here?
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't have to post a link.
Of course
You
I
can
do.
just-
What is it? Castbox, you said?
Yeah, Castbox.
Veager
I can-
Victory.
Yeah, that's me. I can try getting it for you if you want.
You please do. Like, I'm looking at you. Are unsearchable. I've never met somebody
know.
as unsearchable.
I know, right? I mean, I like doing that, and I actually asked Crypto for some assistance on that a while back.
Being unsearchable?
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a rebrand, kind of like you, but basically, it's just gonna be Veager.
Are you going to include an X?
I could, and it would be even more epic.
I have found that if you include an X, it drives a whole lot of conversation about why did you include an X? How do you pronounce the X? Why is the X not pronounced? What is wrong with you?
You have historically had a really tough time pronouncing the X in my name, so I understand that.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? Your name is easy because it's French Canadian, so it's RACROX.
It's not French.
RACROX. It's super simple. And once I learned that it's actually RACROX, it was
it's French Canadian. It would be RACROX.
RACROX. There we go.
That you know what though, Rhydon is actually right. If it was,
I actually said that to my friend.
It would be RACROX. Like,
no, I said that to my friend. My friend was from Chicago, but he was went to university in Canada. And then every time he would drink like LaCroix, I'd be like, "Oh, you have a LaCroix there," and he would like lose his mind.
That's how I thought it was pronounced for a really long time.
That's a terrible name, LaCroix.
But it should be LaCroix.
LaCroix. So there you go. You can go find Veager at Castbox. Give him a, I don't know, what do you do? Follow? Do you follow?
Yeah, you can just follow. It's free. Like, it's literally the freest podcast system / account for anyone who wants to become a podcaster someday. Like, it's all free, and that's why I love it so much. But yeah,
thank you very much, Veager. Have a good night.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate having you.
Bye.
And Kate, were you also jumping out?
You know, I think in the process of this, I've messed up my sleeping pattern enough so that I'm wide awake.
Oh no!
So,
last second win.
I'm good.
All right. Well, hey, fantastic! Because we're almost done with this video.
Halfway.
We're almost done.
Halfway.
We're getting there. And Veager, I'm pretty sure I love Veager. He plays with me. He's a good guy, and I knew he would talk a lot, right? Which is why I invited him on here. But boy, I didn't expect for him to be 80%. Oh, you guys didn't think that was funny?
Well,
I thought he did a great job on the podcast.
I was being sarcastic. I wasn't being like, oh, it was a joke.
But was it
Oh, wow. Has he made a point yet? So, yes, his point is that you might have your house in Minecraft blown up, which will make you not as
You'll be more angry than when you started.
Yeah, so you'll be less relaxed than when you started, and therefore video games are not relaxing. That is his point.
Someone needs to show this guy how to light up his map.
Right? No, you.
Seriously, if he wants to reach out, I will introduce him to modded Minecraft, where you can actually press F7 and you can see on the map where mobs can spawn. So you can just go with your torches. It's yellow if they spawn there during the daytime. It's red if they can spawn there anytime. And you just light all that up. Creepers aren't going to be spawning anywhere near your house.
Yeah, and then
actually, there's claimed chunks, so they even if they blow up, they can't destroy stuff. These have been fixed. Don't worry, man. We'll get you back into Minecraft.
Yeah, I do appreciate that your rebuttal is like, no, man, we can solve your problems. Dude. We're gonna get you. We're gonna make you a gamer again.
You can even do that. Anti-creeper damage in vanilla now.
Oh, there you go.
Just leave some tame some cats and leave them around.
No, data packs, because they're vanilla. You just have to add them.
I have,
Like,
you're
with no
the
install.
Minecraft guy. I don't. Gray has played Minecraft. He wants to be a speedrunner. He's gonna do a dream speedrun here one day. Okay, that's his hope.
What? I agreed to none of this.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do a dream speedrun. Only his won't be cheated. You know,
Mine will not be cheated,
or at least not as
course.
badly as Dream did.
At least if I cheat, it won't be obvious.
I forget what this guy's about to say. Let's find out.
I won. I feel better. Oh, I made the Tetris bricks lay up that they disappeared. I feel better. I feel like I'm worth something. And in this illusory world...
This is like dopamine is bad.
Yeah, I'm like, we're getting dangerously close to
That's what this is.
Yeah.
We've got, this is our thing. This is our bingo. We've got dopamine is bad.
All right, I'll cross off dopamine is bad tentatively. All right, so we got dopamine is bad.
Tentatively.
We've got only okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cross off the two new ones I added.
Right. Yeah.
Which
yeah.
is
that's
only
very
tangible things are valuable and level up in real life.
Level up in real life. Right. Yes.
Yeah. Are video games? No, he didn't become a socio. Oh, he did kind of become a socio-awkward weirdo, but he didn't imply that would happen. He did a flagpole. He did a flagpole.
He did do the flagpole. I forgot.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're writing down bingo, like if you're putting new entries in during the video, then yeah, you're gonna cross them out because
that's true. This is we're developing this bingo sheet over multiple videos so that it's a versatile thing. I don't want to just like base it on like one guy's tropes and then somebody never does a flagpole again. But that's so funny that I'll risk somebody never doing a flagpole again.
Look, worst comes to worst.
Because somebody's gonna ask, why does a flagpole on your bingo card? And they'll be like, there's a reason.
There is a reason. Yeah, I'm just hoping one day we see some. Come on, fitness guys are definitely going to do this again. We're going to see another flagpole eventually. I'm putting money on it. You know what? If I will donate, I will donate $50 to something if I'm wrong. Okay, that
If
somebody else. Let's say it within this year, right? If somebody within this year doesn't do another flagpole, then I'll donate $50 to something.
So just a qualifier question. Does the video have to have been uploaded in this year, or can it be someone finds a video where someone does this and does a flagpole?
Yeah, I don't care. We just need to watch a video on stream where another guy says video games are bad while doing a flagpole.
Right.
We will give like the most amount of charity that you can within those restraints. Like if we.
And then within that,
we won't even judge your form. Like if you can get half up the flagpole, you're good.
Well, someone needs to go out and just make a video where they do a flagpole. Video games are bad.
And then I'll donate to something. We'll figure that out when we find it.
You ever just do a flagpole for charity?
Right. Do flagpoles for charity. There you go. That could be the hashtag, right? Flagpoles for charity.
Akron says, did he just say illusory world? He said illusory world, but it does sound like that.
Yes, illusory.
The world's an illusion. Actually, that should be added. The world is an illusion. That's definitely going on the bingo sheet.
Wait,
we're gonna have to start culling your bingo sheet eventually.
I think video games are an illusion. Of what he did say. The world is an illusion. Is my stance. You can't have that one.
Okay, fine. I'll give him video games are an illusion.
You are worth something, but it doesn't exist. You're participating in somebody's figment of imagination. Some guy thought of the game, is like, oh, let's play now. You'll be Batman, I'll be Spider-Man. Boom, I killed you, yay, you know?
I want to play that game, what the hell? Batman v Spider-Man and you can still kill.
And you can murder.
The best game I've ever heard.
Spider-Man kills people.
Animated YouTube series.
Right?
This is wild.
This is one of those like Elsa things, right? That got YouTube.
Oh no! I was thinking of I was thinking of Batman, Spider-Man by what are their names? Two animators did a Mondo Media series called Batman, Spider-Man, and I don't know. It was really good. It's old YouTube, but it's really good.
You're so old, Brody.
Well, it's like 2011,
You're so
2012
old.
But
it's like little kids.
Go on. Tell us more, Boomer.
I was gonna say how I like how he positions it as like someone made this game up. Let's you go in the world, you play in it. Like that's not what like all sports are.
No. Remember,
Like
this is
all
one of the
games.
chief things, right? Sports are not games. We have learned this. They're totally different. Watching football is not like watching a video game on Twitch.
Nope.
This is
not.
a very important thing, right? We have learned this. They're totally different.
Like playing tag on the schoolyard. It's the same thing.
No, not at all. It is a very different thing. We've learned this. It's an important part.
When I was a child, I thought like a child, I played like a child, but then there came a moment where I'm like, I'm a man now. Let me bring some benefit to this world. Let me do something that benefits other people. And the reason you don't want to do that is because you can't just...
Wait.
The reason you don't want to bring
What?
any benefit to the world?
What happened to his friend Paul? Now it's I want to do all this stuff.
Oh yeah,
Well, he's let the metaphor down.
Because he finally decided.
yeah. The metaphor was thrown away. He just
Yeah.
started talking about no, it was me all along. But we never got that wonderful
Yeah.
reveal.
Yeah, he didn't even do that. I mean, that's subversive storytelling. He didn't even give us the reveal. He just went
Right?
into it.
He just changed perspectives on us in the middle of it. Maybe we'll still get it, but it's been ruined, you know? Like I'm hoping we'll still get, by the way, Paul, that was me at the very end.
I mean, I would love that now more than I would have liked it before he just switched perspectives, because that means he did not realize that he switched perspectives.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm firmly expecting we're going to get that.
Just click restart. Because if I start playing and I built this huge town,
Oh wow!
and boom,
Okay, I thought he was setting up the camera. That shot shows that he's a cameraman, actually.
Yeah,
like,
no,
filming
he
this
has a
one.
cameraman. You've seen it.
Why has the
following
focus
it.
been so bad? Why is it never in focus?
Oh, it's terrible.
Oh, well,
yeah.
I mean, they're doing like a depth of field thing, so he's always kind of in focus.
Yeah, but not always. Like it's definitely in and out. And the
Yeah.
camera guy
Well, I think
follows him.
I think it's an auto depth. That would be my guess.
That'd be pretty funny. Because you got to know he has a pretty nice camera. I would imagine, right, at least $1,000 or $2,000 that he spent on this setup. Because it's not an iPhone, you know what I mean?
No, yeah,
Like that's
it's not like some shitty camcorder.
no, that's a decent camera that's doing this, or at least a decent lens, you know, which that's going to be
true.
more than a camera in some cases. And he's got a camera guy there. And this guy has hundreds of thousands of subs, by the way. I don't know how many he had at the time of this video, but, like, he's not a nobody who makes no money, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm running low on money. Guess what I do?
Oh well.
I'm sorry, I accidentally clicked.
Oh my god, dude.
What perfect timing! Oh my god, I don't know what time we were at there, but oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, that was...
Town, and boom, I'm running low on money. Guess
Oh man. That was perfect timing.
That was some mind-eye coordination if I've ever seen one.
Right? This is straight up mind-eye coordination.
what I do. I press restart. Guess what you do in real life? You file for bankruptcy, and you're back at the bottom. There's a lot of trade-offs, but what you do earn is real. You earn.
Wait, so
Oh, he's super out of focus now.
So his argument right there is, you know, in a video game, if you lose all of your money, you hit reset. If you lose it in real life, you go bankrupt. There's a lot of trade-offs, but at least what you keep is real. Boy.
I feel like I'm not educated enough on the economy to properly comment, but also, isn't that the same thing as hitting reset?
I mean, yeah, it's like a reset of real life. Oh, boy, that hurts. That hurts real bad.
You're in a pile of gold. It's your pile of gold. You can use it. You're in a pile of gold in the game. It's gone.
Unless you go bankrupt. You just said that. Then your pile of gold is gone forever. Seatown calls him a save scummer. That's funny.
Well, that's government bailouts.
just numbers on a screen. It's just visual. It's not there. Guys, I love you enough to tell you the truth. This is the only reason I'm making this video. And if you take this truth, you apply it, you start, when you're down, you start achieving things that are real. You start achieving things that you can apply, that you can gather for yourself, that you can spread to other people. And I know the trade-offs are worse. And
what? The trade-offs are worse, though.
I'm having a very tough time following him at this point.
He's lost the thread entirely.
Yeah.
I love you guys. That's why I'm making this video. That's the reason. And then I just like, what is he? Is it my fault? Am I the one at fault for not being able to follow this?
No.
So my theory has to be. Do you think he has a script for this video, or do you think he just did separate exercises, ranted for a little bit during it, and then cut, and then kept doing it over and over again, and then edited them into a video?
Dude, there is no way. There's no way that there was a script for this.
No.
Like, it's impossible. If he wrote this down first,
like, do you think there were even like bullet points for him to like rip off of?
No, God, no, dude. I'm pretty sure that what happened here is the guy was like, "I'm gonna go work out. Let's talk about why video games are terrible. You just record me. I'm just gonna talk about how I used to play video games, and now I don't."
And also, I feel like I'm not in too much of a position to judge, given that I can't even do one pull-up. But the last pull-up he did was not as impressive as. I just want
to. All right, let's watch this last pull-up. Let's judge him off of this pull-up.
Start achieving things
We're gonna
that you
judge
can
the
apply,
whole
that you
thing.
can gather for yourself, that you can spread to other people. And I know the trade-offs are worse. And
oh, that was weak. He's gone all the way up to his waist before.
He's losing the energy as he goes on.
Right? Oh, come on now. He's every other time he's done a pull-up, he goes all the way up, he extends his arms all the way down, and he pulls himself up to his waist. This time, he barely brings his head above it. Man, you know, I was going to listen to you before, but now I see that you can't maintain.
I guess he needs a stamina potion. Uh-huh.
That was good. No, I appreciate that.
I was gonna let the silence go for a while longer.
Yeah.
Like I was gonna let it be really awkward there.
I didn't think it was bad enough to leave it that awkward.
But it could have been so much worse if you just let it go for a while. Like if it had been like a good 10 seconds of silence, you know, he would have been like,
because I've got some pretty bad jokes, so I'm just like, I need some padding of like, you know, pity for when that silence goes. Step in, and they, you know, I need to.
All right.
And much more hurtful, but it's not illusory. It's 100% real.
I do hear illusory, but illusory.
Yeah, he's just not pronouncing the S very strongly.
So please take this into account, and one day you're gonna die. And I don't want you.
Well, I didn't know that before you told me. Thanks.
Can we add that to the bingo card?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You're gonna die.
Oh my god! Oh god! Wow, bro! Yeah. One day you're gonna die. Oh man.
That came out of nowhere.
Dude, half this video came out of nowhere.
I want you to be remembered as somebody who participated in somebody else's figment of imagination, a video game. Make this world a better place. Paul with you today from the Fortress channel, Body, Soul, Spirit. If you want to look like me,
his name is Paul.
Yeah. So there we go.
The big reveal.
Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm thinking now. I'm thinking we're kind of out of the loop now, because I feel like he probably wasn't trying to. Because I feel like his viewers probably know his name is Paul, right? So he wasn't actually trying to be facetious at the beginning. He was just like he was. I think he was being very open about the fact that he was Paul. We just didn't have the context to know that.
that's fair.
Maybe.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Given what his argument was, and yeah, no, that makes
okay,
a lot
but he
more
stayed
sense.
in third person for a while there at the beginning. So I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like we might be. I mean,
he clearly hasn't been providing the correct information for his audience. For example, they clearly weren't aware of how much he could lift that he had to demonstrate, like to leave no confusion for his audience here.
Speedy Acorn says that you should make a bingo specifically about this guy. I don't think we can.
See, the problem with making a bingo for that guy is that like everything's crossed off.
Right? You just cross
like,
it
you can't play bingo. You're just kind of that's the one.
Is there something there to the idea that he's in one of these outdoor jungle gyms with like a sports field in the background? Is that anything?
No. We haven't seen a whole lot of outdoors workout videos yet.
Yeah, like this is like definitely on a pedestal of like one of the best.
If you like me, check out fortressworkout.com for more information such as this video. Subscribe to the channel.
Subscribe to this shit channel.
You can do multiple takes.
Subscribe to this shit channel.
He's not even doing an exercise in this one. Like, there's no reason not to redo the take.
Right? Dude, like, I hope his videos got better. I hope that this is not him at his peak.
This is him at his peak.
More touchy subjects upcoming. All right? Every Monday and Thursday evening Pacific Standard Time. God bless you guys. Bye-bye.
Wait, there's 30 seconds
left. All right,
left.
now I'll do it.
He's just going to do exercises for the last bit.
Do you think he's just... No, he's just going to fuck around.
Whatever.
They took multiple takes, right? They didn't just sit here and work out for the rest of the time. Oh my god, they did.
Alright, I'm not going to lie, that was impressive. I'm not even going to front on that one.
Not give this guy clout.
His camera guy.
That last trick he did was where he did it with like the back of his knees, whatever that's called. That was legitimately impressive. I credit where credit is due.
No, that was the entire routine was super impressive. You definitely gotta give him a pat on his back. Like, he did not waste his life.
I just want to point out that the title of this film or video is Video Games Waste Life. So it's not like video games waste your life or video games waste lives. It's video games.
Just life is a thing.
Waste life. Like you have a meter, like a health meter.
You've got some kind of life points.
Right? And you're wasting those. When you do video games.
You're not properly min-maxing your life points when you're playing video games.
Oh, wow. So, how would you rank this one, Raiden? Would you say that this is...
Well, now that his video's fully done and I can actually comment for the first time, I would rank it how? Because that's like a 10 out of 10 for me. Like, that was just everything I could have ever wanted.
Like, compared to the other ones, like Alex Becker, where he's saying we should never play video games ever because dopamine is bad. Or
I think Alex Becker had a worse argument than this guy.
The Wall Street Journal, where they said that all games are addictive and terrible immediately, forever.
Yeah, like, I don't feel like he was tricking us. I just feel like he just was like, doesn't know what's going on, Whereas I feel like the Wall Street Journal was legitimately trying to, like, trick us.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, though, it's hard to have a worse argument when you don't have an argument.
Yeah, he made absolutely no coherent argument throughout this entire video. The best argument he made is also his funniest, which is that if you play Minecraft, creepers will blow up your building, and therefore you will be sadder than when you started.
To be fair, that's the point.
It's such a stupid thing, but it's the only actual argument he made. If you play Minecraft, creepers will blow up your house, and therefore you will be sadder than when you started.
Yeah. No. Oh my.
That's it. That's the only argument.
So his anecdote about Paul was just like, I knew a guy, Paul, who was addicted to video games. He quit, and now he does fitness YouTube. Anyway.
I mean, plus, if you're level 72 on RuneScape, you're not even level 91 is halfway to level 99 in RuneScape in terms of XP game. I don't know why I know that. I've never played RuneScape, but I knew a lot of people who did.
Man, that's
yeah, like I feel like he's like 72 what? Like level 72.
Oh, that's true. It's like you have
fletching
different for like all of the different things.
No, just level 72.
Just level 72. That's it.
I don't know what you don't get. He explained it very clearly. He even did a flagpole while doing it. Can you do a flagpole? Can you do a flagpole while videotaping a thoughtful discussion about health, mental health?
If he had combined, if he had done the flagpole while saying creepers will blow up your house and make you sad, then I think I would have maybe agreed with it.
Could you imagine if he did? Oh God, I love that argument, man. That is the best argument I've ever heard. It's so good. It's so good.
All right.
If you play Minecraft, creepers will destroy your house, and you will be sad.
Oh, no. I also have to get out of here.
Thank you, Gray.
Pleasure once again.
And where can people find you, Gray?
I like to say that you can find me on twitch.tv/GrayKitsun3.
Misspelled,
but that would be a
lot.
Misspelled because the correctly spelled was taken. But there you go. It's been a pleasure. This was a lot better than Alex Becker, to say the least. I enjoyed it a lot more than that.
It's really good.
Well, I am glad that you enjoyed it more. I think I definitely enjoyed that one more as well.
Be sure to subscribe, or not subscribe. Be sure to follow Gray. I don't think he has subscriptions on Twitch. But,
I do.
Don't subscribe to him. Subscribe to me. Don't subscribe to Gray. Like, don't do that. That would be terrible. That'd be a terrible waste of your valuable supporting me dollars.
Your life, your video game
It'd
life.
be a terrible waste of your life. Haven't you learned? You'd be supporting video games.
Twitch subs aren't real.
They're just not real things.
All right.
Go check
Have
out.
a good one.
Go check out Gray. He does Pokey Chew stuff.
Sometimes.
When he streams once a year, he does Pokey Chew. Thank you, Gray. So we have one more video here, and this one I think is going to be good. We have found that it seems like every Watch Mojo video sucks. Okay?
It appears that way.
It seems like they're all really terrible. And so we have a couple that we're going to go through. Not now, but over time. We're going to go through a couple Watch Mojo videos. We went through one last week, which I don't even remember, but I know it was terrible.
Top 10 reasons why video games...
Yeah, good.
Why video games? Yep.
Are...
Why video games?
Keep going, you can get there.
Good.
It's there somewhere.
Good.
It's in there somewhere.
I remember fighting games were in it. Oh, why they make you toxic or something?
No, the one we didn't do was the 10 most toxic game communities, but then the one we showed was the top 10, like...
Oh my god, I'm gonna browse through real quick.
Number 10 was Dark Souls.
I don't remember.
There are more.
So... Top 10 signs you suck at a video game.
Yes! That was it.
Oh,
that was it.
Yes. Thank you. I looked, Speedy Acorn said it, I was in the middle of browsing through our video. I couldn't remember it. Man, that tells you how much of an impact Watch Mojo has. I just blanked on that shit. Their 10 reasons.
I don't know how I blanked on it because I spent so long going through it after the fact.
Dude, it's that bad. It's that bad. This one might be as bad. It sounds so stupid. And I actually picked this out specifically for Kate because I was told that you're really into indie games. So here are the top 10 indie game cliches we're sick of.
Tell us some more about your
Oh boy.
And let me tell you, his first sentence here just makes you go, oh, it's this kind of video. So just listen to this right here.
Please, tell us some more about your pixel art Metroidvania roguelike genre deconstruction.
It's that kind of video.
That's the kind of video we're in for. Yeah.
Hello, this is me from Watch Mojo. Please give me some more views.
Hi, this is... Yeah, you're the only one who can do his voice. I can't even get close.
I feel like this is the first Watch Mojo video I've ever seen with the guy. I think I've only ever watched the ones with the girl that speaks.
He's really bad. All of his videos are bad. All the video game Watch Mojo videos so far have been bad. We're going to go through several of them, I think, because they're so fun. And they're terrible. They're so bad. So this is the second one. The top 10 indie game cliches we're sick of.
Welcome to WatchMojo.com, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10 indie game cliches.
Okay, so I don't know if you see this. There's a credit at the top for World of Long Plays, right? World of Long Plays, if you've never heard of them, they are a community-driven thing where anybody can take the footage. So they're not even like bothering to go get any footage or like use real footage from people. They're just straight up jacking footage from World of Long Plays. I guess that doesn't say anything to anybody else, but it says something to me. Like I see that, I go, "Oh, you go with the laziest way." But you guys are just silent. I get it. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't know who World of Long Plays is. So that one didn't hit off for me, but I mean, I'm sure you really burned them.
Here's that 10 seconds, by the way.
Top 10 seconds of silence.
Top 10 indie game cliches. Before we begin, we publish new videos every day.
I felt like there was a point coming, and then
there
was an awkward silence there.
This is how they do it, right? So after, or at least once for every number. So number 10, blah 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 blah. Then he'll say something, and then they'll just let they'll either do like a movie quote, right? Or they'll just let the game play in the background for no reason. And I'm pretty sure that what it is they're padding out their video time.
But it's not even over 10
How long
minutes.
is this exactly?
This is 8 minutes and 41 seconds. But it's one of the newer ones, so I think this was after the 8-minute monetization.
Right. Actually, it'd be funny. I want to go back to their channel. I won't do it right now, but I want to go back to their channel and like see when they made that change and like see if there's like an obvious change in length of their videos.
I'm trying to figure out what this collage in the back. It's all different kinds of media, which to an extent I can appreciate.
I see a bunch of albums. I see the Shining, like Green Day.
Yeah, like some of these choices are just very inconsistent. Like there's like Limbo and LA Noire, and it's like those are not. When I think of like video games, I do not go to Limbo and LA Noire immediately. But like you have like Ocarina of Time and like Green Day. It's like okay, I kind of see that. Like the Shine, yeah. It's very weird.
Just well-known pieces of media, right?
Like, why is a No Doubt album on there?
Hey, wow.
Yeah,
that's fucking harsh. No Doubt.
I don't think it's harsh. I just don't think did that make a top 10 list? If it did, then I'm sorry, but like,
yeah, of course. It's like one of the most famous albums of the '90s, man. I would say everything on there so far that I can see is
Gwen Stefani's great.
Is like a major piece of media. You've got Metropolis, you've got Silence of the Lambs, Madonna, No Doubt, Princess Bride, I mean, like The Godfather, Shining, all these are major pieces of media, and I wouldn't say any of them are like niche. Limbo kickstarted the entire indie genre, like all indie games after Xbox Live Arcade. You know, like that was the big thing.
Was Shovel Knight. I'm kidding. Well, I mean, it kind of was Shovel Knight to an extent. I mean, that was more Kickstarter, right?
You know, I almost put Shovel Knight on here because did you know that For Honor is doing a Shovel Knight crossover?
What?
What?
Ubisoft's For Honor is doing a Shovel Knight crossover.
I'm surprised For Honor is getting more content at all.
Yeah,
I forgot about that one.
I almost put that in here because I thought it would be ridiculous, but I didn't have anything to say about it. Like, it's a 40-second long trailer that I have nothing to say. There's no words to say. I watched it and I was like, that exists. But let me see if I can't find the picture of it, and I will share the picture rather than the full thing. So they are doing... Here.
I think there should be a nondescript For Honor character for Smash.
What? I can't save the image? Okay, we're sharing the blah 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 blah. We're gonna put this up. We're pulling it up, and here you go. So it is For Honor. Oh my god, it's so big. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's so big.
Oh my god.
Dude, it's so big. I'm trying. It's so big. Okay. So it is the three races in For Honor, but they're wearing Shovel Knight gear.
Those flying like mice are pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, is that like an attack? Are they using the mice to?
I don't think the mice
someone?
are real. I think they're not in the game.
Well,
when I watched
no
the
video
trailer,
games are real, clearly. So.
Well, yeah.
Wait,
no
what is that
games.
supposed to be? The knight looks like he's a crusader, but the background looks like Japanese architecture. Like, is that supposed to be a samurai or like a knight?
No, he's the crusader, and then yeah.
I think it's just one of the maps.
Huh. Okay.
You'd have to watch the trailer, which isn't worth watching. It's just not worth. It's a bad trailer. The boring 40 seconds. One of the dude you're watching there is a barbarian or something, and he grabs a shovel and hops on it and turns into Shovel Knight. That's the whole thing. And then there's a bunch of flashy images. It's Ubisoft.
I mean, it's still not nearly as horrifying as the Immortals Phoenix Rising Adventure Time crossover. If you ever saw that, that's terrible.
Okay, so let's do this.
For this list, we'll be looking at the most notable indie game tropes and cliches and poking fun at them a little bit. We're not saying these cliches are inherently bad, or that they make the games we mention bad by extension. In fact, most of the games we'll use as examples are actually really, really good.
So you'll notice that he starts this off with a whole lot of caveats, right? The whole 30 seconds that we've started here is just nothing but, by the way, don't hate me. And that's all this is. It's just 100% please don't hate me.
That's just classic YouTuber, isn't it?
I mean, yeah.
Like, disclaimer, this is all my opinion. That kind of shit.
That's exactly what it is. And it's Watch Mojo, so, they do it a little bit more.
Anyway, here we go.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Number 10, synth soundtrack.
Now you're mine.
So is having synthesizers in your game, in your music, is that really a trope?
I don't think I would describe that as a cliche at all. Yeah.
If it's a trope, it's like the kind of trope you see on TV tropes where you're just like, well, that's just self-evident. It's not really a trope at all. Like it's especially not like exclusive to indie game. Like it's just a genre of music you can put in a game.
Well, it's not even a genre; it's an instrument. It's like
That's true. Yeah,
synthesized music. Like, there's a lot of different like types of synths. Like, you can make completely different sounds out of them.
I agree, but I also imagine that when they're saying this point, they probably mean a specific genre of synth music.
Or he just doesn't know what he's talking about, and he means that it's just kind of 80s synthy, right?
True.
If it goes like boom, right?
There you go.
Exactly.
Yes, perfect. So I don't know. Maybe he'll explain it a little bit more, but I am immediately suspicious of his number 10. Right, as Seatown says, are genres tropes now?
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point where they may as well be, because the genres are just becoming meaningless as a concept as well. Honestly, like
you went in a totally different direction. I was just gonna mock it relentlessly, but then you're like, actually,
well, it's just like you have so many genres like colliding with each other now, and like I always go back to the term action adventure, which means nothing at this point. Like the term action adventure means any video game ever now. So it's like
there are a lot of games that are described as action adventure. You're right.
Like it's like you could like deconstruct that, and you could say like, oh, adventure, like those kind of like Telltale or like those old school like Monkey Island or like Pajama Sam, like that's an adventure game. You have action, which is more something like, I don't know, like Devil May Cry or whatever, and you put them together, you get Zelda, so it's action adventure, and that's I think where the term like came from, was the combination of action games and adventure games. But we're at a point now where it's like you could just call almost any game action adventure, and you'd be like, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's very overused term. Like, I don't really think I know what. Like, it took me a long time to understand what a lot of things mean, because it just get thrown out a lot. Like, it took me a while to like figure out what like rogue like meant.
I mean, yeah. Well, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
that's a painful. Me and Brody here, we both have an issue, because there's roguelike and roguelite, and what does each mean? And it's a clunky term.
Oh yeah, roguelike is whatever rogue was, and then roguelite is the opposite, which is whether you progress outside of the main loop, right?
Well, like, kind of. I don't like the term roguelite because it feels intentionally kind of gatekeepy to certain games in a way, where it's like, because you have Shovel Knight, or not Shovel Knight. What game of it? Rogue Legacy. You have Rogue. I don't know why I said Shovel Knight. You have Rogue Legacy, which you level up your character as you go, but you still have so many elements of that game which are very much roguelike, and so I understand why you might say that that's like lighter on the roguelike elements than a game like Spelunky, where it is permadeath and there is no like level up system. But like, we've gotten so many games that do kind of use that, like like Necrodancer, and I think Gungeon. I haven't played Gungeon, but I think Gungeon does it. Where it's like you unlock different pools, or like
faster than light, you can get like different ships, but like you're not actually progressing in the way.
Yeah, like,
but you are unlocking things. So yeah,
exactly. Like in Binding of Isaac, or at least in Rebirth, you can unlock other items as you go, and those items are put into a larger pool of items that you can roll as you're playing runs. So it's like, you are technically unlocking things, but you're also still going back to zero every time you restart. So it's like, where do you draw the line? Is there even a point in drawing a line at all?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I totally found that Adventure Time picture, so I'm just gonna pop that in there because it's horrifying.
What the fuck is this? All right, hold on. I'm putting it on screen. Oh, that was not what I expected.
That ain't it, Chief.
Wow, that is not what I expected at all.
That's not how. Why did they do the unicorn that way?
Look at the bird.
Why are the stripes like that?
Wow,
it's so horrifying.
That's really.
Why is Finn's face like that?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
Like, the unicorn makes even less sense. Why is the green repeated like that? Why are the colors? What is this? What?
Oh my
God. The bottom's green.
That's something special right there. Wow.
I'm just laughing at Take It Off screen.
Oh man, that's something. Wow.
That is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen.
That was a decision someone made and a decision someone else signed off on. Like,
there were a lot of people involved in that, and all of them are at fault. Okay, every one of them.
Crossovers are getting out of hand. They're out of it's too far now.
Right?
Like it used to be, they were rare, and I was like, man, things could cross over more. Why don't things cross over more? And now I get it now. I know why they did.
Both of those were Ubisoft. Ubisoft recently also did 2 other crossovers that I can think of, which was The Division and Resident Evil, where you had Leon Kennedy's gear in The Division, and then they also did some Monster Girl game and The Division. What was it?
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. It's a cross. I can't remember what it was. Girls Frontline.
That's it. Yeah.
It's a gacha game, right? And it was
I see.
In the gacha game, they had Division characters and a deadly pandemic break out in New York City. It's the weirdest thing. Ubisoft does some weird crossovers.
Honestly, though, I kind of appreciate it. They're so weird that it's if they're gonna happen, they might as well be notable.
Since you asked, okay, and since you are one of the few golden sheep on this channel, I will happily show you the Adventure Time shit. Here's the Adventure Time shit for you,
C-Town, close your eyes again real quick. We'll give you that warning.
No, it was already up by the time you were giving him the warning. This is for you, Boney, and only for you. No one else gets to see it.
We don't know what it is with synth and indie game developers, but they certainly seem to love it. Actually, I totally know what it is. It's because of the 80s.
Yeah, see, he's saying it's 80s. He's saying it's 80s, 80s synth style.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I guess, so his argument, would be that indie games, because they're independent, have a lower budget, so they have a cheaper art style that is generally pixelated, so they lean on the 80s more with appropriate soundtracks.
I think he didn't make any of those arguments. I think he said that they just use 80s style music, and that's it. I don't think he said, it's because they're pixelated or because they have a lower budget. He's just pointing out the fact that music exists.
Pretty much.
That's it.
I guess so, yeah. All right.
There's not much else to that one. I mean, what do you expect?
You can't show games in which synth music totally belongs, like Hotline Miami, and then say that's a cliche. It had to. What other choice? I mean, I guess it could have just played Eye of the Tiger on repeat.
Oh, God, could you imagine that? Just on repeat. That'd be great. You'd certainly want to murder people. Right? It would explain. At the end, they could be like, no, he was just crazy. He kept hearing Eye of the Tiger on repeat forever. It made him want to kill.
Really makes me want to go to the forest for some reason.
Kill people in the wilderness?
Created a synthwave sound in recent years, including Hotline Miami, Fury.
So I just want to point out, he did describe it there as synthwave.
Okay, so that's a little bit more limited than just uses a synth.
Yes. So synthwave.
Yeah, so he's talking about a genre of music, but it still doesn't mean anything.
Yes.
He's just yep, it exists.
Yeah.
And they use it.
If you can show a game that's not set in the 80s or with a vaporwave aesthetic that, because those are just all appropriate for it. So if he's showing us a game that doesn't have that aesthetic, then
unless his point is that all indie games look like they're pixel games with vaporwave aesthetics.
Well, I think you could have a point there, but it's just weird that he would go specifically after synth and not the entire aesthetic.
And defragmented. And while we certainly love us some badass 80s synth, it's starting to get a little bit cliche.
Did we just get DMCA'd?
If the game is
Yeah. Yeah. Like 100% that's going to show up when it goes to YouTube. It's going to be like copyright claim at 3 hours and 39 minutes or whatever it is. Like, yeah, 100%. But his argument there is just that, again, these games that are clearly designed to evoke that kind of a feel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also use that music when evoking it.
Yeah, how is the? I mean, yeah, like I don't know. If he had a greater point about a lot of games being like 80s, but which I wouldn't even agree with that point either. But I feel like that's the point he's trying to make, is that there's a lot of indie games with like just overall holistically 80s synthy kind of vibes, just all around. Which, again, I disagree with that too, but that would be a more cohesive point at the very least.
Don't expect cohesive with Watch Mojo.
Isn't incorporating synthwave, it'll undoubtedly.
I take personal offense to that one. This is my day job, dude. You can't.
He seemed to be making an exception here.
If the game isn't incorporating synthwave, it'll undoubtedly be chiptune, that gloriously retro.
Okay, so it's either retro or what did he synthwave,
or chiptune.
It'll have chiptune. So he's already expanded his own point. Not every game has synthwave, but some of them do, and if they don't, they might have chiptune as well.
Goalpost status.
Right?
Shifted.
It's even less of an argument now. Speedy Acorn says it's weird having the same voice disagree with each other. Oh, poor Ryan.
Yeah, they didn't give me enough time to research this video. There's clearly holes in it. I was on a deadline, guys. Leave me alone.
8-bit sound from the 80s and 90s, which is made from synthesizers. The emergence of this type of music is probably due to both its low cost and the retro appeal of the games it appears in. So, indie games and synthesizers basically go together like peanut butter and jelly.
So, his argument there is that it's only in 80s games. What the fuck, dude?
He's like, they go together really well. They should stop doing this thing that goes together really well.
I don't even get this guy at this point. He makes such bad arguments.
I'm like loving all the music, the examples too.
Number 9, vague plot.
Oh, vague plot.
Oh,
journey. Oh no, this is gonna these. This is how do I mispronounce? This is a touchy subject for us gamers.
This one's gonna hurt, I feel like. Oh boy.
To go with their synthwave chiptune soundtracks, indie developers absolutely love.
Inside does not have a synth tune.
Yeah.
Chip tune like the no. Okay.
I guarantee you, he's not going to show in this segment. And you know what? I'm going to be wrong. That's egg on my face, but whatever. I'm going to make this bet right now. In this entire segment about games with vague plots, he's not going to show a single game with a synthwave soundtrack.
All right, let's take that. I bet he doesn't too.
Writing vague stories and characters, usually as a means to be artistic. These vague plot elements come in a variety of factors.
I actually don't know this one.
Braid?
Yeah.
Braid's big. That was Jonathan Blow. It was one of the first indie games on like Xbox Live Arcade. With Limbo, right? Same period of time. And Jonathan Blow eventually went to go on and make The Witness and something else too. Something else. The Witness, I don't think that's a good game. Right?
I like The Witness a lot, but I mean you have to be in a real certain kind of mood. And you have to be okay with laughing at yourself, I think.
Well, so that's the thing, right? I think that The Witness's whole point at the end, if you complete everything and you get to the secret chamber and all that, right, and you've done everything, the whole point of that game is you were an idiot to play this game.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. Like,
Actually, I mean, I agree, yes, but I also think that there is a step beyond that, which is not only that you were like, there's a step beyond, which is like you were an idiot to play this game, but didn't you enjoy it anyway? So who cares?
Yeah, 100%. You were an idiot to play this game. You shouldn't have done it. You wasted your time. There's nothing deeper. But hey, at least it was fun, right? Ha! Why would you even put that in your game? It just feels so pretentious. Jonathan Blow is pretentious. Everything he talks about is pretentious.
The director of that game.
Who is the director?
Well, I said, what if Paul from the last video? You just made the point that it's a useless game and it's a waste of your time.
Right? He's just trying to teach you something.
I think the thing that drove it home wasn't even because you can get to like the secret ending without doing like the super secret thing with the with the circles and the lines, like that whole like the perspective trick thing that they do. But if you do that, you literally get nothing. But if you do that, there's one of them that involves. So as you do a certain amount, and as you like complete the tire pillars by doing these, you can unlock little videos in like a special area, and they're just like little philosophy videos and like different videos.
They're not even. It's fucking lush. There's one that's like 3 minutes of the moon.
Oh yeah. Well, no. There's one that is an hour long. But the thing is, to get typically I would say it's probably the final one of these secret things you get, just because it takes such a long time. You have to start the video, go to a different place in the room, then go to the circle, start doing the line, and then you reach a point where you can't move it anymore. You have to wait till like 57 minutes in the video or something.
Yeah.
And then trace it along the moon as it goes.
Yes.
And then to complete it.
Yes.
And it's like, and again, it gets you nothing. And I mean, when I did it, I didn't watch it. I literally like I started it, and then I went and I did something else for like an hour, and then I came back and then I did it. And I was just like, oh, I really fucking hope I don't miss the time on this. So, but I did, and you get nothing. Like you literally get absolutely nothing.
To rephrase that in a way, Raiden will get, because I don't think you played The Witness, right?
No, I haven't played it. I've like seen a friend play it. I know it's like a lot of like drawing.
So you know you have to
lines.
draw the lines and stuff, right?
Yeah.
One of those lines is it takes place in the theater while you're watching the movie, this hour-long video, right?
See, you're already assuming I know more than what's going on.
No.
Because you've already lost me again.
No,
you're in an auditorium.
Watching a movie, there is one of those puzzles where you draw the lines. You have to wait 55 minutes of this 1 hour-long movie before a part of the movie becomes the ending of the puzzle.
Yeah.
So you have to just sit there.
So, is it
55 minutes holding this puzzle, waiting for that moment when you can finish it?
To be honest, like I respect the hell out of that puzzle, because it really is. Like I have been enjoying over the past few years. I have really enjoyed games that just fuck with completionists. Like, because I am one, or I guess I was one at a certain point, and I just got to the point where like I games were fucking with me for being a completionist, and I was like, this is great. I love this, because it taught me to like not care as much about that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still love like really cool completion rewards, like if you have like Dragon Shores in Spyro 2 or Super Bonus Round in Spyro 3, whatever. 3D Green Hill Zone and Sonic Adventure 2, that was always really cool. Like I will always love those, but I also love when a game is just like, stop it. Why are you doing this? You know you're getting nothing. Why are you compulsively doing this?
Yes, Kate?
I just like...
Huh?
You said... I saw you go green. Did you have something to say?
No, that's just my mouse. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Characters with unclear motivations or relationships, like Braid. Sometimes entire stories are left open to interpretation, like in Inside and Journey. Wow.
If the story is left open to interpretation, it is a vague plot, and therefore it is a bad thing. It's a cliche we're tired of.
He's not saying necessarily that it makes the game bad or even worse for it. It's just cliche.
It's a cliche. So he's just saying that, but the thing is, the title is cliches we're sick of. So regardless of whether or not he then added the caveat that, oh, but it doesn't make the game worse, clearly he's sick of it, therefore it is a bad thing.
The only, like, at least, and I can't believe I'm about to give a compliment to the synthwave thing, but at least with the synthwave thing, there are like hundreds of thousands of alternatives in which you can say, like, oh, I wish there was more. Like with this, a game has a vague plot. The only alternative is game does not have a vague plot, which I would argue is just as cliche, if not more, because that's almost all game.
If that's true, yeah, it's such a cliche that they explained the plot of the game. Like, what a cliche that is.
Wow. I can't believe that they actually they included a plot in this game. What a cliched trope. Included plot. Wow.
That's a cinema sins. Right.
Stupid.
We love a little bit of interpretation. You can almost guarantee that an indie game will leave some form of its story incomplete or intentionally unclear.
Okay, but here's the thing. Oh my god. If you by this guy's argument, the ending of Inception is cliched because it leaves it unclear whether or not the dreidel falls or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
pretty much.
that is bad, and we should be sick of it.
It's a little esoteric at this point to say, but I also feel like all plots are open to interpretation. So like, it's just the amount of information that you're given gives you varying degrees of context with which to interpret the plot. So this is such a gradient scale of just information the person is given.
Yes.
But it doesn't. It's a nothing point. It doesn't.
Dude, you get used to that. You get used to that. Trust me, you get used to the fact that it's a nothing point. They're all nothing points. They never get better. And in fact, most of the time, and I can guarantee you one of them will be this as well. Most of the time he ends up going, also in point 3, the same as point 8. Right, but he like repeats it with different words. So, if you're going to say vague plot is number 9, right? Then he'll be like number 6. The plot doesn't really tie up anything at the end, right? Same shit.
I feel like. Oh,
go ahead.
I feel like we're like on the cusp of the next point, and we're about to see that he has not used a single game that has a synthwave soundtrack in this segment.
I've been paying attention. I've been like, where's this? But I've been frustrated because he keeps saying the same 2 games again. Like, he keeps going between Journey and Inside. It's like, dude.
There's always only 2 games. Haven't you noticed this?
Like, I keep like looking. I'm like, what game is this? And it pops up. It's like the same game from before. It's like,
always. He always uses 2 games for each thing, and they never have anything to do with anything else he said. Like, he never has an example of everything. It never happens. Number 8.
Number 8.
Yep.
Minimal instructions. It seems like indie game developers have.
Oh, your favorite game?
Famous indie game Bloodborne.
Which is cliched because it has vague instructions.
This is okay. So
did you hear that? That was the point where his brain broke.
Like,
so, indie game Bloodborne, which has no instructions in it, right? And you will now see this game repeatedly shown throughout this point.
The game has a tutorial. It like there are other games which do not like you do have to learn. Bloodborne is not one of them. Bloodborne they tell you what the buttons do at the beginning.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, right. It's so good. It's so good. Like I've never heard his voice get that high pitched.
you can't even argue against the point they're making because they're not even showing footage of games in which the point they're making applies. Like, like you have like Bloodborne, which does give you tutorials, but like I don't even want to defend, like I don't even want to argue that Bloodborne has tutorials just because it does. But like if you go to a game, like you have like like Aaron Hansen says like, oh, Mega Man X teaches you as you go. Okay, go to something like that. Maybe, like I don't know, maybe there's something to criticize there. I kind of like that it does that, but maybe there's something but like use examples that actually at least apply to what you're saying.
I really like the high pitch. It's fun.
I just realized like an interesting aspect of this video that like the list is the top 10 indie games, but because it's a Watch Mojo and it's meant for like general audience, like they can't say any games like you haven't heard of, so they are forced to like choose like a Bloodborne. Like
I don't know. I think Journey and Inside are pretty. Yes,
I think they're pretty well known. Of like, if you're gonna say indie games, like Journey, Limbo,
Braid, and Inside, I would not be surprised if they've both sold 1 million copies. But 1 million copies in a day and age when Apex Legends gets 25 million people on its first weekend, I don't think 1 million is enough that it's not pretty niche.
Yeah. Well, I think Hollow Knight was at like 2.5 million like last year.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say Hollow Knight is pretty indie.
Well, I mean, it's made by 3
it's
people.
super successful indie, but it's pretty indie.
Yeah.
But Bloodborne, on the other hand,
it is not.
Bloodborne from Software, commissioned by Sony Computer Entertainment. Hey, it's just. And it gives you the buttons. It tells you the buttons.
This dude's voice is higher than mine right now.
It gives you the buttons. I think Bloodborne might actually be on the list of like the top highest selling PlayStation games like ever too. It is.
Probably.
It is. It's number 23 on the highest selling PlayStation games ever.
Like, I know people who just buy PlayStations specifically for Bloodborne and like nothing else.
That's funny.
Page from the From Software design book. When it comes to instructions, the fewer, the better. In many indie titles, the player is simply plopped into the game with no idea what to do, where to go, who you are, or even how to play. The
okay, look, I'll admit that in like Hotline Miami, right, you aren't given a whole lot of direction other than go kill. I'll admit that, but there's also no more direction you need than go kill. It is not only the purpose, but like it's everything.
That's not what a cliche is.
It apparently is, because he says it is.
Instructions is a cliche.
Yes,
like the word cliche is a cliche at this point.
You're a cliche,
honestly. Like I was watching. So back in the past month, I watched 2 people play Hollow Knight for the first time, and it was my friend who I was like watching him play it. He was just streaming it to me, and Aaron Hansen, so the Game Grump, and it was interesting though. Like I just bring this up in terms of like games that teach you, because Aaron he has the Mega Man X sequelitis video where he goes, "Oh, Mega Man X teaches you without instructions," and that's cool. And my buddy's playing this, and he's never really played a Metroidvania, but he knows what a Metroidvania is, and he gets to a point where he can't figure out what to do. He gets to he can't get past it, and he sticks around for about 5-10 seconds before realizing, oh, I don't have the thing I need to get past this. And I watched Aaron Hansen play the exact same segment, and he stuck around for like 3 or 4 minutes, not understanding that he needed to go somewhere else and get something. And so there is, I think, there is a certain like literacy that a game like Hollow Knight does demand. Like it's the same with like if I get my dad to play a game, he can't really grasp the controls. He doesn't really grasp like, oh, it's not just automatic to him that the control stick moves the camera. So there is definitely a a benefit to games that do give you very extremely tutorialized tutorials for that kind of player that might need that. But at the same time, you just play these games. Eventually, you will learn if you just keep throwing your head at it. Because even if it did take Aaron 4 minutes to learn, he has to go somewhere else. He did eventually learn he has to go somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'd also argue that like indie games are designed for a niche audience. Like if you want that easy to pick up game, like that is what a AAA game is supposed to do. Like that's supposed to be the game that anyone could get into, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas like a niche game, like I wouldn't expect someone who doesn't know video games to get into it because like you kind of do have to search them out.
Sure, yeah. No, I think that's totally fair.
Devs here are simply saying, here you go, figure it out for yourself, which is both a relief and sometimes a bit of an obstacle. Some upcoming games like Fe are considering this approach, but the key is striking the right balance and communicating the game.
How much you want to bet they were paid for that? Like, why would you pull up an EA original game? You know? Why would you even bring that up if you weren't paid?
I've heard decent things about Fe. I have not played it yet. I've always meant to.
Okay, but before it comes out, you're going to start talking about it?
Oh, this was before it came out?
Yes.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like it's
a little
paid.
sus.
I can't talk about that. I have an NDA that I signed.
Game mechanics to the player in ways that feel natural, which, we gotta say, a lot of indie games do quite well.
Northwest. So there's two philosophies. We either do it now or do we do it way later?
Okay, wait. What is he saying here about PUBG? Did I miss something?
I didn't really get that either. Yeah.
Well, he's saying that there needs to be like a balance of like tutorializing and natural feeling kind of learning, which is I mean, this is a bit of a nitpick, but you can say you can give two things and say there needs to be a balance of it and move on from, and it's like you've said nothing. All you've said is there needs to be a balance. You didn't say what that balance should be.
I want to hear what he said here again because it didn't click.
Balance and communicating the game mechanics to the player in ways that feel natural, which, we gotta say, a lot of indie games do quite well.
So he's suggesting that PUBG, a game that has literally no tutorial, does it well by teaching you in-game, but Bloodborne does not, even though Bloodborne has a tutorial.
But his example of PUBG being like so good at explaining is that like there's a player that you
teaching you. Yeah, there's a player teaching you. What the
Northwest. So there's two philosophies. We either do it now or do we do it way later?
Literally, a player
that's
teaching.
what it is.
Oh my god.
Like just to go back to when I was watching my buddy play Hollow Knight, like I was purposefully like I get really giddy when I watch someone play a game that I like a lot, and I get to start noticing things in the background that I maybe didn't or whatever. But I always like I'm always trying to keep like I'm always trying to not talk about things that are coming up or not try to teach them without them teaching themselves. Like unless they absolutely need it, like if they're like I'm really confused, I don't know, can you give me a hand? I'll say something. But I'm always like I say nothing. But in a game like PUBG, yeah, you do want like you typically want someone to help you take you through that if you're new to the game. Like that's how I ended up learning Apex. Is my buddy who knew it taught me about the game.
Okay, but like, that's not the game.
Yeah, exactly. Like that doesn't count. You don't get points for someone else doing it.
It's 100% not the game. That's a stupid argument.
Number 7, breaking the fourth wall.
This is a cliche. This might actually be the first thing that's an actual trope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
If the story isn't vague or confusing, it will break the conventions of its genre in a way that just basically screams, "Ooh, I'm so clever, I totally watch Rick and Morty." While we aren't
Oh, you did not. Why would you say that?
You know what? It's almost a good joke. It's almost a good joke. Because I mean, it is targeted at me because I like Dan Harmon. I like how Dan Harmon does things that break the genre to the point where, yeah, I do end up actually enjoying Rick and Morty. So that one hit me. That one actually that you gut punched me on that one, guys.
Wow, Watch Mojo got you good.
I mean, like
one point for me.
1
Yeah,
point
so
for
I could.
you.
I mean, I can be even more pretentious though and say like I like seasons 3 and 4 because seasons 1 and 2 feel like they were setting up Rick to glorify him, to get a bunch of people in, to get all of the fans that like think that they want to be Rick, and then they get them all in season 1 and 2 by glorifying Rick, and then in season 3 and 4 they absolutely just tear Rick down and show like why he's actually just a piece of shit. And you've done it. You've captured all those fans, got them in, and then just sucker punch them, and that's what I like about it. So there we go. I figured out a way to disassociate myself from the people that scream Pickle Rick. Okay, I'm good.
I'm Pickle Rick. You know what's funny is somebody drew me as a pickle, and they drew me as Pickle M, and Raiden there made an animated Pickle M.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
They turned him into a pickle.
Yeah. I don't know if I don't have it.
I actually really like the Pickle Rick episode because it feels like the marketing leading up to that episode was designed to get people to do what people ended up doing, where they just scream like, I'm Pickle Rick, haha, it's so funny. And then you get to the actual episode, and the episode is actually sort of like making fun of the people that did that.
You need therapy. Like, that's literally what the episode is. You need fucking therapy.
Yeah, and it's like making fun of the people that like are just like, oh, it's so funny, haha, Pickle Rick. Because then Rick goes through this horrible adventure on his own that is not fun for him at all.
Mm-hmm. So yes, I can't find the Pickle M, but it's in the fan art channel on the Discord somewhere. Both of them are in there. So if you're looking for it, it's on the Discord.
These gifted writers, you can only subvert.
What are you mumbling?
I said I'm really sad I can't just immediately see Pickle M.
I'd have to go searching for it, and
I might be able to find it.
I don't know if you noticed, but I use Discord in the overlay here, and like I need to find a way to do this to where like I can do things with my Discord, but I can't do anything with Discord because I'm using it. You get it?
Yes.
You just have to search for pickle. It's the only thing that says pickle in fan art. Well, no, it's not actually. There's also a pizza. There's a pizza with pickles on it.
Expectations so much before the subversions themselves become cliche. Undertale is a prime example of this convention, as it plays with RPG tropes, and other games like the Stanley Parable break the fourth wall and experiment with the conventions of games as a storytelling medium. While this trope is not as common as some of the others on this list, it's beginning to crop up more and more. Now it's time to start subverting those subversions. Come to think of it, I don't know what that means.
No jokes.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying either there, man.
I mean, I can interpret something out of it if we need to.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, no matter what he's saying here, it wasn't explained well enough, and it doesn't have enough to do with anything. Like, sure, I could assume what he means here as well, but
well, like he uses Undertale as an example, but Undertale is a game where it subverts the subversion, because it's like The Witness, where it's like it subverts the fourth wall, goes, it was all a game, and then goes, but does that matter? And it's and there's cases like I have not played Dark Souls 2. I had no interest in playing Dark Souls 2, and then I watched H. Bomberguy's video on Dark Souls 2, where he explains how he ended up interpreting that, and how it's sort of like Dark Souls 2 is basically a takedown of Dark Souls 1, and if you go back into the game after you beat it, there's like nothing left for you, and it's like you're just left with this sad kingdom to rule over that is just nothing. And that, I think, is the fourth wall break. And then the subversion of that afterwards is then to have a game go on and say, but do you care? It was still real in the moments that you were doing it. You still got this adventure out of it. You still had some kind of emotional attachment to these characters. Doesn't matter. Like, if you it's like you get to a game where it's like, oh, it was all in a simulation. Haha, don't you feel stupid? But then it's like, who cares if it was all in a simulation? It was fun. All games are all in a simulation anyway. All movies are a story being told by someone anyway. So it's like a twist like that doesn't change anything.
Like, I still don't think any of these games apply, because it's not like... So the trope is breaking the fourth wall. So, like, if you do that in a cheap way, then I guess that would be the trope. But, I mean, in the Stanley Parable, like, that's integral to the story. Like, it's about being meta and breaking the fourth wall. Like, you can't take that... That's not a trope, but you take that out, like, you've ruined the game. Right? Same with Undertale.
No more game at that point, yeah.
Like, I don't think he's given an example of a game that has just used fourth wall as a throwaway joke that isn't like deep to the game core of the game as just like a trope. Really like I haven't seen it used as a trope, you know.
But it is the only thing he said that is a trope. So
I'm sure there are examples out there. It's just one of those things where, like, yeah, I can be charitable and give him his point, but he hasn't actually proven it himself yet.
Yes.
Like if you wanted to, I'm sure you could find a game that does use that as a trope.
Yeah.
No games. Outside of this room, I might be more tolerant of those things, but now we're in the room.
Number 6, pastel colors.
Oh my god, no, really? What? This is what you're gonna... Oh my god. Number 6, pastel colors.
Has there been one game before this that's used pastel colors?
Before The Witness? I'm sure.
No.
Oh, in the list?
Like,
No.
In the list.
Maybe Fury. Fury kind of, it's like neon, so like kind of
pastel's pale. That's like the whole point.
Yeah. Neon's kind of like the opposite.
Yeah,
but
that's like the indie like 80s like synth. This is like
it doesn't. But like, you know, that's what I mean. Fury uses neon. It's kind of the closest you could make in that argument that there's pastel colors previously.
Like, it like he's showing footage of The Witness, a game that I would argue does not use pastel colors.
It does some.
I mean, like, there's. I guess it's not a game that I think used like its color palette for the game as a game. Like, there might be some segments in the game that have the pastel to them, but it is not a pastel colored game. Like
yeah.
I'm struggling to think of a game that actually does use pastel colors right now. Well,
I honestly can't. Like, I honestly cannot.
Like, there's games like Nier Automata which use like muted colors, but pastel is like muted plus a certain sort of RGB range.
Yeah, I wouldn't call Nier pastel. Shit, I'm trying to think. I can't think of anything. I literally can't think of anything that's just.
I'm like opening my Steam just to help me out.
Like, yeah, I'm sure there definitely are games that are like exclusively pastel color, like that's their color palette. But I cannot think of any off the top of my head.
Indie games can be fun and
that's also not
experiences.
Pastel.
It stands to reason that they enjoy some fun colors. Many indie games love to use the.
What?
Not pastel.
Those are like radical different styles. You switch between like pixel art to like
Spelunky is very much not pastel. Like I almost see like with the Witness and with Braid, I almost see the argument that they're trying to make and they're just using the wrong words to make it. But as soon as you go to Spelunky, it's like, no, you're just wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Braid and The Witness are both from Jonathan Blow, so it makes sense that they have similar color palettes, and I would certainly say that they are muted.
Yeah, I think that's the argument they're trying to make, is muted colors. But I mean, again, they show Spelunky, which does not have muted colors, so it's like even the like.
All right, I'm just confused on this one so far.
Pastel color scheme with colors ranging from light green to baby blue. Games like Braid use a lot of greens, yellows.
Ranging from light cream to baby blue.
Wait, is he saying that these games have a pastel color in them?
Yeah, when he said Braid has like a green on screen, you could see like one bit of green, and it was an enemy being highlighted.
Yeah, where is it?
Well, no, it's the range. It's the range of green to blue, so that's got baby blues covered.
No, but I think what he's saying is the fact that these games include pastel colors.
Not even that the core color is pastel, just that it has it.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I'm pretty sure that's what this argument is. Ooh, if that's true, boys. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh wow, that's
Braid
a bad
use a lot
one.
of greens, yellows, and blues, while other titles like Fez employ a wider variety of colors, but mostly in a pastel scheme.
You know what? I Fez is the closest one so far. I'll say that.
Yeah, but
Looking
he
at
says
I
it.
can see a point here.
It includes a wide variety of colors, but some of them are in a pastel scheme. Like that's
Like the argument he's making is that like he's making the argument that Fez is the least pastel of the ones he's shown, even though it is the most pastel of the ones he's shown.
uh-huh.
While it's certainly true that not every indie game does this, there's no denying that many of them love to use the childish, bright, innocent...
Okay, like there are some pastels here in Hyper Light Drifter. There are pastels on screen.
You also just said bright colors, which the whole point of pastel is that they're really light and not that bright.
I think it's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what pastel colors are.
Yeah, he just doesn't know words. He's a writer who doesn't know words.
I mean, like the term is open to interpretation to a certain amount, but I don't think it's open to interpretation this much.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
In colors. It gives them that cute charisma they're usually known for.
Cute charisma.
Number 5, highbrow writing.
What? You can't know!
What? I guarantee, because so you said earlier that they would make the same point. This is going to be the vague plot point again.
This is going to be the vague, yeah,
right?
100%. 100% is going to. He's going to say the same shit with different words.
And I'm not even saying that I would consider vague plot to be highbrow writing, but I bet he's going to consider it to be highbrow writing.
No, he's going to reuse his footage of Journey 100%.
Is that not what this already is?
I think that's okay.
I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was too pastel for me to notice.
Oh my god. Yeah, Journey.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. There it is.
Swear to God, if Inside comes up.
A lot of indie games feature...
It died!
He died!
Immediately he brought Inside back up. Oh my god. Wow. Good call.
Storytelling flourishes that some would label as, pretentious, and as a result, we get a lot of games with extremely highbrow writing, leading to online discussions about what the game, quote, means.
Yep.
So here's the vague thing all
It's
over
the
again.
exact same fucking point.
I told you, they do it every time. There's at least one, sometimes more. The last one we watched, I want to say there were only 3 points made out of the 10. And it gives us...
I'm trying to remember. There was 3 points maybe.
And Rico says it gives an unfiltered spoiler for Inside. So I guess there's a spoiler there as well.
Jonathan Blow, the creator of games like Braid and The Witness, has become the poster boy for this sort of thing.
Yeah, no, he has. He's super fucking pretentious.
I wouldn't call that high. I wouldn't call that highbrow writing.
I guess
Does
his
The Witness
world,
have writing?
It does, yeah. But
I guess I mostly think that like writing cannot necessarily be highbrow.
Wow, that's a take. I'm thinking that what he's saying is that
maybe that's why. Well, I just mean that like like esoteric writing. Oh, what the fuck?
What happened here?
I don't know. What happened? You okay?
Well, he was talking, and then you cut him off, and then you just stopped abruptly.
Well, I was talking, right? And then he started talking.
No, he was talking first, and then you started talking, and then he stopped, and then you stopped.
No, that's not how that happened.
And then we were...
No, you're all wrong. I was cut off, and I graciously gave him my time. I ceded my time.
I forgot what I was. I forgot what I was going to say at this point.
Speedy Acorn says here, "Fuck you, Watch Mojo guy. Not you, Watch Mojo guy. You're still cool in my book." I just don't know who he's trying to refer to here. Is this me? Am I okay?
No, you're either fuck you, Watch Mojo guy, or not you, Watch Mojo guy. And
Right,
it doesn't
so-
matter. It doesn't matter. Why are you trying to get all pastel on him? It's
you're
too
right.
highbrow, man. Stop it.
Mhm. That was that vague writing there. I'm
That's
just sick
very
of that
vague.
cliche.
Yes. Stop it. Get some help.
However, he's totally not the only one. Games like Loved also employ this sort of thing to similar effect. We're not saying that intelligent and thought-provoking writing in games is a bad thing. These are all
Intelligent and thought-provoking writing is pretentious and therefore highbrow, and we hate it. Seems to be the point here.
Like I guess I've just accepted that I'm kind of I've accepted that I'm like half pretentious, where I like to think about what a game might be trying to say, and I'm half like I just want to watch Transformers and have a good time.
Number 4, their hiring requirements for writers is too high.
great games and interesting stories, but they contribute to the reputation that indie games have for taking themselves a bit too seriously.
Where did you establish that indie games have a reputation for taking themselves too seriously? And
I feel like
how does that reputation have anything? You're the one who said it's highbrow writing. And
They
that's
use
a
goofy,
cliche.
childish colors. They use childish, bright colors, and they take themselves too seriously.
I don't understand. Did anybody edit this?
a game that I would say takes itself too seriously is like Sonic Adventure 2. Now, granted, that's why I love that game.
Ouch, the edge.
But like indie games, especially ones that break the fourth wall, are doing like the opposite of taking themselves seriously.
He's an idiot. I want to hold on right here. This part that he is highlighting is his example of highbrow writing. That's some highbrow writing.
I guess you just wouldn't get it.
I guess I didn't get it. It's too highbrow for me. The writing there, it was so highbrow.
Number 4, spiritual succession.
Spiritual succession.
Okay, so I'm assuming based off of what he has on the screen here that what he's saying is it's bad that indie games try to replicate the feel of older games that never got a true sequel.
I mean he's probably gonna he's gonna show Mighty Number 9. He's gonna show Ukulele, but I'm curious. I'm curious to see if he starts showing stuff that's not as overtly direct, because like Mighty Number 9 and am I cutting out?
No, you're fine.
You're good.
Okay. Because I thought I kept trying to hear someone else talk, and then they cut out, and I'm like, am I the
Nobody
one that's
said
cutting out?
anything. It's just been you.
Sorry. Okay. Like I'm wondering if he's going to show like Hat in Time, which is not a spiritual successor to any one game, but is definitely like it's got Mario Sunshine, it's got Psychonauts, it's got Thousand Year Door, all that. So I'm really curious to see how
I bet
far
he shows
takes this
Bloodborne.
concept. I mean, Bloodborne, yeah, I guess to a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
Back and functioning normally, it would appear. What on earth has happened? It's chaos everywhere.
How to market your indie game. Say it's like X meets X, and then throw around the word spiritual successor. These are the games that are clearly inspired by extremely popular old franchises and
So yeah, he's making the exact argument I thought he would be.
Yeah.
I don't disagree that when a game comes out, their marketing shouldn't, but commonly does, say it's like X meets X. I super get that.
I don't know how much I don't know to what degree I feel like that's great in the marketing, but what I do know is that is how I get people into games, where in the way that like I relate it to games that I know they like. So if I try to get someone into Mercenary Kings, I say like, oh, it's like Contra meets Borderlands meets Monster Hunter. And they're like, what does that even mean? And all of a sudden they're interested in what the hell I could even be doing. Like earlier when I said Rocket Arena is Quake meets Smash meets Mario Kart, they're like, what could that possibly entail?
Sure.
And and that gets them interested to a certain extent.
Right. And so
it works.
If his argument is that marketing does that too frequently, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. They do that awfully frequently, and eventually it starts to be difficult to know what the game is. But if he's saying that it's a bad thing that games are spiritual successors, that's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's just really, really weird.
Not to mention, in terms of that in marketing, you're never going to beat It's Like Skyrim with guns. I mean, that's legendary.
Yeah, you know, like, but that's a perfect example of how it can go wrong, right? It's Skyrim with guns. It's the Dark Souls of this. Like, eventually it starts to be kind of meaningless. And I can certainly agree with that. Action adventure. It eventually becomes something that doesn't have value to the consumer. And I super get why you might say that's a problem, especially in the indie game world where fucking 200 of them come out every week on Steam. I get that. I don't think that's what he's about to say. I think he's just going to say it just doesn't make sense. And that's painful.
It's interesting because I'm just looking at the chat and it's like Hollow Knight is not a Souls-like. And that's always an interesting concept to me because people say, like, people point to, there's two games that I like to point to, which are Neo and Hollow Knight, both of which get compared to Dark Souls a lot, and I think both of which get compared to Dark Souls for completely different reasons. Because I feel like it's just interesting the way that you compare things to other things. Like Neo is similar to Dark Souls because of the moment-to-moment combat. Hollow Knight is similar to Dark Souls because of the way it tells its story and builds its world. And for me personally, I would say that my definition of Dark Souls or Soulsborne or whatever you want to call it, in the way that I define that for myself, Hollow Knight is a lot closer to that than Neo is. And so I think that's also like a risky run when you do that in marketing, because like someone is gonna, like, if you say, oh, it's like Zelda, so many people are going to have different interpretations of what Zelda is to them in the first place that it's almost like, what do you have to elaborate on what you mean when you say, like, is it top down? Is it like a Metroidvania almost kind of game? Is it like Breath of the Wild? Because now there's a whole like third pillar to that idea and stuff like that. So.
No, I agree.
Toe the line between inspiration and copying, but that are made for about a tenth of the budget.
Okay, so he immediately changed it there and said, oh, between inspiration and copying. I'm going to give him a chance to set this one straight here, but I have a feeling that he's an idiot. Like, truly.
Well, I guess it's also true that there's a lot of indie, like, low effort ripoff games, but I don't think that's what he's trying to say.
I don't think that's his point. I'm hoping that's what he's about to say. Right? That's what I mean. I'm going to give him a chance, but I don't think he's going to say that. I think he's going to say something stupid.
Mighty Number 9 was a failed spiritual successor to Mega Man by people who worked on the franchise. Torchlight is basically a love letter to RPGs like Diablo. And come on, there's an entire genre known as Metroidvania, for crying out loud. What do you...
So that was not the point at all. He didn't make the point. Instead, he just pointed out that Metroidvanias exist.
And that's a confusion in genre titles, because like if I take action adventure and I replace it with Souls-like, you know, like, and act like that's now a genre title, you know, that doesn't mean like you're ripping off Dark Souls. Like I decided to use that as the name for the genre. Like Castlevania is just
Metroidvania,
but Metroidvanias are just they use that similar type of, it's a 2D platformer in which you double back.
Yeah, like I used to have an issue with genre names like roguelike, Souls, like Metroidvania, because I just felt like they were too attributive to a singular game.
I totally agree with that.
And you know, I had heard some like Metroidvania alternatives like Maze Breaker. I heard Search Action was one I heard, and I hate that one. That one's worse than Metroidvania. Search Action is
action.
Yeah. I want to say Matt McMuscles came up with that. Love the guy. Hate that genre name. Terrible genre name. But a Maze Breaker is one that I've kind of gravitated towards. But I'm at the point where even if I think that Metroidvania is sort of a reductive name, everyone, it's gotten to the point where people kind of understand that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be exactly like Metroid or exactly like Metroidvania. Same with roguelike to an extent, but I think Souls-like is one that it's like, again, like it could go either. It could go Neo, it could go Hollow Knight. Which way is it going to turn? And I think to a certain degree, what I like to do personally is I like to split it into 3 different kinds of genres: gameplay, thematic, and perspective. And perspective is easy. That's just like first person, top down, third person, whatever. Thematic is your horror, your comedy, drama, whatever. And then gameplay is gameplay itself. But then even if you do that and you say something is a Souls-like, it's like, what does that? In what regard are you saying that? If something is a Zelda-like, in what regard are you saying that?
Yeah.
You know, you've mentioned every type of perspective except for second-person perspective, which there is one game that has a second-person perspective.
I think I saw a video on that a while ago.
It is Driver San Francisco. And
I think that was the game.
In Driver San Francisco, there's a mission where you are following yourself in a car. You are the chase driver chasing yourself.
Do you?
Well, I mean, if you want to go there, in Super Mario, you are a Balakatu controlling the camera, following yourself. So,
Sure.
like, one stick controls the camera, where the other stick controls yourself. So
that's close to second person, yeah.
I feel like I feel like it's third person with extra steps.
Yeah, it is third person with extra steps, but
no, well, it's second person in Driver. You are
that one is.
You're in the chase driver's seat, and you are driving the car in front of you. You, as Slow Cuber says, you control the person being chased, but you're viewing it from the perspective of the person being doing the chasing. So
what would you say?
Mario's like hybrid second person, third person, where you control both the camera and the character.
Yeah. Then what? How would you say that applies to like third person VR games like Astrobot or Moss? Then
no, those aren't second person, because you're not in a different person. That's just like a side scroll first person or first.
But like the idea of being in a different person isn't necessarily, like, I don't think that inherently
second person is you.
You're viewing your own avatar as a different character walking around and doing stuff, and the perspective you're seeing it from is not the eyes of the character, but a different camera watching the character. Then that would be second person.
Right. So first person is I, right? So I do this. Third person is M does that, right? Or M did that. Second person is you do this. So when a game forces you to tell something, like, that's when you start getting into that second player perspective. It's very, very rare for a reason. It's super, super rare.
I'm wondering. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to think of games like, you know, when a game like takes control of you for a second, right? Like in a cutscene, like, you know, something like BioShock and
sure,
you know, where you Andrew Ryan does the thing with the golf club or whatever. Maybe I'm mixing my metaphors with Last of Us 2. I don't know. But it's like that is a choice made for you where you didn't make it. So what is that second person?
It depends.
So the game is telling you do this?
In that specific occasion, the Andrew Ryan occasion, I think that you could make the argument it is because you are being told you do this, and it's specific that you're not watching your character do something of their own volition.
Yeah,
well, I think if the like agency is taken away from you and you're watching, you know, a cutscene or an in-game render, then you aren't controlling the thing. Like, that isn't a person perspective. That's just basically a TV show.
Right. Which is why I say the Andrew Ryan occasion is different, because even though you're watching a video, essentially, it is in universe that you're watching it happen. Your control, your agency has been removed in a lore-based way. So in that occasion, you might be able to say that it is a second person. It's still a stretch.
Well, I guess now I'm getting confused about the difference between a fixed third-person camera and second person.
Well, I mean that's sort of where I'm at. Where like I look at that example in Driver San Francisco, and I'm like, I understand the argument as to why it is considered second person, but I also feel like if you actually broke it down beyond what it is in universe, it is still technically third person with extra steps.
Yeah.
Again, it's rare, so it's pretty hard to even find examples to start to figure out if they fit.
Well, I mean, it's kind of meaningless in terms of like how a camera works because it's meant in terms of like
the narrative.
Writing. It's meant in terms of
the narrative. So,
he,
you,
Ryan, or whatever.
Yeah.
You.
Well, there's an interesting. I mean, it's gonna be weird to bring up Homestuck right now, but in Homestuck there are segments of that webcomic where sometimes the narration or sometimes it's written as dialogue between characters, but then other times it's written as narration saying you do this as if the reader is controlling the character, but obviously they have no control over the readers did have a certain extent of control as to where the character goes because it was almost like not like choose your own adventure, but almost like a fan community like feedback adventure. But the point I'm trying to make is the narration itself, when characters are by themselves not talking to anyone, it doesn't say like John does this, it says you do this. But it's also weird because that's something that there are Flash games involved in it, although I guess not anymore. But
no, Flash is dead, man.
Yeah, I just reading that webcomic now must be weird now that Flash is dead, unless they've figured out a way to get around that. But yeah, it's essentially like a comic you're reading where the narration is telling you are doing this, but you still get a picture of what has happened. So there's still like a screen aspect to it, as opposed to like a book that is exclusively in your mind, I guess.
Inspired by. Number 3, flavors of the week.
I got shot.
What?
All right, so this argument, I'm assuming, is too many indie games follow trends. So he's showing PUBG, and I'm thinking he's going to say PUBG, which was at one point sort of indie-ish, though not really. Because of that, so many indie games started doing battle royales.
It's funny how it's like the other way around. How like PUBG started the trend, and then AAA games started doing it.
Yeah, we'll see. If he's not making that argument, then I have no fucking idea. Like, that's the only thing that I can possibly think of you can say here.
By a guy in a tree north. Hold on. I'm okay.
Popular games come and go, and with them, you can be sure that a million clones will sprout out to leech off their popularity and goodwill.
Yeah, so that's exactly what he's saying. And he's right. You know, I remember the Xbox Arcade was filled with all sorts of Minecraft clones.
Also, this is spiritual successor again.
It is spiritual successor, but at least he's explained it right. You know?
Well, I don't disagree with the idea that it happens. I disagree with the idea that it's a bad thing that it happens.
We haven't even talked about that. We are not in any way agreeing with him that it's a bad thing. We're just saying, yes, it does exist.
Yeah, to that extent, I can agree.
You are absolutely right, Mojo Guy. Or Mojo Man? Mojim?
Man.
Mojim. I like Mojim. I'm going to call him Mojim. You are absolutely right, Mojim. Like, it exists. You got it.
Like, he's backed it up with it. Like, this is the point. Like, this is actually, I'm really excited for him.
Right, he's showing Fortress Craft, a Minecraft, like, I think one of the few games he's shown that has anything to do with the point he's making.
I was honestly terrified he was going to show Terraria as a Minecraft clone, and I was going to lose my mind.
It's not too late.
I'm really happy he chose Workers Craft.
I sort of think, and maybe this is me, right? I think that they come up with 3 points that are strong, right? Not strong, but like strong enough, right? Mm-hmm. And then they just
compared to the rest
come up with the right. So they go, oh, do we have 3 points for that? Because if you have 3 points, you can make 10. But if you can't make 3, then it's no good. But you got to have 3 points. I feel like that's what they do. Because this is for Mojim, remarkably strong point. Like, this is rock solid for him.
I want to see why he says it's a bad thing. That's what I'm excited for.
Yes.
Our last entry, which focused on the influence of older games that might not be so popular anymore, these games are just basically rip-offs.
Okay, so he even tied it in to the thing about spiritual successor. He said, unlike that, these are just rip-off games. It's a strong point.
Like, I mean, he's just making kind of an arbitrary distinction between the two,
but it's
though.
Still, for him, it's the strongest thing I've ever heard him say. I've never heard him make a valid point. You gotta give it to him. He's never done this before.
I'm very excited to be here as well. Like, this is definitely a good
happened. I've watched a lot of these. Trying to find like the best. He's never made a valid point before. I'm so excited.
Stardom, there were a million games in its wake with more or less the exact same thing. Heck, we even made a top 10 about it. Look it up right now, top 10 Minecraft clones. Anyway, while they are noticeably easier on our wallets than the real thing, indie games are supposed to be about innovation. Be on the lookout for a wave of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds copycats.
I feel like just a criticism, you can't say you're sick of Minecraft clones if you have a top 10 Minecraft clone list.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like he's like on the fine line of trying to say that copies are indie games when they're not.
I mean, I don't know that he's saying that copies are, but I definitely think that he's saying that indies copy more than others.
Sure.
I mean, I just feel like I feel like that is just the natural result of people seeing a good or interesting idea and going, how would I do that?
100%. This is how trends happen. 100%. And, for those of us who create content, we know trends, man. Trends. It's a huge deal, and we're all going to jump on it. If tomorrow, X becomes popular and it's close enough that I could make content about it, why wouldn't I? It makes perfect sense.
I mean, trends, yeah, but not even just that. Going to Hollow Knight, just in comparison to Dark Souls, it takes the Souls mechanic. Like, it has the Souls mechanic is in that game, and that's not really like an example of Hollow Knight hopping on a trend. That's an example of Hollow Knight seeing a mechanic they enjoyed and saying, how can we fit this into our vision of a game, or how would we apply this mechanic? And I think when you have a game that's as popular as Minecraft, you have a lot of creators going, okay, this is cool, but how would we do it? What fixes would we make? Like, what faults do we see that we would mitigate, or what do we see that maybe isn't a fault, or like stuff like that? Like, how would we interpret that in our own version?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Minecraft is so specifically as well. Like, Minecraft's a really, I guess, like, it's a good game to try to learn how to make a game. Like, if you look at Minecraft, it's very simple graphics, very, like, you could grab that texture in 2 seconds and start trying to code a game like that.
Sure, yeah.
Like, it's very much like, it just says that, like, it's so popular, somebody looked at that, is like, hey, I want to do that, and then started trying. Like, it's like fan art of a popular thing. Like, that's not a copy or a ripoff, just because...
I mean, legally, fan art is derivative.
I mean, my view on that is I think all media that could be considered derivative work should be covered under the same protections as cover songs, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Well, I guess my point is that you can't judge an artist who's making fan content as somebody who's publishing it. Just like you can't judge somebody who like put their Minecraft clone on Steam because they're proud of the thing they did to somebody publishing an indie game that's a direct copy of Minecraft.
I suppose there is a level of distinction, but I understand where his point could be taken, which is that there is too much of that when these things happen. And he's not wrong here. He's making the point from 2 years ago that just wait for the wave of PUBG clones. And he was absolutely right. Like, PUBG, you know, what? It made $1 billion in its first 2 months. And next thing you know, every game was a battle royale. So I don't think this is a bad point. I'm sorry, what was that? You're breaking up on me.
There's a certain like intangibility to it, and I think that's where the root of my issue with it is, because like no matter where someone draws the line, it's always going to be an arbitrarily drawn line.
Of course.
Yeah, it's just like tough to say.
Right, because
like,
I mean you could say, well, PUBG, you know, that's just Arma Battle Royale. You know?
Yeah.
And Arma, well that's just Flashpoint, you know? You could definitely take it out. You could say, well, we're going to follow the whole tree of DayZ clones, you know? Like, absolutely, how derivative a game is it's a line in the sand. But there is certainly some truth to be said, or some truth behind the idea that when a major game comes out, it is super, super trendy, other indie titles will come out that follow that trend in an effort to do nothing more than profit.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. It's you have to be able to in some way gauge intention. I think at that point,
Sure.
is it because you've seen these ideas and want to see how you would do them, or is it because you're chasing some money? I mean,
there are definitely a lot of people out there who are ripping assets and just, you know, making clones. Like there 100% are.
Yes, that exists.
Yeah,
you know, Digital Homicide. It's a perfect example of a what do they call it? Asset swaps. 100%.
Rearing their ugly heads. Oh wait, that's already happening, isn't it?
Oh god, they blamed Fortnite as a clone of PUBG.
An indie clone.
An indie clone. Wow, that did not age well. That's great.
Number 2, a Kickstarter campaign.
Oh, these games have to get money. No!
What is this point?
Wow.
This is worse than nothing.
I thought that the points before were bad. This one is probably the worst.
It's so stupid. They have to make money.
Isn't it just mind-boggling? Like, you expect them to get better as he moves from 10 to 1, but somehow they get worse.
This is his penultimate point. This is his ringer, like...
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, it's his number 2. This is
number
his
2.
second heavy hitter.
Yes. The fact that they have a Kickstarter campaign at all.
It's cliche. Remember, this is a trope. It's cliche to have a Kickstarter campaign.
It's cliche to need money to develop your game. How dare you follow this trope of needing money? Disgusting.
Like, they're sick of it.
Yeah.
They're just sick of it. Yeah, we can keep going.
With most indie games comes a Kickstarter campaign, and as we've learned throughout the years, a lot of those come to nothing and end up being massive disappointments to all involved. Kickstarter, for the few who aren't aware, is a website in which fans can give the developer money in exchange for exclusive goods and services. It's a great way for legitimate developers to earn some money and have their dream financed, but many campaigns don't go anywhere, and the developers just kind of take the money and run. Nowadays, it's all but unheard of for an independent game to come as a surprise. They all...
So, Well, I feel like I need to like argue with the point that most of them do Kickstarters.
Yeah,
but
no,
like
absolutely.
Okay. So obviously, like most indie games don't do Kickstarters. Like I think most ones generally do like come out. I think it's hard to get a Kickstarter going.
Yeah, like it. I mean, I've only ever been like I've only ever really paid attention to 2 Kickstarters in my life, which was the ukulele and Hat in Time ones. So maybe I can't. Maybe I'm not in a position to say this, but I feel like using an example like Star Citizen is like the definition of cherry picking this point.
Yeah, well, that game is just like. Yeah, well, actually, you know what? I'm gonna look up like greenlit games right now. Like, what has been your Kickstarter games? Because I know, like, what hasn't been, like, who did take the money and run? Like, does that that does happen, obviously, but is that like a?
Well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know enough to necessarily comment on this, but I want to say Tim Schafer.
Tim Schafer?
Like, didn't he? Isn't that one of the? I want to say that it was you who told me about it, or maybe it was. Well, I'm not really sure, but didn't you something about like Tim Schafer like just not completing a game, saying, "Okay, you guys do it. You complete it. Here's the source code."
Double Fine made Space DF9, and Tim Schleierface, he made he produced this game based off of Kickstarter. They made, I don't know, $2 million or something stupid to produce Space DF9, and it got, I don't know, 30% of the way through before they were like, we're going to release it onto early access on Steam to make some extra money. Now, that sounds like a familiar story, of course, because they did the same thing with that other game, Broken Age, right?
Yeah.
Well, when they released it onto Steam, nobody bought it. So they just stopped making the game and released the source code and said, here, guys, we can't afford to continue producing the game, so we've released the source code. We have faith that you guys will finish it for us.
It's so whack.
Mm-hmm.
It's especially whack when you consider they've gone on to do other games.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
no, he's a fucking scam artist. He's a con man. Because he did the same thing with Broken Age, made millions of dollars off of Kickstarter, right? And then released Broken Age as 2 different parts, the second of which you still have to pay for. That's not what we agreed on. Doesn't matter. That's what I'm doing. And then he started doing the same shit with Psychonauts on Fig, because he used that money that he got from Kickstarter to co-found Fig, which is a Kickstarter competitor, right? And then started using Fig to do Psychonauts 2 until suddenly Microsoft bought him. And God, I hope they fire him one day, because the guy is nothing but a con artist. He's a worse version of Peter Molyneux, because at least Peter Molyneux would produce a game.
I also feel like Peter Molyneux was in a position where he probably believed what he was saying.
I don't know that he believed it, but he certainly wanted that. That was the ambition. He was never lying to you for money, like Tim Schafer does.
Yeah, like you have Sean Murray, who's probably Sean Murray has probably had like he's had a complete turnaround, right?
Yeah.
Like
you look at Hello Games.
Has shifted.
You look at Hello Games, and they lied openly and without remorse. They lied about what their game was going to be. He went in front of many, many different interviews and said, yes, we're going to have multiplayer. No, you're not. Yes, we're going to have this. Yes, we're going to have that. And they lied. Just openly lied. And then spent the next several years atoning for that and making sure that the points that they said were going to be in the game are eventually in the game. Now, does that wipe away his sins? No, he certainly lied to everybody. And I think that anytime Hello Games ever announces a game, you should assume they're lying to you, because 100% of the time in the past they've done that. But Tim Schafer, on the other hand, lied, took your money, started a different business with that money, then took that business and sold it to Microsoft to get rich. He's a scam artist. He's a con man and gets no sympathy from me. None.
I have a feeling. I assume that like something about being under Microsoft is going to at least improve Double Fine as a company, which is
nothing. Hopefully they fire him and then they just take them in and start making them make games. Because the fact is that clearly Tim Schafer can't manage a budget because he's never fucking done it. The man makes me angry.
Emma, I don't know if you saw, but I threw in the Discord a link of, it's a list of video game crowdfunding projects, and you can actually see if they like hit the required funding, and if they did, whether they released, got canceled, or like weren't released at all.
Mm-hmm.
And like definitely the majority of games that were funded were released.
Oh yeah,
the vast majority
unreleased. Yeah, that's. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, this is a great list because it shows you exactly.
You can sort by release date, scroll down to all the unreleased, and you can like count them, and then you can see all the released games.
Hopefully, this
like
is
how many there
up.
are.
Yeah, here we go. This is showing up. So these are all the games on the Wikipedia. Yeah, so
if you can compress the notes area a little bit, because the release date is just after that. I don't know if you can get that in there.
Not easily, not without changing the stuff. But let's see how many of these were on Fig. Oh, look, Psychonauts 2 right there on Fig. And it made $3.8 million. And it's still not fucking out. He's a terrible human being. He's a bad person. He should go to jail.
I want to say Nicholas has done stuff like
Nicholas
this too.
Oh, right? Nicholas too. Why are you bringing up all these companies that I hate? I mean, let's not forget that, like, one of the videos I've done that has done very well, that I get comments on, you know, Jason Schreier reached out to me about this video. Like, one of the videos I've done is calling out how Tyrone Rodriguez is a fucking scam artist who should be fired. They should release him. He needs to resign from his position at Nicholas and go off into the sunset and die. Like, the man is a horrible, horrible person who's done terrible things. He's an abuser. He is a harasser, and he's a thief. Like, can we not say more horrible things about the man? You know, why are you bringing this up?
What? How did it? I can't even remember. Oh yeah, well, because he's saying like the unreleased thing.
Yeah, Nicholas also does that, like with 90s Arcade Racer, a game that a lot of people put some money down onto.
That's the one I was thinking.
They put their money down on Kickstarter, and what'd they do with it? Oh yeah, it's just gone now, guys. That money's gone. It's just gone. How about Cave Story? A free game that they charge you for. You know?
I think the only Nicholas game I even play is
Binding of Isaac. Yeah, I mean, you know, they've made all their money off of that, because for whatever reason, Ed McMillan keeps letting them publish games, even after all this bullshit where Nicholas was exposed on Kotaku by Jason Schreier, where they laid out all of the shit that he does to his employees. No, Edmund McMillan is still going to work with them. Why?
So, I was going to say, yeah. So is McMillan involved with Nicholas directly, or are they just the publisher?
Technically, they're just the publisher, but he talks to them enough. He works with them. He lets them. He has continued to do deals with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were done at that point. And he signed again or whatever to do the most recent thing they did. So they just threw a lot of money at him, and he was okay with that. So apparently money wipes away sins. Tyrone Rodriguez is a terrible person. He's worse than Tim Schafer, because Tim Schafer's just a thief. You know?
Yeah. When it comes to...
Yes?
I was going to say, when it comes to games with, like, Flash art styles, I think I'll go with the Behemoth anyway.
There you go. There. Yeah. Perfect example. Go with them.
Kickstarter or some other form of crowdfunding.
Kickstarter is the perfect framework to do this kind of project.
That was a bad game, by the way. Planetary Annihilation. Like, I wanted it to be good because I liked Total Annihilation, and I'm a big fan of, like, the Annihilation games. Supreme Commander, 1 and 2, those are good games. Me and Crypto still play Supreme Commander 2 occasionally because it's fun. But Planetary Annihilation, man, way to just fuck it all up. I know nobody else cares because nobody played that game, but I did.
No, I've never heard of it.
No.
Not in my life.
Exactly. And no one else. There will be, for every person who watches this when it's on archive and every person who, like, none of them, they'll all go, never heard of that game. No. And that's fine. But I did. I was there.
Well, I'm sorry for your pain.
Number 1, retro graphics.
Oh god, I called it! I called it. That was, see, this was point 10. I was already on retro graphics on point 10.
Uh-huh. Yep. So there you go. Retro graphics.
So that's the reason that he didn't encompass the aesthetic into 1 point, was because he needed to rip it apart to pastel graphics, to synthwave, and into retro graphics.
Anytime anyone says this, it to me, it represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the fact that, like, the reason you have so many indie games with, like, pixelated graphics is, and don't get me wrong, you can get really intricate with pixelated graphics. You can get, like, super stylized, like, you can do, like, Paul Robertson stuff, like, with Merc Kings or the Scott Pilgrim game. Like, you can do, like, crazy Contra stuff. But the reason that, like, it is overflowing with, like, pixelated graphics is because they are, like, one of the easiest things to learn how to do in a way that doesn't, like, because pixels inherently, the way they inherently approximate an image. And when you're dealing with approximate, I mean, it's the same reason why you can look at like a retro, like, PS1 style game, like Anodyne 2, and go, like, yeah, I kind of get, like, it's surreal, but I get what you're going for because you're approximating an image. Yes. And it's like I don't want to, like, the main thing I don't want to do here is, like, say that anyone who uses pixel graphics is, like, lazy, or they're not, like, because absolutely not. Like, you can do some amazing things. People do amazing things.
The barrier to entry is easier. It's lower.
Yes, yeah.
It's just speaking to the smaller team, smaller budget. Like, they can't afford AAA graphics. So if you're not going to have the best graphics, then the only way to look good is to have a specific art style.
Yes.
And, like, that's where retro styles come in, because it looks good and it's cheap. Like, why would you spend more effort putting something that's going to be uglier in the game?
Why make lot art when few art do just as good?
Exactly.
What was that one game? I think you were talking about it. I want to say or maybe it was Bolt who's talking. Ghost of Tsushima. Instead of pulling the Resident or the Red Dead Redemption, where you do a thing, you get onto a wagon, right? And you've got the animation of him getting onto the wagon. In Ghost of Tsushima, instead, it just fades to black, and then you get there. And that is certainly an efficiency.
No transition animations. It just kind of throws you.
There's an efficiency there.
Yeah, that's something that Bolt has said. I've said something similar with regards to Breath of the Wild, where to pick up items, you press a button and Link kind of bends down a little bit and it comes right back up, and you have the item now.
I mean, one of the things that I think is important here is that the game he keeps referencing, because he's referenced this game more than anything, is Hotline Miami, which was made by 2 people. Like, it wasn't made by a team of 500 like that other indie game Bloodborne. It was made by 2 people. Stardew Valley was made by 1 guy in his basement over 7 years. So, like, you look at these type of games, and there's a reason why efficiency matters, because efficiency here means maybe you get to ship your game at all. Maybe it doesn't take another 6 months to produce it.
Like, and absolutely not to sell the Hotline Miami guys or the Stardew Valley guys short, because I've played plenty of games made by, like, one person. I like Magicite's one I really enjoy, but it is always incredibly impressive to me that Hollow Knight was made by, like, 1 guy who did all the visuals, 1 guy who did all the programming, and 1 guy that did all the music. And I know Silksong they have an actual team now, so it's going to be even crazier. But it's wild to me that game was made by 3 people, because it looks like it was made by a team of like at least like 20 to 40 people.
Mm-hmm. And I don't even necessarily think that you need to have something flashy. You look at Among Us, that's like 2 people who eventually added on a third to do, X thing, and then a fourth to do marketing. So, like, that's the biggest game. A lot of people know it's the biggest game of all time. It had 500 million active monthly users. There's never been a game bigger than Among Us. It was made by 4 people. If they had, not taken the efficiency of making these characters the way that they did, if they'd spent more time animating stuff, they may never have released the game at all. And arguably, that aesthetic is part of the reason why it is so successful, why it's on mobile phones, and why people dress up like it and do videos and all that. It's part of that.
Among Us is a great point because that game, it shirks so many it uses rasterized graphics, and it enlarges and bends rasterized graphics in such a way that like the internal graphic designer in me is like, why are you doing this, please? Why do you got? But like it works. Like in the end, like it all works together. It all creates the sort of it creates a kind of cohesive incohesiveness, and I don't know, it does end up giving a vibe that is very unique to that game.
Yes.
We get it. Developing video games is expensive, and for independent companies, or individual developers, it just costs way too much to produce a AAA worthy.
I don't think Fez is retro graphics, first of all. This is
it's not.
No, it's like a really, really technologically advanced 3D engine, Like, there's a whole documentary about it.
But
well, I guess there's the difference between graphics and art style. Like, it is definitely a retro art style.
It's made of pixels.
Yeah, exactly.
Tagline, was it retro graphics or retro art style?
It was graphics.
Oh no! All right, okay. I'll back up. It's all right.
Thank you. I will accept your surrender.
Worthy graphical experience. As a result, a large amount of indie games have retro style graphics.
I mean, okay.
That's such a good game. Sorry, that's such a good game.
Yeah, but arguably, To the Moon is just an RPG Maker game. So, sure, it's not very technological. I hope this isn't your example, guy. Like, this is it? You're running me thin, man.
Usually in the style of 8 or 16-bit. Many games like Braid and Spelunky.
Braid is not retro graphics. It's retro now because it came out in 2008.
It's like painted,
right? Like it's hand drawn. It is like lovingly and carefully and like holy shit kind of work went into the art style of this game. It's not retro at all. Name another game that came out before Braid that looks anything like it.
But you see, there's a green pipe just like from Mario.
Pastel colors everywhere.
That's Flappy Dog.
Flappy Dog?
Yeah, that was the best clone of Flappy Bird. That was.
Do you mean Doge?
Sure.
Interesting. Just cuz. And Doge.
Just cuz.
Lunky have adopted the side-scrolling gameplay and graphics.
It's so unfair, okay? It is so unfair. There are these words that we made up over the internet that no one has ever said out loud, and then all of a sudden, each other, and the pronunciation the whole time, and everyone is supposed to be aware of.
It's supposed to be Doge, man.
You've been saying it wrong. I mean, you have been saying it wrong. But it is just cuz, so it's fine.
No.
But I would like to point out his argument for why Braid has
it's because it's a side scroller.
It's because it's a side scroller.
But then here's this, and it's top down.
Correct, which makes it retro, which means it's a cliche and it's bad. Yes, exactly. That sound you just made, that's the only sound that you can make after listening to his points. Like, I don't get how this guy gets millions of views on this shit. I don't get it. How do other people not go, wow, that makes no sense? Do they just like put this on in barber shops or something?
Like, I feel like it's made for like and it's gonna be I don't know, maybe I'm gonna be mean when I say this.
You're about to say casual?
No, absolutely not. What I'm going to say is the generation of people that watch TMZ unironically. Like, do you know, like, the people who watch Entertainment Tonight, like people who are like my parents, essentially, like that kind of culture, I guess.
There's no boomer watching this. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I feel like it's like this is the kind of like
it's
this
for
is
kids who are boomers at heart.
So Pantsu Tank says that he thinks that perhaps he was doing this as some sort of rage bait, but I don't think so, because he gave a lot of caveats at the beginning, right, to explain why he wasn't tearing apart any specific game when he said this. I think this is just content farming at its worst. This is almost unique content, and they just produce everything as much garbage as possible, as fast as possible, with absolutely no regard for accuracy. I think that's the answer here. They're just producing as many videos as fast as possible. He probably needs to do one video a day. And if you have to make one video a day, then you cannot take any time or effort to fix things, because you have to go through ideation, right? You have to script it out. Then you have to find the content, source everything, put it into your video, edit it. That could very easily be 6 hours of work or 4 hours of work, which is pretty much your day.
It was 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, it's pretty much your day. Because, you know, you also have to get coffee. You also have to, like, realize you're working and nobody wants to work, and you sit there. You know, for a while. Like, there's a lot of things that go into working that are not working. If you go to work for 8 hours, you're not usually active for 8 hours at work. So I'm almost 100% positive that this is just an example of incredibly lazy content with nothing more than I just have to produce. I don't think it's anything malicious. I don't think there's any more thought to it. That's just what it is. So, yeah, you could say that it's rage baiting something, but I don't think so. I really just think it's purely, we got to make something today. Make something.
Although, I would say that while perhaps not intentionally rage bait, like, I think it's not malicious, that might be why they are so that might be the answer to why it's so popular, is because it does inevitably act as rage bait, even if it's not intended to be. Like, sure. Right now.
Yeah, sure. But, you know, none of these people who are in this chat or who ever watched this video or who have ever seen any, none of them are going to go like, oh, I'm going to go watch Mojo now. That's like, oh, no, it's not working for them. They're getting one view out of this, you know?
We watch Mojo, so you don't have to.
Right?
Oh, God.
Exactly.
We watch Mojo? Or do we watch Mojo?
Who watches the Mojo?
Do you watch Mojo or do you watch Mojo?
No, when I'm working, Mojo's watching me.
Oh.
Like, constantly.
Oh.
And titles like To the Moon and Hotline Miami employ the old-school top-down perspective to give an authentic...
So, yeah, he's saying top-down perspective is old school and therefore retro. He really did say it!
That's absolutely wild.
If you want to relive the pixelated classic games of old with a modern twist, the indie market definitely has you covered.
Wow.
Look at that synthwave music. It's beautiful.
Do you agree with our picks? Check out these other great clips from Watch Mojo.
Do you agree with
pastel
their picks?
colors are getting
so, so what he is saying is that any game that's not like third person or first person is just retro graphics.
Automatically retro. Yes.
Yep.
Automatically. Oh. Well, there you go.
It's always hard to get through a Watch Mojo.
It's real tough, but they're fun.
That was rough. that was like, I think that's the first Watch Mojo video I've ever sat through the whole thing of.
They're really painful. Yeah.
I've only ever seen like 2 in my life, and I dipped out as soon as I realized YouTube autoplay was on.
All right, so let's just go through what happened tonight, and then we'll be done. We got a couple of follows from Stevie Chow Mein, Smoke Break, Kongol Comet, Tom Tomgra, Kume Grukov, Kataniiago. Did I get that right?
Oh, yeah? Yeah, you did.
Hey, there we go.
Nice.
And Malcontent Moriarty. What a prescient username. Yes.
Love the alliteration there.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 30-month resubscription from Aaron Animates, a new subscription from the Framinator. Welcome. A 8-month resubscribe from Ricardo Lewis, and a 6-month from Squirtle Squad. Let's see what our comments tonight are. You streamed at the best time, snatched the free sub right as it renewed. Well, thank you. I'm glad I was able to get your free money from Jeff Bezos.
Take that, Bezos.
Right? What a collection from Blizzard. Yes, I forgot about that. What a collection. That was great.
Like that was a good collection. Yeah, Black. Oh, do I remember it? Black?
You can do it.
It's gone. No, it's not there. It's just not there.
Okay.
Blackthorn.
Blackthorn.
That was it. I wasn't going to get that, though.
What are the other two?
Oh, racing, 90s guitar racing, and
rock and roll racing.
Vikings it is.
And the Lost Vikings. You were remarkably close. It seems their marketing has worked on you. Will you be buying it for $19.99?
I will not.
You will not.
No.
Unfortunately.
As our poll, I think actually we made the poll. I don't think we said the results of the poll.
So the
nobody.
Yeah, the poll results were 100% the cheapest price, and I have to feel that it was $4.99, $9.99, or $19.99. 100% of the vote was for $4.99, and if it were free, I guarantee you they would have marked free.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, you know, it would have been smart for Blizzard to do it anyways, but I looked up while we were doing that, their Celebration collection, which is like their 20 years of gaming kind of thing. And
sure.
It's pretty you get that $20 arcade collection in their $20 Celebration collection. So I think they did it purely to pump up the value.
Mm-hmm.
Like 100%. I don't think that there's any intent that you will buy that for $19.99. I think that they want to give it to you in their Celebration collection and say that it's worth $19.99. Apparently you disagree. Okay.
I was thinking.
You were thinking?
I was processing that.
Hmm.
Needed to absorb it in. I agree with you.
I think that's what it was. Diablo 2 came out when you were -7, since you are 13. Yes, that's correct. I am 13. That is how old I am. I wonder if this guy...
Puberty hit you hard.
You were right. It hasn't even hit yet.
Oh, no.
It gets deeper.
One day, it will. I can't wait. I wonder if this guy would apply the same argument to watching YouTube videos. Oh, wait, but then he wouldn't want his channel to have an audience. And I think that's about our guy who said that everything online is fake, and you should go...
Oh, yeah, the illusory.
Go pull.
Losery.
It's been so long since we started the Watch Mojo video, I think I forgot everything that happened beforehand.
I'm telling you, it's what happens, man. Like
I'm completely lost in the mojo.
It's like amnesia in a content format. Like you just watch it, everything's gone.
Yeah, it's just gone. You lose it. Everything before that disappears. Yes. Also, let us know if you want to watch Raiden's Watch Mojo video.
My top 10 reasons why I don't get paid enough at Watch Mojo.
Yes, he made his own parody of it, but it is 7 minutes long, so it's a little long to watch on stream, but apparently people want to do that. So let me know if you'd like to do that, and we'll set it up either for next week or the week after, or if you just want to have it available to watch, and we'll just, tweet it out. Yes. Okay. So, who's left? Kate, would you like to tell the people where they can find you?
I'll put the link in the
Oh, you'll
Discord.
do the work for me? Incredible.
Wow, look at this. See, she was listening when you chewed out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, she was gonna make this thing. I actually saw. I think you were typing. I saw you typing in there. I'm like, oh, is she immediately gonna link her Twitch so she doesn't get yelled at next?
So here you go. Go give her a follow. What do you do?
Well, I'm also like, I think, Gray, where I stream like 3 times a year, but I'm trying to actually get back into it. We'll see.
Okay.
It's super entertaining streams. There's like she'll do a lot of stuff. She'll do like makeup streams sometimes. She'll be doing like Stardew Valley. The birthday stream was fun.
That's true.
But yeah,
sounds like you're
a lot
a fan.
of indie games. I am a fan. Yeah.
There you go. So, if Raiden's a fan, you should go be a fan as well. And then we've also got RACROX, was it?
It's never going to be right. Again, the only time it was ever right is when I paid you money to say it correctly.
Yes, that is correct. But you did pay me money, so like I did that for charity, by the way. It wasn't like just for me. It was for the children.
Yeah, but when you put that part of the narrative in, you come out like a good guy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I don't like the framing of this. Let's...
Right? So where can they find you?
I mean, I guess on YouTube technically is the answer I give to that. That's about that, and Twitter. That's pretty much all my online presence at the moment. But who knows? Maybe later there'll be something. I don't know.
Yes, and you do things.
I have made videos. I would say that I would not necessarily say that I make videos, but I have made videos.
Mm-hmm. Some of them are really very, very good as well. I'm a fan. I like some RACROX in my life. He doesn't make content enough, but he does some stuff, and you've actually helped me out with some videos before too. So. That shows you that I'm a fan. And then, of course, you can see myself and Mr. Ryan Dopp in the description down below, as usual. If you care to follow anything, we'll be back next week on Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. That's U.S. Eastern, GMT -5 right now. And don't know what we're going to talk about, but I'm sure it's going to be fun. And I guarantee you, I'm pretty sure we have another Watch Mojo that we'll do. I think we have
people now. Like this is just.
I think we have top 10 most toxic game communities. I think that's the next one.
We're definitely going to need to we should keep a running list of these so that once we get to the end, we'll have a top 10 Mojo.
Oh
videos.
my god, top 10 top 10s. I don't think I can do that. I think we're gonna get 3 before I'm just done with this shit. Because it's draining.
It is draining.
It's really draining. And yeah, okay. So have a good one.